Hello, and apparently we are live, so people can see us. I am Bez, and Jack, if you could come in and wave. And this is Amy. Wait, let me actually make this screen bigger. And Bez, John. Hi. And yeah, John and Amy and Jack, if you could scoosh in a wee bit. And so what I thought we would do before we start is look at the 4 people who've shown some art and talk about what we like about those arts. What they had to do for this contest was to draw 7 letters. So THELDCK, the typography for the ELL Deck. And we are judging them based on how interesting it looks, how readable it is, like to see if you can actually tell what it says, and also how pretty it is. So interestingness, prettiness, and readability. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So let's start off with this one. What do you think, Amy?
Is that plants?
Yes, let me bring up the screen. There you go.
I like it. I like that it's quite detailed and it's nice and undergraphy and easy to read.
Yeah, there's definitely a really nice. I particularly like the sea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I find it really interesting with the little uptick in the middle of the E. It gives it a nice little character.
And funny little stalks at the bottom.
Cool. It makes it. It reminds me of. I mean, I wasn't sure what they were meant to be, but it made me think maybe it's those things that you put into cakes, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll notice on the H, it's kind of got 2 of those stalks, as if you had to put 2 things separately into cakes.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
What do you think about this, John?
It's very legible. Just trying to work out if there's anything. There's nothing particularly fancy about the kerning, is there?
So just to clarify, the letters were submitted just as letters.
Right.
And the spacing and the kerning is from Jack, who basically sorted them all out.
Right, okay. Yeah, so very legible. I'm sort of, I find I want to kind of strain, because like Amy said at the start, is it made out of leaves? And I find I want to strain to see like what it's actually made out of, because it looks like it's sort of plants or leaves or some kind of, or a sort of foliage design, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Christmas tree almost.
Mm.
Yeah, it looks like it's made out of Christmas trees. So I wonder if that, I don't know, that's a slightly odd point about it, that it makes you want to kind of like go squint at it and go, what's actually going on there?
Mm-hmm.
But it's what was it? Prettiness, legibility, and the last one was
interestingness.
Interestingness. So that so it scores on interesting for that reason, definitely.
So, do you have anything to say about this one, Jack?
I mean, I like the. I saw them as trunks for the tree, in shape bushes or trees when I was looking at them. Topiary stuff. I like the little breaks in the H and the D where the line drifts, just that little that separation there. It's I like the up close, the details with all the foliage is quite nice. The little kind of breaks with the background colours.
I mean, technically, it's been really well done. I think that I think that if we were to now give it our honest ratings, and on a rating of -2 to +2, just because that's how many thumbs we've got, that's what I tend to do. So voting -2 or +2 simultaneously.
Okay.
So if we talk about legibility, put your fists into the center. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, vote. So everyone says this is incredibly legible. Well done. So prettiness. 3, 2, 1, vote. Everyone voted exactly the same. I mean, I felt it was really, really pretty, but it just could have had potentially something a little bit more going on.
I wonder if it's because the prettiness is more noticeable the closer you look at it, whereas from far away, sometimes you lose a bit of that interest. Maybe.
I mean, as well, the the stick at the bottom is quite small compared to the rest of the text.
Yeah.
So it's almost if the trunk wasn't there, the letters they work on their own without that trunk. But very pretty still. Very
And
nice.
then finally, interestingness. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so we've got a 2, 2, a 1, and a 1. And I think that's I was voting too because what you said, that it makes you want to look closer, it makes you want to investigate. And if this was on a card, you'd be like, oh, let's look, bring it up to my face. Anything more to say about that? Okay. Let's see if. Boom! This is the next one. So this is. Yeah. Thoughts? You gasped it immediately.
I like this one a lot. I like that each letter is different, and I can imagine if I had one on a card or something, wanting to look at each one quite carefully. I really like. What's this like?
All animals.
All
Cat
animals.
and a lion,
Yeah.
a horse, a turtle. What's the sea?
C is a cat.
Oh.
Really nice colours.
They all start with the letter.
Oh, I
Obviously.
see. I see. Yes. that
So
makes sense.
K is for koala, C
So
is for
he's an
cat.
elephant, not a bat.
No, I think E is an eagle.
Eagle.
And I think the
T
animals.
is for
Lions, the bird's eye
dolphin.
view. Yeah.
L is for lion, H is for horse, T is for turtle, and yeah, I don't want to say anything more, but because I'll be picking my favourite on Monday. But yes, I'd like to hear what you think.
I think they're also quite charismatically drawn. I really like the lion. I like the kind of roughness. I think it's really bright colours. It immediately looks like something I'd want to play with.
You know, I like the playfulness of the animals as the interior shapes, like the D. I really like the D, the negative space there. I think something like the C was going to be difficult to do, but it's quite nice that it's the empty space around there as well. It still feels like it flows with the rest of the deck. Be interested to see other letters, what they might look like.
Yes.
As a whole, playing on that.
Thoughts, John?
Not sure I have much to add. I really like the concept. I think some of them are slightly more awkward than others. So like it feels maybe slightly like a work in progress to me. I think some of them are more effective. So I think So I think it's really good, and having the bold outlines means it's still very readable. I'm slightly on the side of feeling like it maybe needs a bit more refinement.
Weirdly, I like the ones that seem slightly awkward and not refined more than the others. Like the lion and the horse are both quite unusual looking, whereas the dolphin looks more conventionally aesthetic. So I would say I prefer the lion than the horse because they don't quite fit that shape, and that's also why they look so cool to me.
I think I'm mostly thinking of like the turtle's boomerang front fins. I think it's slightly. It gets to me that because the top of the T is so straight, and then you've got like hooks underneath it. It's something in it kind of makes me want to just reach in and straighten them out.
It's quite cool because it reminds me of like medieval illustrations as well, where you get the first letter and it's epically, strangely drawn, and also a letter. So it embodies letterness, and it's very consistent.
Yeah, I do want to acknowledge how the L, except for the head, it doesn't look much like a lion at all. I mean, it's got this gigantic neck and then this teeny tiny body, and there's something incredibly charming about that.
Yeah.
And yes, I would agree that the D is, like, I look at that and that's a really nice drawing of a dolphin, but yeah, same. It is the horse and the lion that I enjoy the most. The E, just because it wasn't immediately obvious, like, is it an eagle, is it an egret? That was possibly my least favourite, but let's give a quick score for readability. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vote. Everyone scored 2 except for you. You scored 1. Care to say anything more?
Oh, only because like the fact that you've got detail and animals inside means you're you're distracted from reading the letters. So just
That's very true.
Down from that.
Yeah. So let's talk about the interestingness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone gives it a 2 out of 2. So great job. And again, I'm aware that we are keeping the artists anonymous today. On Monday, I will reveal all these artists and celebrate them. I'm trying to keep it anonymous to get bias out of the way so that... and yeah, finally, the prettiness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So we all scored 2, except you've already talked about like the turtle. You want to straighten it out. Is there any other things that you would like to add?
No, it's just a wanting in my mind to redo a couple of bits.
Other than the turtle, is there anything else you'd like to mention?
I think again, the eagle is like I want it to be sort of different colours, just because I thought immediately it was a bat and then an elephant because of the grey and E and in animal alphabets.
Yeah, having...
So I think you needed to point. It might have taken me a little while to get to eagle if you hadn't said.
Maybe playing a bit more with the shading and making sure that it's a bit more visually readable what these animals actually are.
I don't know whether having just a very fine, because the edge of the letters is very dark and bold, whether it's from the outside of the shape of the animal, just in a slightly darker line.
And the inner lines to make it so that you can separate the head of the
dolphin,
bird.
for example, just the outline of the edge. If that was a slightly darker pen, that might...
Or maybe a dark blue, like the colour of itself.
Yeah.
Now the next one is... I think there's 4 versions of this, or was it 5?
5.
Okay, so we've got 5 versions of this, where someone was drawing these on paper, and the idea is that they were doing it in a wave style, and they wanted to add a bit of energy into the typography. And yes, I'll go through all 5, and then I can go back if you want. And there, that was 5, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So, thoughts? Shall we start with you again, Amy? Is that
Sure.
right?
I can't exactly specify why, but I think my favourite of the 5 is the second one.
This
Yeah,
one?
that one, yeah. It's just quite satisfying to look at. While quite legible, I think just nice curves at the end of the letters. Looks interesting enough. And yeah, it looks, that's kind of what I think about that.
Any thoughts, John?
Well, having gone through all 5, I kind of want it to be an animated font,
Yeah.
like you see the letters actually moving, and you talked about having energy. That sort of makes me. Yeah, if they were kind of like sitting there.
Oh, that would
doing
be...
that would be like
That's
very nice.
cool.
Um,
That's quite cool. Yeah.
each on their own. I find it really difficult to like choose between each on their own. Maybe that one, but like none individually are quite doing it for me at the moment, I guess. I see what it's going for, but it feels more to me like sketches towards a final one than something complete at this stage, I think.
Jack, any thoughts?
Yeah, and it's a different one. Difficult one. And there's some letters I really like in each one, and I kind of like I like the K in that one. The wiggly lines at the bottom.
This
like
one?
kind of, it's not quite uniform to the rest of the others, and I think there's one of them where the C really stood out. I quite like that one. Just the little break in there. It reminds me a little bit of a like a heart monitor, just looking at the little flickers where it's.
I was thinking the same actually.
It's kind of interesting that you said that actually animating and have them all together in some way. Obviously, it was a card game, but digitally it's quite interesting. But it's almost like there's elements from each version that might work interestingly together as well. It's an interesting aspect. Some of the letters are a little bit thicker than others, and maybe from a design perspective, for me, that's not as uniform as it could have been. But There's one where the L was almost like double the thickness of the other letters, but compared to the C, there's a bit of difference there. But I like the energy used in the drawing, and and the kind of the ones where the space like the K there, where you see more of the lines. I find quite interesting with the shapes that are there.
And is there anything else you'd like to say? What was your favourite parts about this, if you can point to anything specifically? I mean, for me, I do like the D here, where the bottom of it kind of pushes back a little bit. That slight serif makes it a lot more readable for me, and it makes it a lot more identifiably a D. I do like the energy behind the C here, because it's maybe the least readable of the C's, but it's just still a joy to behold, because I'm like, yeah, this is really nice. And I do like what they went for, because it is fundamentally just, again, showing the possibilities of how you can draw things in so many different ways. And I think this, when I say to people, you know, you don't have to, like, some of these people might have spent a full day, some of them might have spent a few hours, I don't know, but I really like people. It feels like there's a lot of personality, and the hand-drawn nature of it I just really adore.
It's interesting that everyone's pointed out the C, because I also really like the C, because it
here,
because it pulls away from the natural shape. But I think a drawback that I see maybe is that if I were to be looking just at the silhouettes, to me it feels too familiar to fonts that I already know very well, like Times New Roman or things that I use on my computer all the time. So that's why I like the C maybe more than the other letters.
I quite like the E on that one as well. Looking
here
again, just the curve. It doesn't quite. It just looks a little bit different and
like the top is kind of like falling, like it was made of jelly, and it kind of
the concept of like letters that sort of they look like they started off in one font and that font is kind of falling apart. Like when that works in the C and E really nicely in the ways, but it's not quite consistent across letters.
Yeah, no, I mean the E, it's almost like the kind of the two ends are almost drawn together with that one, which was quite nice.
2, 3. So let's, for all of them together, I think it's fair to rate this as a unit.
Yeah.
Let's rate the readability. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. Everyone rated 1 except for Amy, who rated 2 out of 2. Let's rate the prettiness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone rated 1, so that's like remember, it is out of 2, so it's a good rating. And about the interestingness, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. And everyone rated 1, and I think that we can all agree that whilst it might not necessarily be our favourite, I mean, I just want to say to the artist, thank you very much for contributing this, and it's brought a smile to my face. I don't know about you, just hopefully you've enjoyed looking at it. And then the final one is this one, where it's all different colours on a black background, and it's gone red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and then the first 4 repeated, which it is, John.
So the E's are in different colours, so is there some kind of rule which says like what order the colours go in?
So we're looking at this from the perspective of this image, rather than necessarily thinking about how it would apply to the card game. I would like to just look at it as, you know, the image. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Well, it's the most striking one because of the colours, I would say.
I would have a question, just like a kind of technical question, which is when I'm thinking out things like readability, we're looking at this on a black background, but if it was on a white background, I'm not sure how readable the yellow letters should be. So I don't know if we should be thinking out it on a white background.
Well, I mean, it has been presented on a black background. I think it's fair to considerates on that background.
Okay.
And obviously here the yellow is the most readable, the purple is maybe the least. Like when I screw, sorry to be slightly negative, when I screw up my eyes, the purple does disappear slightly. And then the red probably the second, is probably the second darkest. But yeah, Jack, what are your thoughts of this one?
I mean, I like the use of pattern and colour in there as well. It's interesting seeing the kind of different variations of pattern with the letters. That's quite nice. I mean, the black backgrounds is kind of it's bold. Again, there might be some differences with some of the darker colours, especially if this printing colours might be a little bit darker. But
that's an image.
I like the shapes. I like the image. I like the colours. I think it's very playful and pleasant to look at.
It kind of, I associate it with the aesthetic of like something playful, like letters on a chalkboard or magnets or something, sort of cut out. I mean, I know that that's digital, but it almost looks like it could be like cut out with colour.
Yes. Yeah. Like the regular patterns do work really well. They're kind of making me feel like, oh, maybe this is out of wrapping paper or something. Although, obviously, the E's and the L's are exactly the same shape, so it's clearly been done as a mask, but even so, it's just nice chunky letters where you could imagine maybe cutting it out. Does anyone have anything else they'd like to say about this one?
Maybe that idea that they look a bit like things that you'd move around on your fridge or your blackboard makes it feel like the kind of letters you would play with in a word game as well.
I think also colour-wise as well, it could easily be used for different suit patterns or something there as well. There could be additional gameplay aspects with the use of the colour and the patterns in there, which is quite nice to see.
There's always going to be an element, I suppose, with these different colours and patterns that I don't know if it would kind of, there isn't equality between the letters, because as you say, if you're playing a game, the L's are going to be harder to, the purple L is going to be harder to spot quickly than the yellow C.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not sure how it would affect people with colourblind players as well. That's always something.
I didn't think of that.
So I mean, one minor thing might be whether or not there's like an edge to the letters to kind of give it a bit more, like if it's on the black background, a small white.
If it was grayscale,
stroke around the edge, kind of just to give that a slight definition break. It might
small white outline
might allow it to kind of separate from the black just a little bit, especially the purple. It would allow the shape to you'd be able to draw the shape without that worry if it blends into the background. And if it was on a white background, a small black line around the edge might look well.
I agree with that. Is there any other suggestions that you would give to the artist?
I mean, I agree with the purple is the one that disappears most readily, so I would consider bringing out maybe bringing out the contrast, but if not the general brightness, since they're patterns.
Maybe consider magenta.
I mean, the colour palettes can always change. When there's a couple there, they are different shapes, aren't they? There are certain colours that might work better on the black background, but otherwise it's a very, very bold colours. It's very easy to read, I think.
Let's talk about readability. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone feels this is super readable, but Amy and John, what's holding you back?
Just that, I think, the lack of equality between the letters.
Just what we've been talking about.
The colours.
Easily fixed, I think, but at the moment, just not keep ranking to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's talk about the prettiness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vote. Everyone really liked this, except for Amy. It's just not quite doing it for you.
Maybe it's just the in comparison to some of the others we looked at, that I would feel like I'd be more absorbed in looking at for a longer time.
So we see interestingness or prettiness for that.
Prettiness.
Yeah, and because I guess that's interesting because you say looking at it for a long time, and to me that's interestingness.
That's true, yeah.
It's
Maybe I should change my book. Is it too late to change my? I'm going to change that to 2.
Okay, cool. So everyone thinks that's it's super pretty.
Yeah.
2 out of 2. Let's go for interestingness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vote. And everyone voted 1. Jack, you voted 2. So I really like it. I think it's super interesting, and I want to see. And I do consider. I mean, I was teetering between 1 and 2. I don't know about you two. I really like the patterns. They make me want to look more closely at it. But I think the geometric nature kind of lacks something. For me, thinking about the wrapping paper cutouts that we were mentioning, if there was almost like an organic little tear of the paper at some point, or like maybe they could
texture overlay or something could be quite interesting to kind of
yeah
play with that to one element. I can see it working well almost on a full black background on a cards. It could be quite interesting to.
Because you could absolutely have cards that are mainly black.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason to necessarily have the white background.
Because then that way you've got the pattern, you've got the colour, and you've got the shape all on one on the letters. It might be a very simplistic style, card-wise, where the focus is on the letters rather than the borders.
And so, looking through those, if we call them number 4, number 3, number 2, and number 1, I would like you 3 to tell me your favourites, if you can. Can you find a favourite? 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you have to pick joint favourites, you've got 2 hands.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So you could go like number whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you ready to vote? 4, 3,
What are we doing? Holding up the number of fingers?
2, and 1. Yes, holding up the number of fingers.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Which ones are our favourites? And this will potentially influence me on Monday, but I get the final say, just to clarify that. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vote. So you've got a joint 4 and 2, a 2, and why are you holding up 5 fingers?
Oh, sorry.
4 and 1. So 4, 2, 2, 4, 1. So we've got a couple of people voting for 4, then a couple of people voting for 2, and you also voted for 1. But yeah, I hope that whoever drew this doesn't feel too aggrieved that it wasn't anyone's favourites. I think we all agree that there is a lot of interesting stuff to look at, and there is definitely it's very readable, and there is definitely some interestingness and prettiness. So to all of these artists, I say thank you very much for contributing these, and yeah, hopefully you feel, and hopefully we've done a decent job of celebrating all of these things.
Can I add why I chose 2?
Yes.
Great. To me, it kind of feels like. Do you remember the golden hair? You know, that puzzle where people.
No.
The game book puzzle where people look for a golden hair. It kind of reminds me of books like that. Like
remember.
It's that kind of like surreal animal letters. Just I feel like really connects up to me to like other previous things that make me ready to do a puzzle.
Puzzle Island was the one I was remembering.
Right.
That one, yeah.
I haven't seen that one.
I don't know that one. Is that a similar art style, or is that
It's a very
bit more detailed?
It's very
rendering?
detailed pictures where you have to find certain things in the picture by the
I think I saw this, and then it's like a very painterly style, and then each
and sometimes
picture's
it'll be words, and sometimes it's animals.
I didn't do very well at those puzzles, I'm going to admit. Does anyone else want to talk about their favourites and why they chose them, or is everyone else happy to move on?
I think the reasons came through clearly enough in the discussion.
Yeah.
I hope.
Okay, well, thank you again once more, or everyone, and I will actually now take this off and take that down and put this one bigger. I just realised that I should have been. And we will play our first game with the ELL Deck. So let's put it this way vaguely, and I've got them all in a little spreadsheet. Would you like to start with something fast or something slow?
Something fast?
Yeah, fast is good.
Fast, yes.
Okay, shuffle the cards. We are going to play triple.
Okay.
So in this game, we are looking for three of a kind.
Okay.
And so you'll have noticed that there's numbers, letters, and borders for all these cards. John, you might want to sit over there if you can make your way across the...
Okay. Would it be easy for me to move around?
We can move around. Should we move around?
Yeah, if you're happy with that.
Yeah, I'm closer to the seat rather than...
Could you sit
That
there
makes
and
sense.
here?
Sorry, that's what we're doing now. Okay.
File, open recent, game sign contest. Not got any names here, don't worry. We are playing triple, and you need to find three of one feature. So if you shuffle the deck.
Put one nice one.
Okay,
How
let
many
me.
dealing out?
None.
None. No one gets any cards.
Yeah, you can see until the end of the table, and this
My knees.
is not quite visible, so keep it in this area, if that makes sense. So, the way that this game works is take it in turns to flip over a card from a central deck. Also, you need a box. Where's the box gone? The empty box. Oh, is that it here? Ah. There's a box, there's a deck. Flip over a card. Flip over a card, Amy. Now, there's two different borders, two different top letters, two different numbers, two different bottom letters. Nothing's going to have a triple yet. So, but if we had 3 2s, or 3 of this kind of border, or 3 P's, or 3 A's, you grab the box and you call out what appears 3 times. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's a basic matching game. The twist is you don't look for doubles, you look for triples.
Right.
Hence the name. Okay, Jack,
Yeah.
carry on. Flip a card. I will not play. I will. And so.
Got it on. Ah!
Bubbles. Oh, bubbles.
Nice.
Oh,
1, 2, 3. So you take those, and those go into your scoring pile.
Right.
I was looking for 3 separate things. All matched. Okay, this makes more
It's the
sense.
very
now.
opposite of the.
What
Does
is-
this one stay in? This one stay in? The one that was.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it gets more and more. So just carry on flipping.
Yeah. Oh, you're not playing.
No, I'm not
Okay,
playing.
okay.
I'll not be playing any of these.
Wibbly.
Something.
Straight in circles.
So you grabbed it, and there are 1, 2, 3 that have the same border, and take them all.
I should just say border, shouldn't I? Rather than try and describe the border.
I like to call them horizontal.
Specify what kind of board.
You could just say
Uh,
patterns.
Ready?
Yep.
Oops.
And hello, Alex. It is lovely to see you. And yes, we've got, I should say, Amadeus, the fellow streamer in the background. And thank you, Amadeus, for
That thing. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing. And I said the wrong thing. Sorry. Sorry.
Amadeus allows people to use their music on streams.
Who drew that? I can't remember.
I think you did. So,
Should say this game is
4.
called Triple.
but yeah, 4. Right? 4,
Yeah.
4, 4.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's 2 sets of corners. So there's that corner and that corner. Okay. Okay.
Pose.
Oh. Does it count if it's just one? So that's not a whole.
No, it's the numbers, isn't it?
No, I'm going for the letter.
Oh right,
Because that's
Yeah.
an OU, that's an OF, and that's an OH.
But the letters aren't always the same, so
The letters are never the same, so you just have to have 3 of one letter.
Oh, you're just looking at the individual.
3 cards
Oh, I see.
with any one quality matching.
I see.
So
Sorry,
I'm just
okay, I understand.
pulling this down to see.
Whose turn is it?
Oh, do you know? Oh, okay, next.
I.
Yes.
Yes, next. E.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's on here.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Does that make the cards more visible on this screen?
R.
And 5.
5. Oh, it's done.
5 as well. If there's more than one, can you say both? To get
Well, you
more
can
than
only
3
get
cards?
3 cards.
Okay.
Can someone else shout it out straight afterwards before we put another one down?
Well, there'd only be one thing that appears at a time because only
Oh, I
one
see.
card goes down at a time.
Okay.
And Alex says, I went to Lifracombe during the summer and I spotted 2 ELL decks in the game cafe there, in case someone is looking for a copy. Oh wow, was that first edition of...
3. Keep forgetting to slap the thing first.
one of each? Oh cool.
5.
Nice, John
That's
seems
quite
to
a
be
thing, yeah,
winning
that's-
the most.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Nice.
Oh, shoot.
Amy, do you feel like there's a disadvantage to being further from here?
Should we put it more in the middle?
I don't think that is a disadvantage. I think my brain is a disadvantage. So don't worry about it. I'm not very good at pattern recognition.
One. Sorry.
I just realised I might have overcooked the potatoes. And that's why there's little bits of steam with the...
You can't overcook potatoes. Just
don't be
becomes
mashy.
mashed potatoes. Okay. That's...
Tease. Ah. Even when I'm closer, I somehow fail to touch the thing.
Zigzags.
Pattern thing. Zigzag.
Okay, you have it.
What are these? Should we come up with names? That's a zigzag, right? That's a.
I like to call
that's
them
like
with...
line.
I like to call them with things that end in L. So that's... if we look at the things...
Squiggle?
That is one of the names. But that's triangle. So I like to call them... vertical, diagonal, triangle, bubble, swirl, and horizontal.
Oh gosh, I'm
Okay,
not
I'm
going to
not
remember
gonna
that.
remember that.
We'll just do our best.
You
We'll
just call them
soldier on.
patterns, it's fine, it's fine.
That seems as easy.
Oh, no.
And what do we do when we get to here?
And if there's no more matches, then that is the end of the game.
Okay.
So now you compare how many cards everyone grabbed.
How many
Jack
cards?
might finish.
How many cards?
Okay, so 6.
Easy.
18.
Oh wow! I thought John had. So
I
um,
got.
I don't know, that was a tie.
But,
Is there any sort of tiebreaker?
no, there isn't.
oh, good. I'm happy
Well,
with
so there's no winner, but there is one loser.
And see you later, Alex. Enjoy your lunch. Now, what? Yeah, do you feel like you want to play that again, or do you feel happy to stop here and judge it? Play again?
Do we
or-
judge them before? I mean, is it not worth playing like a couple of games before comparing them? I mean, I'm happy
No,
to...
I'm not going to have you rate them out of 2. I was going to have you rate them out of 10, and then just be like, okay,
So
yeah, we could add just like you to, yeah, we'll talk about it a wee bit, and I'll ask you a few questions. But would you like to play it again? Did you enjoy it?
I'm
Or
happy
would you like to stop?
rate and move on.
I mean, it's a game that I would want to jump into another round on if we were playing it, but I'm happy to move on.
I don't mind. I could go either way.
Okay, let's stop. Would you be okay to come round again for a quick discussion? So, sorry about this, Jack and Amy. So, we've got the cohorts here, and everyone can see us. So, I would like to rate these games based on how enjoyable they are, how that's enjoyability, just basically, could also mean engaging. Like, if a game, theoretically, is trying to make you cry, that making you cry would be like, in a weird way, like, that engagement. Do you know what I mean? Like, how valuable you feel the experience was. Then secondly, how different it is, partially to games within the ELL Deck game system, which you can't really judge, but also to games in general. Like, because I don't want this deck to just be, hey, let's play a game exactly like that other game, but, they want to be slightly different. And then thirdly, no, there's actually 4 things. First, accessibility. Fourth, does it make good use of the deck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So let's go through
Was the first one, was it enjoyability or was it engaging?
both
Enjoyable.
combined.
Okay, enjoyable, engaging.
Let's go through them in reverse order. Do you think it made good use of the deck?
Yeah, definitely.
Full marks in that respect.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, definite yes. Actually, I'm going to ask you to rate these tiny things out of 2.
Out of 2.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 rate. Okay, everyone's like, full marks. Okay. Secondly, do you feel like this is an accessible game? I would point out that obviously you need to have, if we were playing against someone who didn't know how to read, like a very small child, I think you would have an advantage. This was designed with small children in mind, and I think that they would be able to play it. But no, it's obviously inherently a physical game. You need to be able to pick up a box.
Mm-hmm.
But are there any unnecessary inaccessibilities? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So think about that. Give it a rating. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vote. So we've got a 2, a 1, and a 1. Could we talk about that, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, from a gameplay perspective, when you're sat opposite each other, you've got to read the numbers and letters upside down, and I think that can be a little bit confusing. I mean, I have dyslexia, and sometimes I kind of, if I see a shape up, I think, oh, that's a 1, but it was actually an I, and I saw it upside down. And otherwise, other than that, I think that's just a very minor thing with that. I think depending on where the box is on the table is a factor, maybe if it's closer to one player than the others, because where the deck, but that's very minor. But I think the that one thing would just be that element of the reading cards from upside down if you're opposite each other, whereas if you're in a line, it's kind of where you'll sit to play maybe more than anything else.
Mine was, and I'd be interested to know how fair you think this is, because in a way maybe it's not an unnecessary accessibility issue, it's just inherent in the game itself. So there's always going to be the same people that are good at this game and the same people that are bad at this game, and that's fine, but to a certain point, that makes it less engaging to me because there's no way that I would ever be good at this game. It's not particularly personal bias. I don't mind that, but it is inherently an accessibility thing, which is just if your brain is good at pattern recognition. I know that's true of like a lot of games using cards and symbols.
I think also,
Technically that would be
at one point I forgot whose go it was after picking up the box and claiming the cards. I don't know if it was in the rules that maybe like the player to the left or something is the next one to draw a card.
Right.
Because if I can see it happening, if someone else places one down, you pick up the box, and then you're the one drawing the card next to you, could win two in a row.
So maybe the person to the left of whoever put down the box
or picks up or puts down the box might be a way to make it a little bit fairer.
Let's talk about differentiation. Do you think that this feels different to other games you've played?
I think the real issue with it is that it's very similar in mechanism.
If we could give it a quick rating to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So everyone's voting 0. Interesting. You feel like it's very similar.
It's a double. That's it. Made me. I know in double you have your own card and other people ones, but it's exactly the same sort of spotting something before other people do mechanism. It made me feel. I felt like in exactly the same space when I'm playing that game.
Amy?
Kind of similar. I feel like I might have played it before, a different formulation of this game before in a couple of different types of decks.
I mean, for me, I really like it. The zeros and that is more the fact it does feel like it's a little bit like Snap in a way as well. I mean, I actually played something like this with my son using this deck where we were playing Snap, but we had to match card numbers on the cards.
And your son, for the record, is quite small.
Oh, he's 7 now, but at the time he was 4 or 5, and he got it really well. And we then he wanted to actually play 2 or 3 matches on the cards, which was really but it was engaging. Doesn't mean it's not engaging. It's really good. But there are other games similar to it. But for the use of the deck, to play a game like that using the existing deck, I think is interesting, and it does feel different compared to some of the other L games.
I've tried to. I'm going to, if I interject, I'm going to give you all a chance to speak first, but I just want to add in a note that personally, I'm actually really surprised by this, because I would have given it a 2 purely because you need to match 3 of a kind. Because I think that 3 of a kind makes it so different in the way that I think, because if I'm playing any other matching game where it's 2 of a kind, for me, that's a much easier thing, and
Isn't set 3 of a kind?
Well, set is 3 of a kind or 3 different, and set is actually an order of magnitude complexity higher. Yeah. So this interestingly sits in a what I would call almost unexplored middle space between something like double or indeed Grabble, where you're only comparing 2 things, to something where like set, where yes, you're comparing 3 things, but then across 3 categories, and everything needs to be either all the same or all different, and that's kind of like a really big thinky puzzle.
I mean, I was on 2 minds whether to go to a 1 at the time, because I liked the idea of it. A bit of misunderstanding on my part at the beginning. I thought that we were trying to match 3 separate things across the cards, so we were trying to match like a pattern, a number, and a letter at the same time, which I was overcomplicating it for myself at the beginning. But I like a challenge with those kind of things, so kind of, yeah.
I think in some ways the comparison set is also quite interesting, because if I were going to play a game like this, I would probably play set. And the reason is, I like the fact that you have quite a lot of cards out in the first place, so it means it doesn't all come down to whatever the next card is that's going out. And you can actually be thinking in quite diverse ways. So when you play set, some people might be looking at colours, some people might be looking at patterns, and some people's brains are better at some things than others. Whereas in this game, it feels really to do with like speed of pattern recognition.
Yes.
And it's really just focused on that and as the main function.
What I was doing as I was playing this was trying to hold in my head all the 2s, so like counting them as like the 2s they went out, and saying to myself there are currently 2 S's, there are currently 2 of this, and then looking
Mm-mm.
for one of those as quickly as I could in the card that came
Yeah.
down, which is ostensibly different. It's a 3 of a kind thing to Dobble, but in Dobble, what I do is try and memorize all the things on my card, and then like look for them in the thing that's just been turned over.
Interesting.
So it's although it's sort of different, it feels like a very similar process.
No, that's totally fair. Let's get to the most important thing. Let's actually rate this final one out of 10. Let's just give it our ratings out of 10. How engaging and fun do you think that this game is? So if you're ready to give it, or would you rather rate out of 10?
Out of 10?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vote. So you've got a 6, a 3,
Yeah.
and a 6. 6, 3, 6. So would you like to talk about that in coming closer to me, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a difficult one comparing it with the other games because it's the first one we've done as well. So I think that's going to be difficult because we don't know how well the other ones are going to engage us compared to this one.
Well,
But-
hopefully
but-
we can
but I
rate it
think
on a
it's-
general.
But
Based
generally,
on
it's
games in
one
general.
that I'd enjoy if I was playing with friends. I would play more than one round. I would enjoy it as quite a quick one. I agree that sometimes it might be that, again, some players are slower at this type of game than others. But if I was playing several games with the deck, I would probably play more than one different game type. So kind of and judge when if other people weren't enjoying it. But I really enjoy it. I like it. I'm going to stop talking now. More fun.
Yeah, I like the idea that it feels like a nice game to play in between games, like almost like a palate cleanser game to get your brain going in this sort of zappy way, and I like that about it. And yeah, it seems nice to play, but personally, and I don't know how much to speak to my own bias, but
No,
that
that's
might
also
be
fair.
useful. Hopefully it's like a useful thing to represent, but personally I find it just quite a lot of work and frustrating, and I would imagine it's a game that I quite quickly disengage from, and I'm like, well, I can't, secretly I'm not really looking for a pattern, do you know? So maybe it's the combination of the competitive element, not that it didn't feel very high stakes, it felt very friendly. But for me,
also,
I
you
know in
felt
advance-
that you weren't able to stand a good chance of winning, so you were
Exactly.
like almost
And
wide
partly
bottom.
that's because it really does come over to when one person turns over whatever the next card is. It's like, well, other people will spot whatever it is before me, and that's fine. But I would only really play a couple of rounds before being like, okay, can we play something else now?
Well, I mean, maybe one thing could be if there was more than 3 players.
Yeah.
If the person that turns over the card can't actually match it,
Mm-hmm.
so the person that picked up the box could. There might be a
I
way
would
to-
strongly disagree with that proposed tweak, because then that's a random disadvantage. What if triples always come out on my turn?
Yeah.
That I'm going to feel rubbish.
Okay.
So the level of engagement and the level of enjoyment kind of clashed with me. Like I was very engaged with it, but because I was like really anxious about like how much attention you got to pay, like you can't take your eye off the ball, and it's very similar to games. Similar feeling I have to games like Bananagrams, where I kind of go into a mode of like, okay, I've got to play the game, but then afterwards feel like, did I enjoy that, or was it just like trying not to be rubbish, like for the last like 5 minutes, like frantically, trying to make sure my brain doesn't switch off. So like it kind of it raises the anxiety level in a way that I don't like to kind of like. I don't like to keep it at that level for very long, but it definitely like keeps you engaged because it won't really let you look away, right?
It's totally fair. And if we were to rate the games overall out of 10, would you stick with your ratings, bringing in the accessibility and differentiation and the use of the deck? Would you stick with 636, or would you change those ratings at all?
Stickers.
But overall, I would say my 3 was just about engagement and enjoyability. So overall, including all the other aspects we discussed, I would say 4.
Okay. And Jack, would you stick with 6?
I think I'd stick with 6. Yeah.
Okay. For our next thing, shall we go with a quick free player memory game.
Okay, great.
Okay, go around, and this is a bit of storytelling. You're going to be telling a story, and this is, if I shuffle the cards, please, and this is currently called repeatable, although some people have said that it should be called memorable, which, and let me make that screen bigger. There we go. So in this game, you are trying to remember the 2 letters on the cards.
Okay.
And to help you remember the 2 letters on the cards, you are going to be telling a story, if that makes sense. So flip over the first card and come up with 2 story elements. You could say there was a Ryan Downing, or there was a Randy Dandelion, or there was a raging dog, or whatever.
There was. Shall I tell it now?
Yes.
Just in my head. Okay. There was. Star Wars is true and real, and the character R2D2 got accidentally chopped in half, and then he was known as RD.
Okay, R2D2 was chopped in half, got known as RD. Okay. So this goes on top of the deck. And now, Jack, you have to say what the top card is.
Not the same, just...
You can use 2 words that you could just say, there was a new robot, RD, or however you want to express it.
I could do a different story completely.
You could, but it'll be easier for your memory if you use the same one.
Okay, that's fine, yeah. Okay, so there was a... robot R2D2 that got cut in half, and it was RD. Yeah.
Once you've mentioned the letters, flip them over.
Yeah.
And now you've managed to pass level 1, which would be a bit rubbish if you hadn't, frankly. And now you flip over to the next one.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Yeah.
Onto the one pile, and you come up with something for this.
Oh,
Should it continue the story? Is
Yes,
that the idea?
yes.
Right.
Okay.
So you could say RD was, it doesn't have to be a completely new paragraph. You can continue the same sentence.
Very obvious way to go with this, right?
Yeah, so
other people can suggest things if you want.
RD was currently being repaired on the snow base.
On the snow base.
That's good. That's
what were you thinking?
I was thinking he was a right son of a bitch.
Okay. Flip all the cards over.
Now I retell, do I?
Yes, so you need to say each card before you flip it over.
Okay. There is half an R2D2 known as RD, and he's being repaired on the snow base SB.
And now you...
and it turned out that repairing him was no bother at all.
So I'm just...
Okay. There was a robot that got cut in half, so he was called RD, and therefore he had to be repaired on a snow base, SB. Turned out that repairing him was no bother at all, NB. I've read too much Reddit, and immediately I know that sounds like a fair partner, but okay, hold on. Repairing him was no bother at all. Until it was, was no bother at all, except at the very last moment when they would have fixed the last bit of him, there was an attack. There was a... Oh my gosh, someone help me with this. There's an
attack of pirates?
An attack of pirates on the snow base. AP.
Oh gosh, okay. So there was a robot formerly known as R2D2 who'd been cut in half and is now called RD. He was repaired at the snow base, but it was no... Oh gosh, wasn't... No bother. Oh at all. And oh gosh, no, hang on. Yeah, but then there was an attack by pirates. Cool. Oh yeah, then go to the next one, so that helps, doesn't it? Oh my gosh. But easily Yoda defeated them.
That's great.
Really enriching the Star Wars lore here.
I'm so sorry that we made us do this in the Star Wars universe.
There was half an R2D2 known as RD. He was undergoing repairs on the snow base SB, and the repairs would have been no bother at all, NB, except that at that point there came.
Make sure to flip only after you've said
Okay,
it.
there came an attack from pirates, AP, but they were defeated by Yoda.
There's a letter missing.
Oh, I know your one was Yoda. It's not defeated. They're easily defeated by Yoda. Easily defeated by Yoda. EY. Everybody got married.
Small tip: it might be easier if you just say everybody married, like
Okay.
because keep the two
Okay.
letters.
So there was a robot that was split in half and therefore known as RD, and he was being fixed on the snow base SB, except then it was interrupted by an attack of pirates, AP. But fortunately, oh fuck, it was no bother.
Okay. Would you like to try again, or would
Yes, I would like to try that. Do I get a lifeline?
Nope.
No, sorry. I can't try.
Like as in a whole new game.
Oh, yeah.
would
Can
you-
we play this game again?
Okay. How
Yeah,
would
we
other
can do
people like to play this one
Yeah, I
again?
don't mind.
So for the record, you got up to the EM. So
I
you
think I got
scored
overconfident.
1, 2,
I
3,
was going
4,
too
5,
quickly.
6. You scored 6 points.
I mean, the story ended on a positive note. I think.
Everybody got married.
Everybody married.
It's
Yeah.
possible if that's a positive note. Like they got married as the result of a pirate attack. Like what?
Was it Yoda defeating?
Yoda defeated the pirate
Yes, they
attack.
got-
but
It
then
doesn't
why
say
are
who they got
married?
married to.
Right to
They
Yoda.
got.
Oh, Yoda practices polygamy.
Yeah.
I mean, is it canon? Like, do we know what the marriage structures are like in the Star
Right,
Wars
exactly.
universe?
Why would they be prompted by a defeat of pirates?
Well, because everyone's so grateful to Yoda.
Oh my god, that's creepy.
That is
It's just the
creepy.
rule in Star Wars: when you defeat an enemy, you have to marry someone. No,
And
It's going
everyone
on all the
wanted
time
to
behind
marry
the
Yoda.
scenes.
Everyone was just lusting after Yoda. Okay.
You should stop.
Second game. Amy?
Yeah, sure.
Tredge, just realised that you did start the last
I
one.
did actually.
So.
Do you want to start? 'Cause I started
Yeah.
last time.
Okay. Oh gosh.
oh hell!
Hospital?
I'm trying to narrative that is going to help us to begin with.
Make sure it's not Star Wars. Then I'll be
Yeah,
really
I'm
happy.
trying not to think of Star Wars, but all I can think now is Star Wars. Okay.
Do you want a drink?
Have some water, if that's all
Can I have a cup of tea?
Yes.
That'd be amazing. Thank you.
Normal tea, green tea?
No more tea.
Oh,
Water?
I'm just water. Yeah.
I'm genuinely excited to know what we're going to
Yeah, I
say.
just
I'm
can't think of
really-
anything.
I'm really gripped.
I can't. I
There's
really
so
struggle
much
at these
suspense.
games. I really struggle at these games because I just, with my dyslexia, I just can't visualize the words sometimes, and I just.
What about "Oh hello"? Said someone.
Oh, hello, said someone.
Yes.
Who?
You can have a
That's,
yeah, give us
that's
a
fine.
character.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine. Hello said someone
Said
could
someone.
be. And then you start.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh hello, said someone.
Office?
Oh fudge, said someone else.
Okay. Oh, hello, said someone. Oh, fudge, said the conversationalist. Because, because they recognise them as their escape partner from jail. EP, escaped partner. Oh, hello, said someone. Oh, fudge, said someone else, because they recognise them as their escape partner from jail.
You've just told me what the answer is.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. No, I've mucked up. I meant to say it before I did it. Oh, hello, said someone. Oh, fudge, said somebody else. Because... Oh, hang on, no. What? I've mucked up already.
They both came from the same
It
background.
was escaped prison, mate. Escaped prisoner?
Basically.
You need to remember the two letters.
Oh, it was EP. It's escaped
Yes,
prisoner.
EP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes. You can get
They met their escaped prisoner. Oh, and then... Oh, gosh.
They signed a non-disclosure agreement.
Disclosure agreement. Escape prisoner. I'm really sorry. This is the kind of game that really, yeah. I just focus on the letters. I never focus on the words that could be joined with the letters. Escape prisoner. No, I'm really sorry. This is.
We're allowed to chip in, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of escape prisoner who.
Can't see anything.
Yeah, somebody help me because I'm having a mental block at the moment. I'm really sorry.
Never. What would it be? Or
No. Oh, next day.
Next day.
Next day. Okay, so I don't know how that links with the story. Escape prisoner.
Then the next day they met them again.
The next day they met them again. Or the next.
Met each other again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. OH, said one person. Oh, fudge. OF, replied another, recognizing him for he was his fellow escaped prisoner or escape partner.
Just
EP.
go for prisoner, actually.
Yes.
That's much better.
EP. The next day, however, indeed, they decided to meet again at 7 a.m.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm just gonna try and make it more mysterious this time. Okay. So someone was walking down the street and they saw someone that they knew, but they didn't know how they knew them. So they said, "Oh, hello, OH." And then the other person responded immediately, "Oh, fudge." Because they were an escaped prisoner, and that's how they knew each other. Escaped prisoner, escaped prisoner, escaped prisoner, escaped prisoner. But then, nonetheless, what made it even worse is they ran into each other again the next day, MD. In fact, that was a plan that they'd made to meet at 7 a.m. And then it turned out he remembered another thing, which was it was also his affair partner, AP, as well as being escaped prisoner.
2 days later, just happened.
Didn't remember that for the first day. Just sort of traumatized.
What is an affair partner?
What's an affair partner?
Like someone you have an affair with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so walking along and oh, hello, said somebody. The other person said, "Oh, fudge," as they recognised them as their escaped prisoner, EP. They'd arranged to meet the next day, ND, at 7 a.m. Oh gosh, and then they realised that they were their affair partner, AP. I'm just seeing that as Easy Yoda again. Affair partner from 8 years ago.
Yeah,
Right.
that's great.
Okay. Two strangers run into each other on the street. Ah, hello, OH, says one of them. Oh, fudge, OF, replies the other one, recognizing the first as the fellow escaped prisoner who they escaped with some time before, EP. The next day, ND, they were both walking down the same street at 7 a.m. And ran into each other again, whereupon both of them remembered that not only were they fellow escaped prisoners, but they had also had an affair together before they'd even gone to jail, and were therefore affair partners. I remember the letters are EY, but I can't remember why.
Definitely wasn't Yoda, but that's all.
It wasn't Yoda.
So it's EY because it was 8 years ago, of course, because the affair happened eight years ago.
Does it matter which way the letters are around? Can you do them either way?
NH could
it's
be
NH.
never happening again.
Oh, I see, NH.
Yeah, it would never happen, and it never happened again. It was 8 years ago and never happened again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, one of them says to the other, like, what happened between us will never happen again.
Okay. Someone was walking down the street and saw someone they thought they knew, and they said, "Oh, hello." The person immediately responded, "Oh, fudge," because they recognized them as an escaped prisoner, EP, escaped prisoner, and then they met again the next day, ND, at 7 a.m. And then they suddenly realized they were also affair partners, AP. Affair partners, AP, and then it had happened 8 years ago, EY, and then they both declared simultaneously to each other that it would never happen again, and H. On pain of SH.
Maybe it sometimes happens.
And then
These sexy happenings.
and they reiterated that it shouldn't have. No, that's too similar to the first one. So
Yeah.
it should never happen again. And that they had to seek help, SH, for being sex addicts and criminals.
Yeah. Seek help indeed.
Okay. Somebody was walking down the street and they thought they recognized somebody, and they said, "Oh, hello, OH." The other person said, "Oh, fudge, OF," because they recognized them as their fellow escape prisoner, EP. The next day, ND, 7 a.m., they met again, and they realised that actually they were also their affair partner, AP, from 8 years ago, EY. Is that how far we got? No, I can't have been, because it's down to write me again. Oh. They swore that it would never happen again. MH. I know it's SH, but I can't remember why I know it's SH. They were going to seek help.
Yay! So
Okay.
good.
Oh my gosh. I see.
So you can offer
In
suggestion.
Chicago.
Intensive care?
Seek help in Chicago.
Yeah, why not? In
Okay.
Chicago.
Okay.
They might have already been in Chicago. You never know that.
Yeah, that's true.
Two people meet. Oh, hello, OH, says one. Oh, fudge, OF, says the other one, recognizing them as a fellow escaped prisoner, EP. The next day, ND, they decided to meet again at 7 a.m. Whereupon they also realized that they were former affair partners, AP, from an affair that happened 8 years ago, EY. They swore to each other it would never happen again, NH, and decided they were going to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC. What's this? ZN?
NZ.
New Zealand?
Yeah, one or the other. In
Chicago,
Chicago or New Zealand. Because those are the two best places to seek help.
Because
clearly.
Chicago is a no affair zone.
Okay, great.
Oh, okay.
It needs to be 2 words.
Oh, it has to
NZ.
be. No affair is a compound noun because
Okay.
it's got a.
No affairs. Okay.
Okay. Someone was walking down the street and saw someone they knew. Oh, hello. OH, they said. Oh, fudge, replied the other person, because they recognized them as an escaped prisoner that they escaped with, EP. And then the next day, ND, they met again at 7 a.m. and realized they were also affair partners, AP. From 8 years ago, EY. They swore together that it would never happen again, NH. Never happen again. And then they decided to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, which is a no affair zone, NZ.
Wow.
I kind of want to say make restitutions, but I don't know what the W would be like if anybody has any ideas.
What's the previous one? It was
No affairs.
no affairs. No, that was one.
Yeah, Chicago.
Yeah,
No affairs allowed.
no affairs.
Famously.
I'm close to saying then they ran away from Chicago because they did have an affair again, but I don't. That's actually A, not W. So, can I say run away, RW?
As long as you remember the W, the rules of the game are that the 2 words have to be starting with those letters.
Okay, I won't do that then. Okay,
And with the theme you're on, they could realise they're wrong.
They realised they were wrong when they realised they were actually in love with each other. So they realised they were wrong.
Words in 2 consecutive
Shoot.
words.
Okay, it can't be that. Okay.
But it was really wrong.
But
Yes.
it was really wrong of them to do that because they were actually just associating with each other more by seeking help together in Chicago. Even though it was a no affair zone, it was really wrong of them to take this decision together.
Yes.
Okay.
Could you pass the week long paper? Yes.
It's
Yeah. Thank you.
really wrong.
It's my go again. Gosh, okay. So somebody was walking down the street and they saw somebody they recognised it, so they said, "Oh, hello, OH." The other person called back and then said, "Oh, fudge, OF," because they realised that they were there. They were fellow escaped prisoners, EP. The next day, ND, they decided to meet again at 7 a.m. when they realised that, as well as that, they were also affair partners, AP, from 8 years ago, EY. Oh gosh, no, I'm missing a mix of words now. It was not never again.
It's close to that.
It's close to that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't think I've got it. I've completely forgotten.
It's not never again, but it's
never.
like It's like a word.
Never happen again.
Am I
NH.
allowed to say stuff like that? It's collaborative.
Probably not.
It's unclear in the rules.
Frowned upon.
Okay.
Never happen again. So they decided to seek help. SH in Chicago. I see. Where it was a no affair zone. NZ. Oh gosh, sorry. I just saw the next card. But they realised they were wrong. Oh, W. Now it's my turn.
Really wrong.
Oh, really wrong. Oh,
You said RW though. You got
Yeah, as long as you get the letters right,
Oh,
that's
okay.
all that matters.
so that's fine. Really wrong. Now it's my turn, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Everlasting love.
Everlasting
Ah,
love.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
everlasting love. Everlasting love. Yeah.
Was really wrong, this everlasting love of theirs.
So,
Okay, great.
everlasting love. I have one question. Is there a TH card in there? Because that could be really good as like the end. It's like
Oh,
the way the game says is the
No,
TH comes up.
That would be TE.
See,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, TE. Sorry. Yeah.
There's not a TE.
It's not a TE.
Okay.
Okay.
Two people meet in the street. Oh, hello, OH, says one of them. Oh, fudge, OF, says the next one, realizing that they are both escaped prisoners who escaped together. The next day, ND, they run into each other again at 7 a.m. Whereupon they also remember that they are former affair partners, AP, from 8 years previously, EY. They decide that the affair can... No. Yeah?
Yeah.
They decide the affair can never happen again, NH, and that they're going to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, because Chicago is a no affair zone, NZ. However, this tactic turns out to be really wrong, RW, because they end up spending even more time together. In fact, they discover that theirs is a case of everlasting love, EL. I don't know why I've gone this way in both stories, but then they decide to have an awesome wedding.
Okay. Two people walking down the street, and one of them recognizes the other and says, "Oh, hello, OH," and the other one immediately responds, "Oh, fudge," because they realize they were escaped prisoners at EP at the same time. Then they meet again the next day, ND, at 7 a.m., 7 a.m., and realize they are affair partners as well, AP, and it should never happen again, NH. Affair partners from 8 years ago, EY. Yes. And that it should never happen again, NH. Never happen again. So they realize that they're criminals and love addicts. So they decide to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, which is a no affair zone, NZ. Seek help in Chicago, which is a no affair zone. Fudge.
You were going to say something
Seek help.
different.
And they in fact then realised that was really wrong, RW, because of their everlasting love, EL, and therefore they had an awesome wedding, AW, at which but unfortunately, more bad news was that one of them invited their stepdaughter, SD. I don't know where that's going, but that, in fact, the stepdaughter was a member of the wedding party.
Okay. So, someone was walking along the street and they saw somebody they thought they recognised and they said, "Oh, hello, OH." The other person recognised them back and said, "Oh, fudge, OF." As they realised that they escaped prisoners, EP. The next day, ND, they met again. At 7 a.m. and realised that they were former affair partners, AP. from 8 years ago, EY. They swore that it could never happen again, NH, and decided to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, where it was a neutral zone? No, not neutral zone. No affair zone, NZ. However, they decided it was really wrong, RW, because of their eternal love, EL.
It's the right letters.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
So-
And you can change the words if you want.
Okay, yeah.
They decided to have an awesome wedding. If I made that up, I feel like awesome's not right.
Yeah,
It was awesome. Awesome wedding. This is where I feel like it's however than a stepdaughter.
Yeah. All right. You have to do
Estate.
so well.
Okay. Gosh. A stepdaughter. Who? Oh, I'm dyslexic now, so this is going to be
You can repeat words, so you could say
Thor-
the
Thor-
stepdaughter was
Thor-
a terrible
thoroughly.
daughter or something.
Thoroughly is not. Is an F, isn't it, or is it T?
Thoroughly is a T.
Thoroughly disapproved.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
CD.
Oh, stepdaughter thoroughly disapproves.
I mean,
People
they
meet in the
are
street.
criminals and love addicts, so it makes sense within the plot.
Two people meet in the street. Oh, hello, OH says one of them. Oh, fudge, OF says the other one, because he recognised the other as being an escaped prisoner from a time when they were prisoners together. They run into each other the next day, ND, at 7 a.m., where they also realise that they are former affair partners, AP, from 8 years ago, EY. They agree that this can never happen again, NH. And they decide to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, which is a no affairs zone, NZ. But that turns out to be a really the wrong move, RW, because it turns out that it's an eternal love, EL. And off the back of that, they decide to have an awesome wedding, AW, at which one of them has a stepdaughter who comes to this wedding, SD, and the stepdaughter thoroughly disapproves of the match, TD. She thinks I can't remember established the genders of these people, have we? She thinks her relative's new spouse is a silly girl.
Okay. It's a silly girl. Okay. Two people are walking down the street, and one sees someone they know, sees that they know the other one, and says, "Oh, hello, OH." And the other one says, "Oh, fudge, OF," because they recognize them as an escaped prisoner, EP. The next day, ND, they run into each other again at 7 a.m. And realize they're also former affair partners, AP, from 8 years ago, EY, and they declare that it should never happen again, NH. So they decide to, in the mess they've made of their lives, to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, which is a no affair zone, NZ. No affair zone, NZ. But they were really wrong, RW, because of their everlasting love, EL, and therefore they had an awesome wedding, AW, at which one of their stepdaughters, SD, thoroughly disapproved, TD, because she thought the new partner was a silly girl, SG. And therefore, silly girl, SG. Therefore,
I'm trying to keep it clean. A silly girl marrying a rascally boy.
Silly girl marrying a rascally boy. Let's go with that.
Sounds like a great matchup.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds a match made in heaven.
Well, the stepdaughters are thoroughly disapproved. I mean, they thought, like there had to be one sensible person in the pair.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Okay, this is going to get to the point where I'm going to let the team down, I think.
Don't worry.
So one day somebody was walking down the street and they said, "Oh, hello, OH," because they recognised somebody who also recognised them back and said, "Oh, fudge, OF," because they recognised them as their formerly escaped prisoners, EP. The next day, ND, they met again at 7 a.m. when they realised, oh wait, I actually recognise you from as my affair partner as well, AP. Sorry, I didn't recognise that yesterday when I saw you after all that time. Oh no, I've talked too much. I've forgotten the next bit. Affair partner from 8 years ago, EY. They saw that it could never happen again, NH. So they decided to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, where it was a no affair zone, NZ. However, it went really wrong, RW, and they decided that they were internally love. No, that's the kind of
Eternal love.
eternal. They had eternal love. Yeah, EL. So they decided to have an awesome wedding, AW. However, their stepdaughter, SD, thoroughly disapproved, TD, because she thought they were a silly girl, SG, and rascally boy, was it?
Yes, it was.
Rascally boy, RB.
Oh
Come
my
on.
God.
That writes itself.
With the IQ off.
Oh, great.
Combined IQ.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that
20.
of whatever card's next? Maybe that's.
We'll see. Yeah. If I can get to it, I know there's a particular one I'm afraid of missing out every time because it's like a really simple detail.
Mm-hmm.
So
Which one?
8
Is it
years.
really
the 8 years.
Actually,
I'm gonna.
for me,
I'm
it's
definitely.
8 years.
I'm gonna miss
really
it.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two people meet in the street. Oh, hello. OH says one of them. Oh, fudge. OF says the other one, as they realise that they are both the former escaped prisoners, EP. The next day, ND, at 7 a.m., they run into each other again, whereupon, on top of the previous revelation, they recall that they were also former affair partners, AP, from 8 years ago, EY. They agree that this should never happen again, NH, and that they are going to both seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, because Chicago is a no affair zone, NZ. However, this turns out to be a really wrong move, RW, because theirs is an everlasting love, EL, and before long they have committed to having an awesome wedding, AW. However, the wedding is blighted by a disapproving stepdaughter, SD, who was thoroughly disapproving, TD, because she considered this to be a marriage between a silly girl, SG, and a rascally boy, RB, with a combined IQ of a combined IQ that was lower than that of a really minuscule goldfish.
Okay. Really minuscule goldfish. Really minuscule goldfish. Okay. Someone was walking down the street and saw someone they knew, so they said, "Oh, hello." The other person replied, "Oh, fudge," because they recognized them as an escaped prisoner from their time as escaped prisoners together. The next day, ND, they met again at 7 a.m. and realized they were also affair partners from 8 years ago, EY, 8 years ago, and they decided it should never happen again, NH, and that they would both, given the mess they'd made of their lives, both together and separately, seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, which is a no affair zone, NZ. However, this was a really wrong plan of attack, RW, because of their eternal love, which they realised, and therefore they had an awesome wedding, AW, at which one of their stepdaughters, SD, was thoroughly disapproving, TD, because she saw them as just a silly girl and a rascally boy, RB, with a combined IQ of a really minuscule goldfish, RM. And
She couldn't stop them because they were in love.
And she kept referring to what attached them as illness/love.
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 It's an illness. Okay. So, I was going to completely do a joke then and just start with the Star Wars one again. No, not going to happen. So somebody was walking down the street and they saw somebody they recognised and they said, "Oh, hello, OH." The other person recognised them, but then said, "Oh, fudge, OF," because they recognised them as their previous escaped prisoners, EP. The next day, ND, they met again at 7 a.m. when they also realised that they were former affair partners, AP, from 8 years ago, EY. They swore it could never happen again, NH, and that they would seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, because it was a no affair zone, NZ. However, this proved to be really wrong, RW, because of their eternal love, EL. They decided to have an awesome wedding, AW. However, one of their stepdaughters, SD, thoroughly disapproved, TD, because she saw them as a silly girl, SG, and a rascally boy, RB, with a combined IQ of a minuscule goldfish. No. Oh gosh, no. It's a minuscule something, isn't it?
Oh, I think it's the latter before minuscule.
Minuscule.
It's an intensifier.
Yeah.
Minuscule tiny? No.
What's that? The noun doesn't actually matter. I think we've done really well though, even if
I think we've done really well. It's a minuscule. Did it start with M? It did start with M, didn't it? No, something minuscule. Tiny minuscule? No, small minuscule. Really minuscule.
Yay!
RM. Goldfish. I can't even remember what comes after that. Oh, was that? No, I did one after that, didn't I? No.
Yeah. Did you? Yeah. I can't
No,
remember.
you did one.
Did I? Oh yeah, really minuscule goldfish.
But.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Their.
Think about toxic relationships.
Oh, their relationship was an illness / love. Ill-loved. Lovingly ill?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Ally. No, it was right. IL.
Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry, that was my fault.
I was right. I was
You're
right.
right, yeah,
Okay.
that's
Well,
that was my.
You said it, didn't you?
I said IL. You. Okay. Oh gosh. IL. Illness of love and.
Could give one of them a particular kind of like physical irritation.
And
Oh yeah. And it fired off both of their irritable valves.
Illness of love and. Full of intended betrayal.
Intended betrayal. Okay.
Is that
okay?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Intended betrayal.
Intended betrayal.
Well, it's not inevitable betrayal.
Inevitable betrayal. That's
Yes.
nice.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Inevitable
Okay.
betrayal.
Okay.
So we got two people walking down the street. Oh, hello, says one of them. OH. Oh, fudge, says the other. OF, because they recognise each other as escaped prisoners. EP. The next day, ND, they meet again at 7 a.m. And remember that they're also affair partners. AP from 8 years ago. EY, they decide this will never happen again. NH, and decide they're going to seek help. SH in Chicago. IC, because Chicago is a no affair zone. And Z, however, this turns out to be really wrong as a move because theirs is an eternal love. EL, and instead they end up deciding to have an awesome wedding. AW, however, one of them has a stepdaughter, SD, who thoroughly disapproves TD of this wedding, considering it to be a match between a silly girl, SG, and a rascally boy, RB, with a combined IQ of a really minuscule RM goldfish. And I think she goes on to accuse what they have of being an illness stroke love, which will lead to an inevitable betrayal.
Which might lead to one of them ODing.
Yes.
One of them will be
Yes. And the inevitable then leading, given both of them have a sordid past, to an overdose.
Okay. Two people walking down the street, and one says, "Oh, hello, OH," to the other. The other one says, "Oh, fudge," because they recognise them as escaped prisoners from the same time. And then the next day, ND, they meet again at 7 a.m. and realise they are also affair partners, AP, from 8 years ago, EY, and they decide it should never happen again, NH, and they will seek help, SH, in Chicago, which is a no affair zone, NZ. But that was really wrong, RW, because of their eternal love, EL, and therefore they have an awesome wedding. But unfortunately, one of their stepdaughters, SD, is thoroughly disapproving, TD, because she thinks of it as a match between a silly girl, SG, and a rascally boy, RB, with a combined IQ of a really minuscule goldfish, RM, and she thinks of their love as an illness love, IL, that will end in inevitable betrayal and an OD, suicide, and an overdose. IY.
Oh, yes, please. Thanks.
IY, any ideas?
Oh, gosh.
I'd say if I were you, but was sticking a
Oh,
word
yeah.
between them.
If
They would overdose using iodine.
Intravenous yogurt?
Yeah, oh my gosh, what kind of rascally boy and silly girl would do that? I love it.
overdose, yes.
Intravenous yogurt.
Intravenous
I
yogurt.
feel like that's going to be too hard. One of us is going to forget intravenous or yogurt.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to try and find something easier. They would overdose
In years to come?
in years to come. In years to come. In years
very
to
good.
come. Okay. We're doing so well.
Oh god, that means it's my turn. Okay. Somebody was walking down the street and I remember the letters, it's just to remember the words that go with it. And they said, "Oh, hello, OH." And the person they saw said, "Oh, fudge," because they recognised them, OF, as an escaped prisoner, EP. The next day, ND, 7 a.m., they met again when they realised they were also affair partners, AP, from 8 years ago, EY. They swore that it could never happen again, NH, and swore to seek help, SH, in Chicago, IC, because it was a no affair zone, NZ. However, this was really wrong, RW. I feel that food's going to distract us and cause us to lose. Really wrong, and their love had an eternal love, EW. So they decided to have an awesome wedding, AW. However, their stepdaughter, SD, was thoroughly disapproved, TD. and thought they were a silly girl, SG, and a rascally boy, RB, with a combined IQ of a really minuscule goldfish, RM. Oh my gosh. And that it was ill-fated, no, illness, love.
Yes.
Ill-fated love, illness, love. ILs is what I meant in love. Which then it was my turn, and I said something that was very clever, and I've forgotten. Ill love, which was in something
Lead or something.
Yeah.
It was need to inevitable betrayal.
Yeah.
IB. And which then cause an overdose, OD, in years to come. OIY. Yeah. Gosh.
We're past halfway through the day.
RL. Oh, in years to come. Start a nuisance. In years to come. Oh gosh.
And possibly, but possibly not, the overdose would be from intravenous yogurt.
Intravenous yogurt. In years to come. In years to come. In years to come. We haven't decided yet. No, I'm deciding.
Oh, RL is the new
card, yeah. And I'm distracted by food, which looks incredible.
I'll start eating your food then.
Oh, okay. In years to come.
This is so great. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Oh gosh, no. It smells incredible.
You'll get food when you think of something.
Oh no! In years to come.
Well, the pressure.
If we lose after this, it's
we mean really later.
Perfectly respectable.
No,
really later.
Really later. You're right.
Dickensian.
Really later. I was just thinking kind of.
Yep.
Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy Star.
In years to come, rather later. Or rather later.
I feel like I'll forget that.
In years to come.
With the rotten luck?
Rotten luck.
Mm.
What about that?
Rotten luck. With their reclaimed love.
Okay.
Their reclaimed love. Yeah, that kind of works, doesn't it? Yeah, reclaimed love.
So we're having a time skip at this point, and years later.
Their reclaimed love. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
it's multiple
Okay.
bits.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna go fast, so I might mess it up. Let's see.
Is that so you can focus on eating?
Yeah. Two people meet in the street. Oh, hello. OH says one of them. Oh, fudge. OF says the other one, recognizing the other as an escaped prisoner. They escape together. EP. The next day, ND, they meet at 7 a.m. AM, where they also recognize each other as former affair partners. AP from 8 years ago. EY. They decide that's never going to happen again. NH, so they decide to seek help. SH in Chicago. IC, because it's a no affair zone. NZ, however, this turns out to be a really wrong move. RW, because their love is eternal love. EL, and they end up having an awesome wedding instead. AW, at which one of their stepdaughters, SD, thoroughly disapproves. TD, deciding that it's a match between a silly girl, SG, and a rascally boy, RB, with a combined IQ of a really minuscule RM goldfish. That will, and she says that their love is an illness love. IL, that will lead to an inevitable betrayal. IB, followed by an overdose. OD, via intravenous yogurt, or I can't remember what we actually said that should stand for. Oh yeah, actually it's skipping ahead now, isn't it? In years to come, their reclaimed love, RL, roared hotly.
Two people walking down the street. One said, "Oh, hello." The other one said, "Oh, fudge," recognizing them as an escaped prisoner. The next day, and D, they meet again at 7 a.m. and realize they're also affair partners. AP, and declare it should never happen again. And oh fucker! Sorry.
The 8 years got you.
The 8 years. We always knew it was going to be the 8 years. I'm so sorry.
So now, if you want to check your score, you go on Untitled, like flip cards until wherever you got, and the number of cards that, including the one that John just did.
Already disapproved.
Silly girl,
rascally boy, IQ, goldfish, illness, love, inevitable betrayal, OD, intravenous yogurt in years to come, reclaimed love, roared hotly. That's it.
How many was that?
Way better than last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Wow!
That's good.
More than halfway through the deck.
That's great.
That's the best score I've ever seen.
Really?
Oh, wow.
So good.
Are you happy for me to pop this box to the side and you to come over to this side? Is that okay?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
And hopefully the bowls aren't too hot to handle. So if I swap these two things, this is me. I am Bez. That's John. Say me, and that's Jack. Which I might tilt it slightly more so people can see all four of us. So anything that you want to say right off the bat before we get to the ratings? Or shall we start dissecting the things one at a time?
I was just going to say that's right up my street. I like a lot of it. Really enjoyed it. I suppose it's the main flaw is that as you go on and you're not losing, it kind of gets very repetitive, and you wonder, like, you start thinking like maybe I should throw this because it's going on quite a while.
Yeah. But maybe we felt that because people don't tend to do that well. So they don't get us trapped.
Like, I do wonder, parts of me did wonder if it should be like, you make 24 cards, that is the win condition.
Yeah,
like after deck, 24 is really... I don't think I've ever seen anyone...
Split the deck or play with a certain amount of cards.
Yeah.
Although there is a challenge, though. There is that challenge, like, can we get through the whole deck? And it's like, it's going to be impossible.
Like, it could be like, at the start, set your time, and this is because it does get exponentially longer. Because every let's say you take about 5 seconds to go through per card, then card number 24 adds 2 minutes to it, just to say it, even if you're going through that fairly fast rate. And then card 25 adds another 2 minutes, 5 seconds, whereas at the start, it's only 5, 10, 15 seconds. So the first 10 are going to go so much faster than the next 10 and so forth.
I think that might be one of the lose conditions, which is to a certain point you get a bit bored with the first card. Like, I think I was being lazy. I think that's why we lost. I was like, a fair partner, blah blah, 8 years. You know, just like I was kind of rushing.
Yeah, I was sure that was the one I was going to drop.
I thought that was a great game.
I really liked it. I love memory games. So for me, I can remember the letters. With my dyslexia, I can't remember the words. So it's a bit hard on that regards. But that's mainly just the way my mind works. Is sometimes I find it difficult to think of new words rather than remember the ones that are already have been said. So kind of I can probably more or less photographic memory, so I can remember the cards, remember the letters, but I just associating the words and actually thinking of the words, I sometimes get a bit of a mental block from my dyslexia. But I love the game. The first game I got 6 points. Can you remember the first cards from the first game?
It was RD on the snow base.
On the snow base.
There was no bother.
No bother. But then there was a pirate attack.
Angry pirates.
Yeah.
And we were easily defeated by Yoda.
Easily defeated by Yoda.
Everyone got married.
And everyone got married. Yeah, it was we can still remember that one.
Honestly, I thought it was a really great game. I liked the level of creativity. I liked the level of... It was interesting that at the start we didn't actually establish whether we were playing it collaboratively or competitively. And in a way, I felt like that didn't really matter. Like, we hadn't really decided. We were essentially playing it collaboratively, but I can see that it could be played competitively. I really enjoyed it.
It is a cooperative game.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying about the fact that you do start to feel a bit trapped. because you do it quite well. I mean, for me, if it weren't something like ending on the 24th card, maybe it could just be introducing some sort of wild element, like then you have to go through all the cards backwards, like some more ambitious, different thing, so that it feels like you're leveling up or something. Like, I feel like towards the end it felt like now we just have to sit here forever talking about these affair partners that walk, so it's the repetition.
Even in a weird sort of, what's the word I'm looking for, purgatory?
But I guess what kind of tempts us against that is that each time you tell the story slightly differently, so there's still an element where it's not fully boring because each person has their own way of telling a story,
I really enjoyed that as well, just listening. Sorry, I'm trying to not jump in, but I can't help myself. Sorry.
No, that's cool.
John, do you have anything you want to say?
Oh, I was just going to say you could ramp up the difficulty majorly. It would make it probably into a different game by saying you got to remember the letters, but you tell a different story each time, and then you'd be using the stories previously to kind of to try and remember and build your own one. But I suspect already, just from like playing it out in my mind, that would immediately get very difficult.
Well, what about at a certain number of points or cards, you all collectively remove one card, so you have to remember not to say that one. So you'll be like, when you get to 20, you all decide one card to remove, and then you have to remember not to say that one, or something like that, where it like adds a different element of threat. Or
I guess it could be that if you wanted, you could remove some, but it feels like probably, I mean, at the end of that, it's like 26 cards and you were really satisfied, right?
Yeah. I mean,
so it feels like maybe the answer is as simple as just saying, use half the deck, 24 cards. If you manage to make it through 24 cards, that's amazing. And if you want a ridiculously epic game, warning, this will actually last 2 hours. Use the entire deck and try to make it through that.
Or combine 2 decks together to make a really, really long one.
And also because of the exponential value, that would probably be like about 12 hours.
I mean, the one thing comparatively, I mean, it's one of those games where I think if we'd only done the first game we played, we got 6. If the second one we got maybe 8 or 10, I could have seen us playing 3 or 4 games, shorter games in the space it took us to play the really long one. But I like that because I feel confident that 26 is a really, really good number to get on that game. And yeah, I think there's that challenge there that you could easily see yourself in the evening with friends. And that challenge is like, how far can we get through the deck and remember? It's a bit like some like old drinking games might have played at university, those kind of things. And I really like that.
And also in comparison to the first game that we played, not of this one, but the one before, I think that first one with the pattern recognition would be more fun only if you were already friends with people. Like, to play it with strangers, I don't think it would be that fun. Whereas this, I felt like playing it with strangers is fine because it becomes quite funny and you're kind of making things up together. So you kind of, it's quite a good game to kind of,
that's a good icebreaker.
Getting to know people that you don't know.
I mean, the first one, I think it's a really good. The first one.
I mean, I would like to avoid comparisons to previous games. Just talk about them on their own merits.
Yeah, that's fine.
Could we actually go to the ratings and just to let you know there is more. I'll get it out in just a moment.
Okay.
Putting roast potatoes on the go. So, everyone thumbs out, and let's talk about the usage of the deck. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So 2, 1, and 1. So you felt it was brilliant, full marks. And what held you back from giving it full marks?
I mean, the patterns and numbers weren't used. It's just the letters. So it's purely from the design of the card layouts, it was just the letters. But the fact that both letters were used, it was strong. Kind of 1.5 is what I would have gone for if I could have.
Yeah, similar. It's not even a criticism really, but just technically, it's not full usage of all the things that are in the deck. But that's not, I didn't have.
I mean, for me, when I say usage of the deck, what I basically mean is, at a very basic level, the worst case scenario would be this game could be played using traditional playing cards.
That's what I was thinking. Like, it's only this deck it can be played.
I mean,
yes, fundamentally, that's the ideal situation. Is that you can't play it with just Scrabble tiles or other letter cards. You need to have these particular cards.
So obviously one thing as well, going back on that, I might be tempted to go higher with 2, because nearly every card, there's lots of different card variations in that game, because with all the letter combinations. So
48.
That is, is every card different in the deck?
Yes.
Yeah. So because every card is different, you're not going to try and get repetition of the same double words coming out. So actually, in that regard, it is a very good use of the deck.
Hmm.
In that regard, yes, I'm 1.5, almost 2. Because,
Okay.
Because like the deck is more
What
than
about
just
between
letters.
us? I'll change to 2 and you can stay on 1.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm also like 1.5.
So let's talk about accessibility. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So 2, 2, and 1. Is it pure?
My
This is
dyslexia,
the-
and I think there will be some people there.
And remember that this is about having any inaccessibility that is unneeded.
Yeah. So I mean, for me, maybe it's just a personal thing. For me, I have a little bit of I get a bit nervous about voicing words in my head, and that's part of my dyslexia, part of anxiety. So for some players, there might be that little bit of a barrier for some people.
Oh, like a performance anxiety because the
exactly.
shy spotlight is on
am I
me
going
at
to
this
say the
point.
right word? Is anyone going to think that I could have said something different? For me, that affects me, but that's more of a personal reason. But I know there'll be other players that would have that experience. But when you get to the role of things, yeah, that's that.
Penultimate rating is about differentiation. Do you feel like this is different to other games you've played? Rating out of 2, from -2. Remember, 0 is meh, and -2 would be like a straight up copy of something. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So we had a 2, and a 1. And what's your reservations?
It's not so much a reservation as I can't think of a particular one. But I'm sure I've played like improvised story games before, so it reminded me of them. So it's not totally like a total departure from things I've seen. Like it's still like a fairly original way of doing it. But I've certainly done kind of like round robin story telling things where you repeat the story before.
If nothing else, like one word stories where you keep on going. And the most important thing, the kind of engagement, enjoyment, like kind of how much did you feel it was a valuable experience that you appreciated having? So out of 10, put your fists out when you're ready to vote. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So we've got a 9, an 8, and a 9. No, an 8.
An 8, yeah.
9, 8, and 8. Would you like to say anything more about your ratings? From John and going up.
It's interesting that you said how much you value it as use of your time, because it made me immediately start thinking pragmatically and thinking like this is I could see this actually being like a really nice story generating exercise for like people like writers with writer's block, if they were to kind of get together friends to try and help them like come up with a series of events or something that could happen. So I was thinking, so I think it's could actually be like useful outside of just being like an enjoyable game to play as well.
I think it's also the kind of game that you wouldn't necessarily get sick of because, eventually, but because playing it with different groups of people would be interesting in different ways. And I think I can already think of like, if I played it with my weird cousins, that would be really fun. And if I played it with those friends, that would be really fun. And I think like the flavour of it would be really different. It would be like socially fun. So it's kind of, it has this exponential capacity to be like kind of enjoyable and fun. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I think there's a lot of it's really interesting how the first game we kind of somehow decided on a mutual theme of Star Wars, and if none of us knew anything about Star Wars, that would have been a bit difficult.
Yeah.
So, but in a way, it's quite nice with that kind of as a bonding exercise to get to know people a little bit more, especially as we haven't met before. As a little bit of an icebreaker. I think for people that are maybe playing a game where they maybe don't know everyone, it's a nice way to actually introduce them to each other and get an idea of their sense of humour and kind of what it might be appropriate to say or not say, if that makes sense.
I wonder if it'd be different if you played with someone who had a bad attitude. You know, like so someone who's just like, no, you got it wrong. Like I didn't feel stressed really.
Yeah, and you were helping. I do want to draw attention to the fact that Amy, you were helping Jack a few times, and I think that's in the rules. It should probably just leave that up to the players almost explicitly, saying we discourage you from giving the exact 2 letters, but if you wish to offer help, that is up to your group to decide what level you wish to give. Because I felt actually some of the clues were like, oh, there's another word in there, and it felt okay. Like if I was playing, like that would have still felt like a win to me. But yeah, what do you think about that kind of vagueness? Like in,
I think that's one of those things where it's to do with the group dynamic, right? You decide, you sort of like work out between yourselves how much you're going to let yourselves go on, have fun. And I felt like we were enjoying it enough that maybe playing a little bit fast and loose with the rules and like was justified. Like it would have been, if you'd had someone who was like, no, we're not going to do that, I think it would have like slightly muted the atmosphere.
And I think you are right, Amy, that it is quite player dependent. If you have some people who are really horrible people, then frankly you don't want to play anything with them. But I think that this is going to be a game where you would feel more uncomfortable than playing something with I mean, even though there isn't a lot of interaction ostensibly, actually the fact that you're all working on the same story together and that you've got this shared goal, in reality, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to change your opinions, but it feels like this is actually much more player dependent than like a matching game or a quick words game where everyone's even seizing the same cards. And
well, there's an expressive element aspect of it, isn't there?
Yes, exactly. It's a game that's not only about the performance aspect, but also the expression, and it scores on both those.
I mean, I think there's also that element of the kind of, as cooperatively, you want to try and. We've spent a while on that one story. We kind of want to know where it went to. If it kind of ended before the relative conclusion, it'd be like, well, we'll just carry on playing a little bit to see how the story goes. There's kind of.
I wonder at what point one of us would have just gone totally mad. You know what I mean? Like, if we just kept going. Obviously, there's a limit to the deck, but I think before we got to the end of the deck, one of us would have just fallen on the floor or something and be like, I don't care about their affair partner anymore.
Half an RD appears and Yoda kills them all.
Oh yeah, once you get the RD, you'll bring in stuff from the part. Oh, sorry.
It's quite fun to have.
Which I was asking if there was a TE card, because then like the end, I've finally ended the story.
Or
to be continued.
AD, all a dream.
So if I asked you to give an overall rating, what would you give as your overall rating, everything combined? And would you stick with your 988, or would you modify that at all, bringing into play everything else you've said?
I think I'd be happy to stick with the 8. I think it.
I think I'd stick with the 8. I have like this weird feeling in my head that I want to reserve 9 and 10 for games that like shake me with their.
That's totally fair.
I'll stick with my 9.
Okay, don't feel super excited. I mean, but okay. I will get you. Would you like more food?
No, I'm all right.
Really?
Use the bathroom for a bit.
No, you're not allowed. On you go. You know where it is, right?
I can see it from here.
Okay. Would you like more?
I'd love some more. Thank you so much.
I will get some more for you in a wee bit.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Amy's. I will try and remember. I'll put it there just to remember. And it's taking a bit longer than expected. So the other games we've got are listable has been eliminated from consideration. We've done repeatable, triple, and repeatable. We could just go down this list. Spittle is 2 players only. So, if Amy needs to go, we could maybe play that, Jack.
Yep.
Crystal, I'm actually now looking at any ones which need more players. Let's go with starts at the top sort of and go with Trickle 2, because 2 people nominated things that they both call Trickle, which is
interesting.
Yeah. no one had ever made a game called Trickle before,
Uh-huh.
and two people both decided to do it in the same year.
That's amazing.
And one of them's more about ladder climbing. If you are familiar with that, where you play things and then it becomes better and better. The other one is based on trick taking and then word making. Let's go with Trick Hill 2. And I will just go to if you don't read the stuff too closely. I mean, not that you will know any of the names probably, but it will be nice to avoid.
How do you get the submissions? Is it like an open submission on advertised publicly, or?
Yeah, so I encourage everyone to know about it, and they all say, well, I tell people, I didn't do the best job this year of advertising it. I think this year I've had the fewest submissions, probably because I didn't do a great job of advertising it. Also because the ELL Deck is kind of out of print, and I've had other priorities with my busy bargain bags. But yeah, normally I'd make sure to put it on the Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Board Game Geek, tell other people. I'd get it on. There's like some lists for board game competitions for Cardboard Edison where I'd make sure to have it, put it on my mailing list, and also potentially put it onto the Kickstarter pages for people who've already got an ELL Deck and say, hey, if you want to make your own thing, try it. Worst case scenario, get some feedback. Best case scenario, win a whole bunch of games, consultation time, and 100 quid. And so, yeah, that's basically the situation. Do you feel inspired to make something yourself potentially?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Have you had anyone make a lying game yet?
A bluffing game.
Yeah, bluffing games. So, yeah.
No. I mean, don't apologize. I mean, I have had a few people make a bluffing game, but none of them were brilliant. I can't remember if any of them made it to the top 5, but definitely there's none in the headline games for the deck, if you know what I mean. So I would be very open to more bluffing games being nominated. And at some point, I'm probably going to say explicitly, okay, we've had... all else being equal, I would prefer games that use the deck and nothing else to games that even need paper and pencil, but even a game that needs the deck and then another deck of custom cards potentially, as long as the ELL Deck is required, if you know what I mean, that feels okay. And at some point,
so like a dice was needed in some way, or it feels like if that makes the game a lot better, then it feels like I'm at the point where I should be saying, go ahead and make those things. Does that make sense? Because if you need a deck of custom cards, it's not that expensive to make, a few custom cards. But obviously the ideal is that, hey, here's a game that literally anyone with the deck can play. So if you could deal out 12 cards, I will use some more food. Jack, yep. It's for Jack, that's for Amy. Thankfully, they are very different bowls.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're alright in these chairs.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just getting up and down.
Okay, 12 cards. 12 cards each, is it, or 12 cards?
12.
Was it a 2-player? Or is it just
okay?
So it was how many players?
3.
Right.
Sorry, 1, 2, 3,
Where else I wanted to go to the toilet now?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Do you like paprika?
10, 11, 12.
I wonder if I should pause it, or maybe I'll tell you the rules and explain and you can teach John when they arrive.
Yeah.
Or John's just coming in.
Sorry, I'm just gonna.
No worries.
If I can.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't mind putting that back in the kitchen?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Thank you so much. Sorry, you're right.
Yes, okay.
Sorry for all the mess and clutter. I really need to unpack properly. I've still not
thanks.
I don't know if we're allowed
got
to look
stuff. Yeah, you can.
We are. Okay.
And you can organise them.
Okay.
So you're going to be
Hey, these look familiar.
Oh my god, it's R2D2. That was a lie. I'm not giving away any cards.
so you've got to play stuff which either has the same suit or the same number or the same letters.
Is the suit the patterns around the side?
Yes. Then the next player, going round clockwise, you need to play a larger number of cards, if you see what I mean. So you could play literally just one thing, because that's still one of the same, but you need to specify whether it's numbers, letters, or patterns if there's uncertainty.
Mhm.
Then it keeps on going round until everyone has either played or passed. So it goes round at most once round the table, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
The person who plays last wins, and the cards get discarded. The person who played last starts the next round, and you keep going until one person's run out of cards. Everyone adds up the number of cards, that's your score, and when someone's got 25 points, the winner is the person with the lowest score.
Okay.
And we do need, interesting that I'd talk about pencil and paper at that point. I think, could you pick up one of those bits of paper? I think, no, not that one, the one with
I've got a
Sugar
pad
Mick
if you
on
want
it.
some paper.
Or
This one?
the other one.
This one?
Yes, please. That doesn't look like something that I particularly need, and I probably should have thrown away some time ago. That's slightly embarrassing. Yep.
I've got some paper if you want a pad.
I mean, we don't need it.
Okay. Can I squeeze one?
No.
Oh. That'll make playtesting a little bit difficult. Sorry.
Who's happy to record the scores? John?
Okay.
Because you're beside me, you get to record the scores.
Okay.
So I will guide you through your
Out the chair.
first round. So look at your cards. Let me swap the things. We're not playing repeatable anymore. It is trickle, and we'll call this trickle number 1. Actually, no, it's the one that was 70. So I'm just putting down trickle 70 because it was the 70th submission over the years.
Okay.
So yeah. Now, John, you get to start because you're on my left, and so you get stats advantage. Put down any number of cards that have the same number, same suit, or same letter.
Only one letter.
Yes.
Should I be putting down higher numbers or lower numbers, do you think? Well, let's just see how it goes, shall we? There we go. 3 S's.
3 letters, so 3 S's. Okay, Amy, if you can put down 4 or more letters, you want to put them down. Because the object of the game is to get rid of all the cards in your hand.
So it has to be 4 or more letters.
Yep.
Okay. And what happens if I can't do that?
You have to pass.
Okay. It can't be 3. It has to be 4.
Correct. It has to be more than the previous person.
Okay. Give me one moment and let me see.
And I mean, there is a possibility I could imagine where you don't want to play because it's going to break up like a really nice collection of something else that you think you'd be able to play something later.
Yeah.
But I imagine that generally you would want to play.
I am going to. I'm gonna. What's 3?
I've never asked this before about the ELL Deck, but are So, like, would an S always be at the top? Or
Yes.
So
So there, each of the letters on the top appear 6 times. Each of the letters at the bottom appear as many times as indicated by the number. So there's 3 G's, 4 B's, and 1 X. It's according to the ease of use within the English language.
You don't ever have to look above and below to count the S's, for example, because they'll only ever be on the top row. So
Is that true?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That makes it a little bit easier.
That does make it easier. Oh, thank you for specifying. I appreciate that.
Put that there.
So
So
yeah,
in
more
that case,
the less common letters are at the bottom. That makes sense.
Yes.
that's 2, that's 3.
I feel like I knew that, but it's been a while.
Yeah, and in that case, I'm just going to pass.
If it's letters, I'm going to have to pass as well.
Okay, so that gets discarded, and you get to play again. Oh no, you don't. There's score.
Okay, all right. Okay, play again. Right. Okay.
So knowing that they couldn't beat 3 letters, you might want to potentially do that again. It is a competitive game.
Competition. Just trying to get rid of all my cards, right?
Yeah, do it, John.
4 numbers.
Oh, damn you. I passed.
See, I mean, the problem with that is that potentially there
person who
was
starts
the...
again, right?
Yes, because if someone else beats you, then you give up the advantage to them. Whereas if you've done 3 letters and then the numbers, then... Sorry, I'm revealing something about your hand. Then that would have meant that you'd definitely...
It can't be the same number. It has to be more.
It has to be 5 numbers.
Okay, no, I can't do that.
Okay.
We've got 5 numbers in my deck, but I'm just not the same.
I understand your point. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
No, that was. You waited till after I got, so that was fine. Okay, so.
Also, you've got to keep shuffling
Yes.
your hand orders as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
To check for different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep trying to figure out if there's a smart way to arrange them.
There's
There
not.
isn't.
There's not. The smart way is to not try.
Yeah. You just have to keep looking.
2 letters.
2 letters. Okay.
So do you have 3 letters?
Probably. Which one? Well, let's see if I can do it without using that. Okay. 3 letters.
Am I right in thinking you can choose not to play cards?
Correct. If you...
So you can kind of do a bit of a bluff if you wanted to.
Correct.
Okay. 3 letters. Letter T. Something there.
I can't go.
Okay. I'm not reading out this.
So they
Where,
both-
where do we put these? Over there.
They both get discarded then, don't
Is
they?
that the discards? Is that the
I think
discards?
that's a discard, yeah.
So Amy won that. Does that mean she goes first in the next one?
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
3 numbers.
Four numbers.
Oh no.
Can't go.
So that means I've won that one.
I think it's just getting rid of it. So when we get to the end, you start now, Jack.
Yeah. Okay. So, because that affects the pattern. Yeah. Okay. 3 numbers.
Okay.
Okay.
Can't go.
Yeah, you went.
So again, yeah. Yeah, really, really pulls this up. Thinking like, no, I didn't realise it was all one round.
So if it's patterns, it's just the same, isn't it? Okay. 2 numbers.
Can't go.
3 numbers.
Ooh. So Amy
Thank
goes
you.
first.
Okay. Okay. So I mean, it
Sounds,
can just be one,
sounds like
right?
the start of Mr.
Yeah.
Sandman.
Okay. Okay, one. I'm going to decide what it is. Let's see. One. One number.
2 numbers.
No, we said the wrong thing.
Okay. So
Jack goes.
again.
Okay.
Who's going to win after this round? Anyway?
Yep.
One pattern.
I'll go again.
I can't go.
So
So he went. Right?
So write down the scores. No, you
Oh.
need to remember
Oh,
how
you-
many cards
oh,
you
I
have
see. You
in
had at the
hand.
end. Okay. So do you get minus for it? Or you just-
Essentially.
We have two.
So Jack, leading with 0 points. John,
Brilliant.
-3, and
Yeah.
Amy with -2. And now you take all the cards,
Oh, gee.
put them together, and shuffle and redeal.
I latched onto I don't know what was going on in that game far too late.
Let me. Oh, the robot's just reminding us to stretch in case people are just.
Cool.
I've got the robot to remind me to stretch every 40 minutes when I'm streaming.
That's so great.
So one thing is, you don't want to end up with one card in your hand because then you're never gonna.
Well, if
Not
you've
unless
got the
you're
power.
final,
Yeah, exactly.
If you go and then for some reason you've just got one card, you've got a very low chance of
How many is it?
succeeding.
12.
Unless to keep at least a pair in your hand, isn't it?
Looks good.
I'm not sure. It's not been clarified on the rules who starts the next round.
Hmm.
I'm going to say that it's the person who played last.
So Jack.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does give a big advantage, the person who basically just won. I'm aware of that.
And so a fair way would be the person maybe who lost, like on the highest score.
Actually, the person with the highest score, giving them an advantage, would actually be good. Would people like, because it's unclear, and what would people prefer?
I don't mind.
I prefer the person with the lowest score, which would be John, gets to go first.
Or the highest score, because
With the worst score.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean the worst score. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
I think that would give the advantage. Otherwise, you've got the chance of.
Yeah, John.
Okay.
Congratulations. You're doing badly. You get
I get
to...
a chance to redeem myself.
Exactly.
So
We're all fully negative today.
we've got a lot.
So is there a higher chance of letters or numbers or patterns having repetition? Because
Well,
numbers should be-
mathematically, there are 15 fives out of the 48 cards. Numbers go 6. There's 6 1s, 6 2s, 9 3s, 12 4s, and 15 5s. So it goes up by 3 each time, if that makes sense. So like 6 6, 9, 12, 15. And so 15 is quite a big percentage of the
Yeah.
deck. So you're likely to have a big chunk of 5s.
Hmm.
Conversely,
Sure.
there are 6 possible suits, and they are equal, so there's 8 of each of them, and you're less likely to have as many. And there's 8 possible top letters, 6 of each of them, which are the most common ones, so again, less likely again. So I would say numbers with the 5s, certainly, and even the 4s and the 3s, you're more likely to have
Yeah.
compared to borders or letters.
Okay.
And actually, even the 1s and 2s are equal in amount, in quantity to the letters. So yeah, actually, numbers is clearly going to be easier. And so if you're ever unsure what to call, it strikes me that, yeah, letters is the one to go for if you've only playing one card like Amy had to do.
Whereas if you're going for numbers, you've got a higher chance of somebody going, "Oh, I've got 4," and then they're actually scuppering themselves later on because they've got to rely on patterns which they might not have as many of. So,
Or potentially letters, because yeah, there's an interesting relationship between the numbers and the letters, because if you've got 3 Gs, those 3 Gs will all have a 3 on them.
Right.
Now I know this is incredibly difficult to work out what to play. Incredibly difficult.
I think it's. I mean, that's also. I mean, it's a tricky one. The first move's always going to be difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're thinking, do you go low to kind of see what everyone gets rid of the high ones, or do you go high and realise that?
Let's go with 2 pattern.
How do you get rid of the card?
Let's think. Okay. Two pattern. Okay, 3 pattern.
Pass.
Okay. So 3 numbers. I mean, not numbers, what are they called? Letters. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh gosh.
I can sense that there's some tension.
We just can't tell the difference between letters and numbers, that's all. No, I can't go. Oh, can I? Hang on. Sorry, hang on. No, I can't go.
Pass.
Okay. 3 letters again.
Just trying to see if I've missed something. No, I'm not going. I'm going to have to pass.
Pass.
Okay. What's more likely again, the numbers or the patterns?
The letters are the least likely to be followed.
And then between numbers and
Patterns are less likely.
patterns are less likely. Okay. 2 patterns.
Okay.
Interesting. You've maintained control for basically all this game.
Yeah.
3 patterns.
Oh shoot. That's it now. I'm never going to be able to win, right? Because of a
Well, you'll get 1 point.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably, but
Pass.
1 is still a pretty good score.
Okay.
So pass.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just think in my head. Give me a second. Two patterns.
Three patterns.
They don't even bother asking Amy at this point because
Yeah,
Amy's
exactly.
just got
Yeah.
the 1 card. How does that feel, Amy? That you know that you're out of the round?
It's fine. I think if it happened many, many times,
1
it
number.
might get boring. But this can be explained.
Did you say 1 number?
3 numbers.
Okay.
So does it carry on?
If he had
Yeah,
he
So it could carry on. So he could.
No. Like you pick up. And
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like if kind of like it's like a.
No, it's only once per person.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
3 letters.
Ooh.
It's that risk, isn't it? It's that gamble.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, you've outfoxed me there. Is that it? And you've got your only final.
Ah,
One
he
pattern.
wins.
Damn.
Jack gets 0 again.
I'm really. Yeah.
But you want to wait to see what Jack says because you might be able to lose 2
Also,
cards.
also pattern.
No, he said yeah. Oh, you
Oh,
said
you already said
pattern.
pattern.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got to get rid of 2. I can get rid of some
Yeah,
at
you can get
least.
rid
Yeah.
of 2 then.
So at least it's not that bad. Okay. So 4, not maybe 1. Okay. So not want to.
So you add them up, so it's 0, 7.
3.
Yep.
Thought I had a good plan there, but it didn't come off.
And
That's
these
interesting.
12.
I'm liking it.
By the way, Amy and Jack, I'm curious about your opinions of the second bowl of food you had.
Yeah,
Were you
great.
able to detect that the potatoes had been roasted this time
Yeah,
around?
it was great. Really
Yeah.
good. Thank you. Really
A bit more paprika as well. When you're saying do you like paprika,
Yes.
I assume you put a bit more paprika in.
Yes, I put some roast potatoes with just some potatoes. Showing everyone your
3,
cards.
4,
I was hoping to draw you out
5,
doing another numbers one,
6,
and then I could have
7,
like finished you off with like a
8.
with.
I was
Like,
so
9.
I deliberately let you
11,
both go for a couple of high
12.
ones, so I knew that I would have the upper game later on. So it was a risk because
That's
you were
good.
down to 1,
Yeah.
and if that had backfired, I would have had all the cards. But
To be honest, I don't think I have the forward thinking to plan how I'm gonna win. You know, I'm just like get rid of my. I think
so
you're,
I'm going
I
first
think you're
again,
good at
aren't
this
I?
game. That's it.
But you're a very strong second right now. I mean, 7 to 3.
I'm not sure like going first is necessarily an advantage, but maybe I'm just doing really badly. Let's see. Okay. So, like, is there a way I can do this without ceding control straight away or backing myself into a corner like I did in the first one?
No.
I mean, the other thing you could do
To-
strategically is if you see, okay, I've got a really nice group of letters, a really nice group
Yeah.
of numbers, and a really nice but then if you keep them, then if you've got like 1 of 3 and you've just got, I don't know, I was thinking if you just had maybe 2 other cards to get rid of, you could start off with 1 of the ones and then seize back control, because doing the 1 and then a few big groups where you maintain control is probably easier than doing. And I guess if you've got like a big and then a little, that's probably easier to do than a big.
and it's a lot of management. You've got to kind of work out that kind of if I've got that big, by playing that card, am I going to rule out the ability of playing another card?
Right,
So you've got to try and manage.
Because I can see that you 3 are struggling with. I mean, there's 4 elements to each card that you've got to consider: 2 letters, 1 number, 1 border.
So I mean, it's younger players might find it harder, but it's I think it's still
4 numbers.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Alex asks if we're playtesting the food. I mean, I'm curious about people's opinions. Yeah. It was worth me roasting the potatoes. That's the conclusion that we came to, and I'm sorry you didn't get to taste that, John.
That was delicious, thank you.
Pass.
Meg, I just need to work something out in my brain.
Wow, has he actually got 5 numbers?
I'd be interested in also just like a physical assistant, like something to hold the cards. It's just too many cards to comfortably be looking at everything at once. So I'd like something where you could move the cards around, or like a.
It's interesting because I think these are poker-sized cards, whereas bridge style cards are a little bit more narrow, and they are typically a little bit narrower because you might have to hold 13 cards in bridge, whereas in poker you only have to hold maybe 3 or 5, maybe.
5 numbers.
5 numbers, wow.
Okay.
Because you got to work out, like, if I play that, have I just lost 3 other pairs? Or okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, sorry, I should be quiet.
No, it's just it's part of the playtesting process, discussion. 3 numbers.
4 numbers.
I don't care. Oh shit. Oh yeah, no, I can't do that. Okay, no, can I? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so pass.
3 numbers.
Oh
Season
god.
back control.
Okay, let's think. In that case, no, I don't want to do that. What was it again? 3 numbers.
3 numbers.
And it's interesting because you could definitely play at a higher level where if you were thinking, okay, I've got 3 numbers, but I've only got 2 letters, but maybe the probability of someone having 3 letters is actually lower than the probability of someone having 4 numbers.
Yeah, or I mean, but patterns are probably where it
Okay,
lies,
so
maybe,
4
because
numbers.
there's more. It's quite a lot of patterns.
4 numbers.
6 patterns,
No,
8 top
I can't do it.
letters.
Okay. Let's go with.
I was hoping to get them both with high cards there.
And now you're left with 1.
I've got 1.
And patterns is harder than numbers, is it? I can't remember. You told me just a minute ago.
Numbers is the most likely to have a lot of.
Okay.
I think it's letters and it's patterns.
Okay.
No patterns are
Equal to
second
letters.
most likely.
Oh, okay.
Because there's 8 each of 6 patterns.
And the hardest is letters then.
Yes, letters is the hardest.
3 patterns.
It's probably a good thing that there's someone with like the most knowledge about the deck just here.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
It does make me aware that there's actually probably, if this were a game, it would have to come with these reminders to remind you
You
of.
both didn't go?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you can easily have a kind of like a symbol of like patterns and how many there are, how many numbers there are, how many letters there are, kind of how many possible matches or suits.
I should have this written down somewhere. Numbers are easy. Yes, numbers
Numbers are easy,
hard.
letters
Numbers
are.
are really hard.
But
Jack
technically
is messing you up.
Oh, he's messing.
Jack is being a bampot.
So, is 2 a good score or a bad score?
Well, in the previous rounds, we've had 0-3-2, 0-4-1.
Okay, so I'm just going to get stuck on 2 maybe. I'm going to go, okay, 3 patterns.
Oh, so 3 patterns, you maintain control and you get to go again.
Okay, great. So I'll get 1, I think. 1 letter, because that's the hardest, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
2 letters.
And then Jack has control.
Oh no,
No, there's 1. Oh no, she's got.
Oh, bugger. This is going to be a stalemate, isn't it? Okay.
No, it's fine. You do play one of anything because everyone else has just one.
One pattern. So
Okay. So you both. So everyone's ended on 1 on that one.
yeah, I was.
No, because
Oh.
you maintain control and then you play
Ah.
again.
Yeah. No, 'cause I was counting numbers. I basically had 2 A's.
Why are
and
you
then-
saying? Why are you saying?
won
Just
anyway.
one.
No, I know.
You got 0. I don't understand why you're
It's
complaining.
just I have left my hand.
No, you don't. Because you play, no
You
one else
maintain
goes,
control.
and then you play again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm being silly. Yes, okay, so numbers.
So we both get 1, right?
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah, I didn't. That was being really stupid at the end. Then that makes sense.
So that was the third round, third game, however you want to
What do
call
you
it.
normally play it? What do you normally play it?
In the instructions, it was up to 25, but if people are feeling like they want to stop early, then we can negotiate
So
that.
when one of you gets 25, it's whoever's then got the lowest score.
He is the winner, yes.
Right.
So currently, Jack is
Storming the lead.
0-4-8.
Do you want to go with 25 or do you want to pick a lower number that we maybe could pick in advance, like 15 or something? Or
I'm happy with whatever.
Or 12 and a half.
12 and a
12
half.
So basically, when you've got 13.
yeah.
Whatever you feel is reasonable as the playtesters.
I don't
What-
mind what you think. I just feel like we should decide in advance.
A couple more rounds rather than just leave it there.
Well,
or... Oh,
it's
okay.
meant to be based on number rather
Okay.
than number of
So,
rounds. So if we've been
15?
doing,
15.
if the
Three.
we've been averaging 1, 3, and 4. So 1. Actually, in 3 rounds we've gotten to 8.
Mhm.
So 2 more rounds would probably not get to 15.
Okay.
2 rounds would
should we say
probably not
12?
even. I would say if you want 2 or 3 rounds, then 12 would probably give you 2 or 3 more rounds.
Okay. 12.
Alex says it looks like getting stuck with 1 card at the end is really limiting. Yes, I think that for sure, as we've agreed, if you go down to 1 card, you're basically banking that no one can beat you.
Yeah.
But
That
in a
hand.
way, when you're down to 1 card, you've got a very good chance of you coming
Well, 1
seconds
card.
rather than first. So if in a round game, you know you're not coming last potentially.
Yeah.
Because
And getting 1 is still a very good score.
yeah, and especially as it's going to be over what the impact over several rounds. So like I could easily end with 8, like 6 on this one, and still come seconds. So
Okay, I've got to start again. So I'll go with 3 letters.
Strong start.
Let's have a look. Okay.
As in, you pass.
No, 4 letters.
L's. That is improbable.
oh gosh, wow.
Jack ponders their move.
I don't think I can go. I'm just trying to work out in my mind if I can. No, pass.
Do you feel like your dyslexia is making it trickier?
No. With letters, it's fine. It's for me. It's more about absorption of information, and I'd probably say, oh gosh, like if I ever have to do public speaking, I
3
I
letters.
can have something rehearsed for months, but I just can't visualize the word when I need them. 3 letters.
Do you have 4?
Possibly. Four letters.
Ooh. What's that?
Ends.
4 ends.
And spelled fun as well.
Jack takes control.
Where am I going now? Gosh, okay. Three patterns.
Ooh. It is really interesting how it's not just about whether you have it or not, but about the future relationships of what
and how it will affect your hand, and
breaking up.
4 patterns.
Pass.
So I could see there was a bit of reluctance there.
3 letters.
Pass.
Pass. Just whether or not it's got.
I can't finish, unfortunately, so it's just going to be, well, doesn't matter. 1 letter.
2 letters.
Pass.
Okay.
Will Amy go out? Because this is interesting. I mean, potentially Jack might be caught with 5,
I know.
which would put Jack into second rather than first.
Okay, 2 patterns.
Pass.
Yay! And wait, you've already run out, right? Yeah. Okay, great. 1 letter.
I mean, not run out, but gone down to 1 card.
But I can still play, can't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you've got 2 letters.
2 letters.
So you're down to 3 at the end.
3.
Okay.
So now John is on 9, Amy is on 4, and Jack is still in the lead, but with
on the
3
head.
points.
You're ahead.
Ah, yes.
No.
No, not
Jack
Okay.
is
I'm
still
ahead.
in the
I'm
lead.
still in the
Oh,
lead by
you're on
1.
3. Sorry, I thought you were
By
on 5.
1. No, because I had 2.
Yeah.
So I saved some pairs at the end
someone else
to see if I could. I managed to just get back in there. Yes, really, really interesting one.
Are you continuing to learn more strategies as the rounds are going on, would you say?
I don't feel like I've strategized at all. I feel like I've just got you just got to it feels so far. I mean, I'm not very good at complicated strategies anyway. But I feel like
1,
very controlled by what
2,
cards I've got.
3.
How about
4,
you, Jack? Are you
5.
learning more, or was it all apparent at the beginning?
I mean,
7. 8.
I'm
9.
testing a couple
10,
of different strategies. So I think that's the whole point of playtesting, to see what
12.
might work and what might not work. I think I've got some strategies that kind of maybe help. So it's just difficult to tell. Like I think working out what you've got in your hand and all the different options you've got is key, and then being really cautious of what you play and thinking actually what is the backup option if that doesn't work, because otherwise you could really scuffy yourself. Oh my god, sorry.
I'm very curious to. I'm going to hear that.
Oh no, it wasn't as good as I thought it was, but still, we've got quite a lot of
Well, you can tell everyone at the end.
yeah.
Or maybe you could kind of put it here where my hand is, so that everyone at home can
see on the
show
computer
it.
screen. Let's see on the computer screen.
John will promise not to look. I'll
Yeah,
cover John's eyes like this.
I think it was
Yeah, John can't see. John is pretty focused on their own cards.
I mean,
to be fair.
I'm just. I
suppose
don't
also
think my
there's,
tactical acumen is going to get any deeper at this game. All I can ever see is like, oh well, if I was to play that, it will completely ruin the other strategy.
I don't think people at home could see that.
Oh, I've shuffled them all up now. I'm really sorry.
Show them again.
I've got to remember where it was. I've lost it. I've shuffled. Hang on.
Just show your cards like.
No, I've lost amongst everything else.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting, but it is hard to.
It's hard to judge how they're going to play, and also
it's also hard to just identify suits with, again, 4 things per card.
We go with 4 numbers.
4 numbers. Okay.
4 5s, of course.
Let's think. 1, 2.
Water.
Oh yes, please. Thanks very much.
This.
Pass.
five numbers.
Okay.
This is where I can completely muck up. So. 3 numbers.
It's just so infuriating. Okay, yeah, it's whether to do it. It's not whether to do it or not. It's yeah. It's not bad. It's not okay. 4 numbers.
Sorry, I might be giving.
No, that was what I was
giving
thinking.
John a lot of advice.
It's what I was thinking
In
of.
which case, pass.
Okay. But I don't know if it's enough. I just don't know if it's enough against Jack's mighty hands. So let's go with 2 patterns.
Okay. 4 patterns.
Oh,
Pass.
see, you should have been worried about Tammy.
I didn't. I just thought it was.
Because sometimes you think about the person who's got the least cards, but actually the person who's got the most cards has got a better chance of taking it.
Hmm.
Okay, let's think. Which are we going to go for? Okay, 3 numbers.
Pass.
Pass.
Okay, let's think.
This is really
I mean, it is interesting where if Amy plays a 3, then John definitely can't beat it,
Yeah.
and Jack is almost certainly can't beat it unless Jack kept like 4 of a kind.
Even if she played a 2 and I could play a 3, there's like you've only got 2 cards left. It's
Yeah.
2 letters.
Pass.
Pass.
Check. 2 patterns.
Pass.
Pass.
1 letter.
2 letters.
No. So, 11. Amy's stays on 4. How many you got left?
2.
Oh,
Oh, for the head.
Amy takes the lead, and this is, unless John manages to finally score 0, this is going to be the last round. Alex says, I guess you could have 2 cards which are both a pair of patterns and a pair of numbers. That is true.
But you can
And
only
if
have
that
to
were the
say what
case-
you're doing when you put it down. So,
I'm going to
If
actually
that
have
were the
a
case, I would put it down and I would say patterns, because numbers is easier than patterns.
So if you look at here, the triangles have 2 2s and 3 5s on them, and bubbles have 2 3s. No, 3 3s. Yeah, I mean, you can never match have both letters and patterns because of the way that the cards are.
Right.
But it would have been impossible to have unique numbers in all the things. And there are some suits with lower totals, if you know what I mean.
Mm.
So I felt like that was just interesting. Jack, you've got
Okay, let's see.
But yeah, that's definitely true, Alex. You could have a final pair if you were both lucky and also works it out very well. Maybe the person with the most points should just be able to elect the starts. I mean, do you feel like you do have a minor advantage by starting?
it's very difficult to tell because this really isn't my kind of game generally as well. Like so I don't really. I'd have to play more to feel like that. I definitely think I'm falling into the repeated trap of trying to like get rid of cards early and then just having nothing towards the end. But then the one time in the second go when the whole point was trying to like save up a strong hand for the end, I just had all those cards left over because like I got outmaneuvered. So it's.
Do you mean it? Well, in the last game,
the last few I've scored like 1s and 2s because I've been trying to get rid of like cards up front like as quickly as possible. The second round, the one where I scored
4 points.
I had 4 at the end. That was as a result of trying to hold back like some good combinations, but then it just didn't go my way, and I had Jack was able to go out at the end when I'd still
And
got
yeah,
most
like
of them
Jack was saying, a consistent one is going to do better than scoring 2 zeros and a 4 in one round. So it kind of, any game where it's repeated and is going to reward, like, yeah.
So
It's all about the average score rather than your best score.
Yeah.
Alex says, I think the start player does get a bit of an advantage because he can get rid of his spare card that doesn't fit anywhere, which is absolutely true.
if
Well,
you
that's
can make
a-
it fit in, and it doesn't sacrifice your, it doesn't like.
Because if
mean
that's
your-
that spare card, it could also mean that you risk giving away the game as well. If you do want, it's an interesting one. Although you think, well, actually, no matter what, I'm going to keep that pair or those 2 pairs of cards to the end, just like my last resort kind of thing.
It's interesting because finishing with 1 card in your hand after a big play is probably actually stronger than finishing with 2 cards after a big play.
Yeah.
Because after that big play, you kind of are gambling on maintaining control no matter what. It feels like. And I say this just like watching, but also looking carefully at, like, thinking what I would be doing with that hand. That
It's interesting.
Jonathan, still going to ask you.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel about the downtime, Amy and Jack? Because it is a critical decision what you start off with.
I think getting your deck in order and a bit of strategy in advance, it makes you don't
2
want to rush
letters.
that. Sorry?
2 letters.
2 letters.
2 A's.
3 letters.
TTT. Would you like some more?
Water. Or...
Tea, whatever, drink.
Oh, could I have a glass of water?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Anyone else want anything?
Oh no, thank you.
Oh.
I'm just counting my letters. Oh. 3. Four letters.
Oh, really? Wow.
Oh, 4. Oh, wow. Well, you're not going to have 5 letters.
He's the one that started it.
Oh, I thought you only went round once anyway.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I got confused because I was getting water.
That's okay. Oh, see, that's just
Find it, interesting that on the camera the numbers and borders aren't really visible, but I think you can still see the main letters on camera.
see, it's just then if I'm going to go out. Do you just play as many cards as possible in one go, thinking you're never going to get more than that?
Yeah, good question.
Because otherwise, if I lose, there's a chance that I need to always beat with a 3. Whereas if two patterns.
2 patterns.
Yeah.
3 patterns.
Hang on, it's my turn.
Oh, sorry, I think you said no.
No, sorry, I was good.
John said, ugh.
I was like, because it's just such an annoying decision to have to make. I think, it's literally the most annoying decision you could
ever make in your entire lifetime.
Yeah,
this is the worst moment.
Yeah.
Everything
Thumbs
in your life
down
hinges
for
on this,
every
John.
aspect.
It reminded me of yesterday when I was playing a brand new game against Sebastian Blaisdell, and I had to make up the tie-break rules like on the spot because we were probably going to tie, and I was like, okay, this and then this and then. Yeah, I hope you understand that this losing is going to be the worst thing ever in my life. Is terrible. What's a calamity. I hope you appreciate the ignominy of losing at any game.
It was 2 patterns, right?
Yep, it is on 2 patterns. So you would need to play 3 or more.
My brain's melting down, like planning all the possible future moves. It's like chess.
That sounds like a good review.
It has.
Do you like it?
No, I'm gonna pass.
Oh,
Okay.
It's probably my last the last round anyway. I might as well try something
okay.
different.
So 3 patterns. Sorry, I was a bit trigger happy with that one.
That's okay. You'll go down.
Interesting.
Oh my god! All right. Okay. Yeah. So So I know that John has 3 patterns. But I know he also has at least 3 of something else.
Because you assume, because you
he
know
was
John,
he was
and
defending something
John
else.
is not the type of person to work that hard
But he
to
could have
bluff.
been. He could have been defending like a high number run or a high letter run.
Yes, exactly. I mean, he was because he definitely has 3 patterns.
Unless it was an incredibly expensive
Well,
while to bluff.
assuming that it's not an elaborate bluff, he definitely has 3 patterns, and also he definitely has something that he values more than that. My guess is that that's letters based because that's more valuable, unless it's a real load of numbers. But even so, numbers are rubbish. So who cares about that? I'm gonna go for. And how many cards does everyone have? You've got loads. Oh, damn. Okay. Well,
Jack has 6. You have 6.
I'm gonna go for.
How many do you have? 10? John has 10.
I might go out with 10 of this, right?
So it's going
to work together.
It's going to be pretty hard to win this, yeah. I'm going to go for 2 letters.
Oh, pass.
Sorry, I shouldn't be making faces.
Let's do it. 3 letters.
The end or D's?
D's.
Okay.
It's a slightly more unusual one.
3 patterns.
Pass.
Pass.
3 numbers.
Pass.
Pass.
Oh, wow.
What do you think?
Oh yeah, good point. I'm going to say letter.
2 letters.
Can't do anything.
Oh my god, John got 0. Congratulations. The game carries on. So 11 points.
2 cards, yeah.
Amy's on.
We're on both
6.
on 11. I've got 6.
Oh, wow. Wow,
So
Jack, how the mighty have
I
fallen.
know.
got
I
one
mean, I
round
thought I
left,
had a
right?
good strategy as well.
You played 3 rounds scoring 0, then 3,
I
2,
think it just took
6.
the rest of us a bit longer to figure out the game.
Yeah.
So this is definitely the last round because you can't both get
snorted
0.
with laughter when
No.
Amy was like talking through my tactics because she gamed it out much more. better
I
than
mean,
did.
hypothetically you could, but it's very unlikely.
What's that?
They could both get 0. Oh, they could. Okay, right. So it's not necessarily the last round, but
But it's almost certainly.
almost.
And
Team up against her.
Alex says, "What's a turnip for the books?" I like the reference to my game, a game about quickly grabbing creatures that are totally different than grabbing your turnips.
Ah.
So yeah. Let me put my bowl on the side.
1, 2,
Is your desire for food sated?
Yeah,
4,
I'm stuffed. I don't think anything
5,
else.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
So who goes first this time?
Well, I had more.
Oh,
cards
that's
in my...
a good question. If
One-
we've been saying that the
suppose-
person with the
I
highest,
Yeah.
had 6 in my hands, and you
That
won
would
the
make
last
sense,
round.
doesn't it?
if there's a
Yeah.
tiebreaker, then it should go to whoever did
Yeah.
worse in the previous round. Yeah. Are you sated for
Yeah,
food?
that was amazing. Thank you so much.
You're
That's
very
brilliant.
welcome.
What goes there?
Oh.
Actually, just when I was doing that last thing, I had a 4 pattern, which I knew would
gosh.
which meant I knew I could get rid of them. But I was like,
Yeah.
every time I put down a big number, that's like completely ruined all my goes afterwards. So should I do it or should I not? A guaranteed win versus like hold fire completely. I suppose I could have put down 3 as well, but
Ah. Pretty tense, isn't it?
Yeah. You're going first, is that right?
Yeah, I am. I do that and I can't. Oh,
it's not fun, is it? Do it to the other foot now.
4 letters.
Woofed.
4 letters.
No.
Pass.
Also pass.
Tried to send it mysterious ways. So it was like, oh, I could put down my 6 letters.
4 letters. Oh, okay. If you want to go with 4 letters. Oh, bugger. Why did I do that?
Just in case people do actually want to stack pistachios and for the shells.
I'm actually allergic.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. And sorry for the Yeah, I remembered to not have nuts, but then I forgot to not bring in out. And you can't have nuts either because of your asthma.
Yeah, it's fine.
Would you like some nuts or should I put them back?
Let's put them back just in case, like any
Dust
nuts.
comes.
Yeah, nuts get into the air.
Yeah, I'm sorry everyone.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Sorry, this is really, really long, isn't it? Hang on.
I don't really like. I do have a big thing of biscuitsy things, but because it's such a big bag, it's like I don't want to open it unless people are actually hungry for it.
Right.
Yeah, not
It's the one round where I didn't go first.
I can't. Oh,
oh wow. Want to show that to the camera? So
Okay, I'm just saying that this way.
that's going to be a very good hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
For-
no, John doesn't have an average hand.
it's got to be that, isn't it? Do you deliberately go low if you know you're not going to win, and then just hope that it comes down to something else later?
do you see what Alex said?
What's he said?
So, I don't think we want to say because it might be revealing information about
Okay.
John's hand.
Okay.
I mean, okay, well, 3 numbers.
3 numbers.
5 numbers.
How many numbers is that?
5.
Five.
So you need 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, pass.
5 numbers.
And Alex had said, that's number 1.
Yeah.
Pass.
I mean, obviously pass.
2 numbers.
Oh, you're out. Okay.
Now we're done.
2 numbers, so I put out the most numbers I can have, which is 4. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. 3. 4. Is that just 4? Just check. Sorry, is that 1, 2, 3, 4? How many is that again? That's 2.
Yep.
4 numbers.
10 numbers. No.
How many do you have left, Amy?
8.
8. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Got 5.
Going up to
So
14.
5 for Jack.
Yeah.
16. Oh my gosh. What? Wow.
You
So-
won.
That's switched around completely.
Just to
Yeah.
let's see if we can get the camera to focus on this. Maybe here we go. So we started off with John doing really badly. Well, not terribly, just slightly badly.
Pretty awful second round.
And then really badly, and then consistently, staying in last place until finally Jack caught up, and now you went into first. That is amazing. Okay, I am very surprised by that.
Me too. No, I mean, I had it all planned from the start. Obviously I was,
do
what's it
people
called?
happy to
pool
come around
sharking them.
here for the... That's radish for the book, says Alex. Reference to my sequel. A game about quickly grabbing creatures that sucks with difference and counting your radishes. So yes, do people have things that they feel the need to say, or should we just get on with grading the elements?
I can't think.
Okay.
I quite like the learning process of that game. Like it, as opposed to like the more pattern grabbing. I know we're not supposed to be comparative, sorry, but I just meant it takes a while to kind of figure out how you're going to play it, and that's always enjoyable. I liked that element of it.
Working out how to manage what you've got in your hand and remembering it when you've got to keep shuffling it around is good. So kind of like, I mean, I felt like I developed a strategy, but then it clearly just went away at the end. So kind of like, is this, yeah.
And I think it was a good balance of like skill based and luck based, and therefore that kind of takes away. Some games can feel quite laborious if they're totally skill or strategy based, but I think this was nicely balanced with luck. So to a certain extent, you're still
You
having
felt
fun.
ownership over what you were doing, but it wasn't too much Sorry, I shouldn't be speaking for you.
No, yeah, I agree. It wasn't too much like you're labouring at a task, which is your strategy, because there's an element by which it was also just like a fun, random game.
Yeah.
as well.
It's like I thought it was like a more enjoyable kind of poker, because in poker I find maybe better poker players don't find this, but I find it's like going through round after round of not having much and like working with nothing, and then trying to work out what to do on the like 1 in 10 rounds where you've got something viable. And there was an element of that in that, certainly like in the losing rounds for me, I didn't feel like I got any strong moves to make. It was just a kind of trying to work out how I could ward off, like get rid of things anyway. And then when I had like the last 2 rounds, I knew if I could get in control, I got a good chance of doing it. But there was more in the middle. There was more sort of like, maybe I've got something here, maybe I'm just being slow, maybe it's something I haven't figured out yet.
Yeah, like I hope I've been fairly clear that whilst I don't want you to compare these games to each other, like I'm very happy for you to compare them to the existing ludography out there in the world and what exists, because we can't take these games in isolation. And it is interesting actually to compare to poker, where the winning move is kind of to play a minority of your hands. You want to fold more often than you play quite often with poker, whereas here you are forced to make the best of that, and so that could be both aggravating, but also, okay, at least I'm doing something. You're not just sitting out. Well, so let's rate out of 2. We start with the use of the ELL deck. Like, could this be played with another deck of cards? Would it be better with, some hypothetical other deck of cards? 3, 2, 1, vote. Rate, vote. I got my words all mixed up. 2, 2, and 1. You want to?
I think it made great use of the deck, but I could also see people managing to do it with some elements of it with a conventional deck of cards, like the suit versus the number versus the color, or something like that.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, like with a deck, you've only got the 2 aspects. I don't know if you need 3 aspects necessarily. I mean,
the third aspect could be like a particular, like in poker, particular combinations that you can add in. It would be more complicated, so it's more suited to this.
Can I add to that though that I preferred playing it with this than with a familiar deck, because part of it was actually the unfamiliar, like not knowing what to prioritize.
Overriding the instinct to go like, I've got a straight.
Yeah, we also all know the numbers of everything in a normal deck much better. So you know how many jacks there are. And I think the relative unfamiliarity of the deck opened up more creativity about like, what am I going to prioritize? Like, how many of this number are there? How many of this pattern? I think that irregularity of it, rather than the absolute familiarity of the standard deck, was also what made learning.
So it's kind of like you had this joy of discovering a new deck, and that joy of learning about the deck was part of the joy of playing the game.
Yeah.
You can just
I'm just kind of thinking similar games that I've played, like, and I can't remember what the name is. I used to play one up.
And we're not onto that part yet.
No. So I like it. I like the difficulty of trying to juggle the patterns, the numbers, and the letters, and I think that works really well. It's another one that teaches you, will help you learn what is on the deck as well, which is quite useful. I think definitely it's got it's used.
I like that it's asymmetrical. Sorry, I like that it's asymmetrical as well. Like, there's more 5s than other numbers.
Like, it could have. Hold on. Well, show it this way. You could have this, but then also a reminder. There's like this many of each number and this many of each suit on the side. But I think this makes it very clear that there's 6 of each letter and 8 of each suit on this little grid.
Oh yeah.
I think the numbers wouldn't have worked out in as fun a way with a normal deck as well, because there's too many of each suit.
There's 13, and 13 versus 4 might not be as interesting as, especially letters versus. I mean, I'm going to say that I don't there's no way in my mind that this could be the same feeling with the normal deck of cards. I think that hypothetically it might work better with a custom deck of cards, like with a brand new deck of cards just for this one game. But I think it works really well. Let's talk about accessibility. I think it's the next thing we normally do. 3, 2, 1, vote. So we've got a 1, a 1, and a 2. Can you talk about any reservations?
I just think mainly some people, I think, I know my wife, for example, taking in information sometimes and trying to juggle lots of different suits. If it's not just the patterns, not just the letters, the numbers, it's all three at once and planning ahead. I know some people might find that difficult, but it's I like that challenge. So yeah, I don't see it's necessarily a bad thing.
It's an inherent. It is going to be cognitively demanding.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's totally inaccessible to anyone, but it's definitely the kind of game where people with a certain kind of brain will, I think, do much better. Like there are people who can think that many moves ahead and make that many calculations, and you will see a huge gap, I think, opening up between how they perform at it. And I mean, I was stretched for a lot of that. In terms
but you
of
managed to win the game.
Yeah, mostly through luck.
Because you did have a ridiculous hand at the end, to be fair, yeah.
It's interesting because I feel like I disagree with that somewhat, because games that we played that were more clearly skill-based didn't really have a luck element, whereas this game has so much of a luck element that really it's about the unpredictable consequences of your choice. And there's an element to that which is therefore quite relaxing and fun. Like it's not actually skill or and you're using your prioritizing.
You've also got to gamble.
Yeah, it's more gambling.
Do I put down a 4?
Yeah.
And then I've got no chance of claiming it back again, or do I start off with like a 2 or a 3 thinking, well, I've got this 4 to help win it back again at the end?
Inherently, the turns when I thought I did really well were all just to do with the fact that I had better decisions and easier decisions to make, and clearer priorities. And that's why I think it wasn't exactly skill-based or unfair. I think it was actually just unfair in a fun way, kind of luck-based, where it's like, it is really.
But you do have to make the best of your hand.
Yeah.
I mean, if you'd try to be, like maybe you could have gone in earlier, but then abandoned your numbers, which would have been a terrible move. And yeah, that was not the hardest decision to make, to be fair. But and for all you knew, there might have been someone with 6 numbers. I mean, it's still possible.
It's possible, yeah. But I mean, I know there are people who have the ability to go look at what's been put down already and will know and from the other players' behavior, like what they won't know exactly, but they'll know likely what they're holding back, what they've got left over, and be able to make calculations like that. And
that's true.
Someone like that is going to dominate totally.
That's true, because I really enjoyed that element of it. Like, I can see what you've done and what you've done and what you're not going to be able to do, and I can work backwards from how you're behaving and I really enjoyed that part of it, which is so different from just like, oh, there's 3 of these and here's a 4th one of these. Like, I feel like that is what made it really fun for me, like working backwards from the rules of the game and how things were going, what other people were likely to be doing, and what kind of priorities they were likely to have based on their behaviors so far. Was a really it was kind of rewarding to kind of learn those processes.
On a card level, is there? Am I right? There's 15 5s.
Yes.
So if you were very, 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 very lucky, you could just go all in for 13.
12 5s.
Oh, 12 5s. There is like a small chance of something like that happening.
There is a small chance of you having 12 4s or 12 5s right at the start. Like all of them with the same number. It's ridiculously small, but there is that chance.
I quite like that.
But then if you go 2 rounds, like not putting anything in because someone else has put patterns and letters, then another player could work out like your hand is all numbers. That's what you're doing, and avoid.
I mean, because the first time I passed the first couple of rounds because I didn't have that many, but also there's something like, do I just pass and hold on to this 5, knowing that I'm going to win later on, and that kind of worked on the first and second go a little bit, kind of like holding back to kind of let your opponents play down their higher cards first, and then I tried to strategize how to arrange the cards in my hand, and that was interesting.
How were you arranging the cards?
Well, first of all, I counted all the numbers, and then so kind of I can remember. Okay, so 4 and 5s are the ones I've got the most of.
Right.
So then I'd kind of like I first of all sorted all the numbers out. So like a lot of 5s there. So I think okay, 5, got a lot of 4s there. So 5s and 4s are my strongest. I don't really want to break those up. So then I thought, okay, well, what have I got pattern wise? So then I put the numbers out of my head, only that I remembered that I had 4s and 5s that were strong. So then I arranged them by pattern. So I can see, well, I've got 3 or 4 patterns. And then I thought, okay, then I've got them in suit order. So I could just focus and fan them out and look at how many letters I've got. And that way I kind of wasn't shuffling around as much.
That's really, really interesting, because the first thing you did was look at the numbers, but they were very much the least important things and the least valuable things. So I arranged it by suits just because then it's easier to.
I mean, I know that I say that numbers are more likely to have higher quantities of, but that doesn't mean that there are necessarily any. I mean, well, they are more likely to be responded to if you have an equal number of them, but it's still all relative.
For example, in that one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5s. There's a chance that if I know I've got, well, actually that's just really strong, I probably wouldn't split that up. And then I've got 4 4s and then 1 3. So actually that could be a really potentially easy win if no one else has got higher numbers than that. But then you're risking it with that one card at the end. There is a gamble there, and then, but pattern-wise,
but one card is not a big gamble. I mean, going out on one is fine.
Going out on one is fine, and I think sometimes it's kind of actually like not holding on to. I've got a lot of high pattern number as well. So I was looking at what the patterns I've got, but that's going to break up my high 5 and my high 4. So I'm only going to have 2 4s and 3 5s. So that's what I was kind of doing. I was like, well, remembering that I had how many 5s and 4s I had, then kind of working out the difference with the patterns and the numbers. So
interesting.
It's an interesting strategy. I don't know if it would work or not, because
you've played like 7 games of 7 rounds, let's call them. And I would like to ask you, does this feel like other games? Let's talk about the differentiation. Once you've got your number, put it in. Out of -2 means it's a direct copy. 2 out of 2 means it's completely different to everything else. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So we've got a 1, a tentative 1, and a 0. Is that 0 because you're thinking of existing trick-taking games and
it felt like a very similar headspace, and although like the exact way it plays out different, it like felt like a very familiar situation I've been in a lot of times before. I'm staring at cards in my hand, trying to work out combinations, trying to work out what other people have got, like thinking the next thing I could do could win me the whole round, or could like lose the whole thing. Like that, it felt like a familiar rhythm.
Anyone?
I would say it felt. I play a lot of trick-taking games, but each one of them feels very different to each other. And therefore I felt like this, is also a trick-taking game, but feels very different from other ones where, for instance, you're deliberately trying to lose a trick, or like you're just working with different factors. And so I think that inherently, by playing it with this deck, it felt like a different trick-taking game for me that I had to learn anew.
See, I would say the same. I'd say it feels different, but there are similarities to other games.
Yeah.
I mean, like there's some. I mean, like when I was growing up at college and uni, there's a game we used to play. I can't remember what it's called now. I think it's one that everyone had a different name for it, but the whole objective, like one of you will just end up with basically the whole deck by the end of the game. You're trying to match suits or match numbers, and if you were caught out, and then suddenly you just suddenly speed, put all your cards down, and somehow you might still win it. I can't remember what it's called.
Sure, I think that we can all accept that it's clearly inspired by a lot of games played with traditional playing cards. But was it enjoyable? Was it worthwhile playing? Do you feel like your time with it was valuable? Do you feel like let's vote on that. 5 for out of 10 this time.
Oh, okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So we've got a 7, and an 8. Okay, anyone wants to say anything about those numbers?
I enjoyed it generally, but it was variable. There were points where I was finding it a little too much to keep track of, and that brings the enjoyment level down a little bit.
I think there's sometimes when you're not going to win that round, sometimes you do get a little bit of all or nothing, or I'm not going to win this one now. It's down to, so you can kind of, I think that sometimes that is a little bit difficult when you don't. I'm going to have one card left. I'm never going to get to play this now.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm interested. Is it a free player game, or how many?
3 or 4.
3 or 4. So with 4 players, it would actually be a bit.
You would
It'd be a
know
different
all the
experience.
cards are somewhere.
Yeah, it'll be. I think a 4-player game might be more of a different experience because then you're. What you
If
think
you're cards counting, you could definitely know more at the end of a 4-player round.
Also, if you deliberately know that one person's got a very, very chance of winning this game, you know that it changes your tactics. Like if there's 4 playing, you thought, well, you don't want John to win that hand, so you're going with a 3. You might actually go with a 2, knowing that I put down a 3, then the person next to me put down a 4. Then there's no way you can get it. So your strategy might change differently with a 4-player game. But I quite like that challenge, and it adds to that challenge again of how it works.
And your strategy, because it's a bit about second guessing each other, so it might change a bit over time. I would feel like compared to like some other games, this game feels to me like it has quite a lot of mileage in terms of time. Like I could imagine playing it many times in an evening and not getting sick of it. Whereas plenty of other games I would quite quickly get sick of. And I think this is evolving enough that I'd happily play that.
One quick question: the length. So if we had gone to 24, we might have ended up playing like 14 games, which I think it would have been quite a lot.
Yeah.
And also for the purpose of right now, I'm happy that we said 12. Going to 12, we played 7 games. If we had said go to 10, we would have played 5 games. What do you think is the right sort of length?
I mean, I suppose it would depend on the number of players. Because if you're doing with 2 players, like best of 3.
But remember, it's 3 or 4 players.
Well, yeah, no. This is a kind of scaling that with that. I mean, it's for me. I would probably rather play maybe 5 rounds, but play the same game a couple of times. So the best of 5, but then play again, rather than playing one really long game. I'd probably sit.
You feel like what we just played was maybe a little bit too long?
Only by a couple of rounds, maybe to 10 rather than 12. But
I would, if it were me, I would say go to something like 15 because I like it when you're playing enough that someone can come up from the rear, and that's why games like Malone, which I really like, which are like trick losing games.
Because it was really interesting that you had a chance to come back.
Yeah. And you can sort of end up teaming up on each other a bit. And, I feel like I wouldn't have made it 24, though, because then if someone is just obviously pulling ahead, then you can feel a bit stuck. But there's actually, if a lot of people are just getting 1 or 2 on each round, it's actually quite easy to come up quite a lot.
I mean, you were quite consistent with yours.
The fates were quite changeable.
You were quite consistent. Aiming to go out on 1, you actually...
Until the last one, I think I only got 2 each.
Yeah, the worst was you had 2 2s, 1 1, and 2 0s.
Yeah, 3 0. Yeah, 2 0. Yeah.
Yeah.
So but I think
it's
something like that where you can literally just be left with 7 cards, which I was at the end. So that the fates can change quite quickly. So I think it doesn't really feel like a tracking game.
We all got a couple of 0s. We all got a couple where we'd only gained 1 or 2, and we all got a couple where we gained 5 or 6.
Yeah.
We all kind of had that level.
Another slight kink is that the fact that I thought we were on our last round here or whatever it was pretty much changed the way I played at that point. I'd been trying to keep it low throughout here.
But
so
there you were on 11, so you played high risk.
So I thought, so I cut. So there's no point in trying to aim for 1. So I did the holding back for another couple of rounds.
That's because I played it more cautiously at the end, whereas at the beginning I was a little bit more
high risk.
So
maybe high risk strategy is the way to go in this game.
Because then you think, actually, if you do high risk, you hold it. But it's all down to your cards. Because a couple of times I only had a really strong suit or 2 strong suits. But if I went for 1, it means I couldn't use the other one. So then I only had 2s left. It's just do I go in strong or not, or do I go in weak? And then I've got 1 big one to bring me back at the end.
I had a few, especially because I was starting so many of them. It was often the choice of go in with my strongest one and get rid of nearly half my deck, but then like if I lose control in the next round, I've got nothing. Like it's all like everything else is scattered, or you know, or do I try and like keep my like a couple of threes for later on, and you know, it's very.
So I'm
I couldn't
just
work that out.
wondering if there's a way to mitigate that somewhere for the person.
Why mitigate it?
Oh,
That
I don't
seems to be part
no.
of the.
So no, so I just meant whether there's a way to like the
strategically.
starting ways, whether or not there's a way to kind of turn over because you have cards left over, whether that card.
Well, not
turn
to
in
4
some way,
players.
but it would,
and it feels like why not give the starting advantage?
I think the person who's behind makes sense.
So in terms of number of rounds, it feels like that could be, you know, you can get some advice, say, okay, 10 is a short game, and 15 will be a longer game, and give people bits of. But it's one of those games where people can play to whatever they want.
Yeah.
If you want this to be your big game of the evening, you could play to 25. And the interesting thing is, as you say, you could get 12 cards all of one number, so you could literally go out and so there's always that possibility, even if it's really small, to score 0 and catch everyone else out at 12 points.
Yeah.
And overall, what score would you give this game out of 10? Would you stick with your enjoyment factors, or would you want to bring anything else into that? You've gone with 7, 7, 8.
I'll put my overall score as 8.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put mine up to 8 as well.
And will you leave your overall at 8, Jack, or?
Yeah, no.
Or would you bring it down?
No. I'd leave it at 8. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. So that's consistent 8s across the board. So would we like to try? Are you looking at
what
my
we gave to the other ones?
9, 8, 8, and 6, 4, 6.
Okay.
Would you like to play the other Trickle, which is Trickle 67? I'm going to call it.
Okay.
This is the other game that's also called Trickle, and so if you could make your way back round, I will
take your position, players. Which one of you will be going into the dungeon?
That's exactly what crept through my mind at the same time.
That's weird.
Well, not the idea of nightmare.
There we go.
Into my mind, not the exact same words.
No, I can't even remember those words. What does he say? Which one of you will be the
Remember when he
dungeon?
calls everyone a worm? Do you remember he calls people
I
worms?
don't remember that.
Is this Crystal
He calls
Maze?
them dungeoneers.
Nightmare.
Okay.
You little worm. And he barks a lot of abuse.
Wow, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I've obviously shut that out of my mind.
I bought it
It's
again
too
quite recently.
traumatic.
They have a DVD version. So
Really?
I played it quite recently, a few Christmases ago, and I was actually quite shocked at how much he yells at you in time-sensitive situations and calls you a worm.
I do remember
Are
like
you
when
on a computer game version?
Deal 12
No,
play.
the actual
it's a
TV
board
series.
game.
This is another game where you deal
it's
12 to
the
each
board
player.
game.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Sorry.
Deal 12 to each player.
Sorry, I'm talking about Atmosphere.
No, we were thinking about Nightmare, the
not
TV
Nightmare,
series.
Sorry.
Yes. No, that was
How's
two
that
very, very
Trigger
different
yelling
things.
abuse to the player? How have I shut this out of my childhood memory?
I'm
It's
sorry.
like a
I'm
locked
not-
away memory of abuse. I do remember like he disappears them quite viciously when they lose, and even when they win, they seem to get sent out onto a desert.
My favourite one was where they put the really big build up, and the first room they fell off with this spinning thing, and that was the end of it. They lasted like 10 seconds.
Alex says, do you need to play the first 66 games to understand Trickle 67?
I think I've only given 11. I'm really sorry.
You can
I've
catch
got
up with the Wikipedia.
1, 2,
I started
recaps.
6,
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah.
Okay, so this is a completely different game, and let me swap the things around. Just two completely different designers called their games Trick Hell in the same year, which is kind of funny. But, great minds think alike and all that. This involves trick-taking and then word-making. The designer did say that they would prefer me to play it with 4 ideally, but I'm going to sit out just so that I don't influence the game.
Can I ask a technical question? Are
Yes.
all the vowels on top?
No, U is on the bottom.
Ah, okay, great, thank you.
There is U. This one it is about making words, as I mentioned. Take time to organize your cards how you see fit, which you have no idea what you're doing right now. Place cards equal to the number of players minus 1 to the table off to the side of play. So if you could place 2 cards here. And the trump suit is, flip over to unused. Trump suit is, I don't know if you call this vertical or horizontal, depending on which parts you look, but just plain lines.
Lines.
Yeah, but it doesn't end in L sounds, which would be nice.
Lionel. No, that's not work.
Lionel. Anyway, that's the trump suit. You're going to have. Who does anyone have the Z?
No.
If that isn't, oh, you've got the Z. You're the start player, and you've got to reveal it. Yeah, you've got the NZ. Everyone can trust that it's not.
No affairs.
So play a card one at a time. You must follow the suit. So the suit is the borders, and remember that there are 6 of them. If you cannot, you get the choice to play. I hope I'm getting this correct because we decided a few rule changes since this submission. And I think we decided to make more similar to regular trick-taking games where you have to follow suits if you can. If you can't, you play whatever you want. And then the best trump will win. If there are no trump played, then the best of the original played thing will win.
Okay, yeah. Like Milan.
Yeah, like a million trick-taking games.
And we're playing here, or are we playing on...
You're playing here. This is the potential winnings.
Oh, I see.
We're going to play in the suits.
Yes.
And do the numbers count for anything at this stage?
Not just yet. And just to say the what is best. Oh, sorry about this, everyone. The play highest numerical. Okay, yes, it is the numbers. So only the numbers matter, and if it was a tie, then it's the first person who played it. So the numbers matter for winning the trick, and then the letters are going to matter for spelling your word afterwards. If that makes sense.
Oh right. Gosh. Okay.
You don't want to get rid of. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So you don't want. So you want to win back your useful.
And can I ask how the spelling the words work? Do you have to use both letters on the same card? Or
letters are traditional ways that you spell words using these cards, which is up to 1 letter from each card. You cannot add additional letters from your imagination. You can only use those things.
So if those cards, you're going to use the R and the O. You can't use the R, the O, and the U.
Correct. Yeah. So you couldn't spell word W-O-R-D, but you could say rod, R-O-D, for example, with those 3 cards. So you play out all your cards until you've only got 1 left, and your final card you discard, and you try to make the best words that you can, and these ones are.
How do you make the best words you can when you've discarded your cards? Sorry.
Sorry, all your discards are now. You reclaim them. Okay. Now you take them. So all the tricks that you've won, you will get those things. And the winner of the trick. Oh, this reveals my lack of preparation. Got to run. Love these development playtesting streams. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to search my Facebook Messenger very quickly because that's where we had the majority of it and of talking. If I can remember the name of the person without saying it out loud. Talk amongst yourselves. What's everyone's favorite breakfast?
Oh,
I mean, I always have honey and Weetabix, but like it's more of a mainstay than a favourite.
I don't eat breakfast.
see, I don't eat breakfast not that often.
Probably like
Sorry,
a continental.
we really,
I really like having a continental, like when I feel really indulgent.
We really bombed that conversation.
Yeah.
You don't like to come down and have like croissants and coffee and orange juice. That's surely a great breakfast.
Yeah,
No, I
sometimes.
don't like croissant. I'll drink orange juice, but I don't really call that breakfast. Juice.
No, you definitely
That's
more
what
than
bits in
croissant
it,
than
it's
orange
breakfast.
juice and coffee for a breakfast.
Yeah.
What about a cooked breakfast?
I like pancakes.
Pancakes is great.
I've only had pancakes for breakfast on Pancake Day.
Okay, I'm going to apologise to the designer. Yeah. I can't remember what we agreed about this, but that's going to be the trump suit. We're not going to have the extra cards in the middle.
Okay.
And in the order that it's just as, and I apologise if this is not quite what we decided to. I'm not going to name the designer, but play your tricks, win the tricks, make the words, and then your score is the number of words that is the you get to make 2 words and try to make the longest 2 words you can. That's
with all the hands, with all the cards in our hand.
With all the cards that you won.
From the trick.
Right, only the ones that you want. Okay.
So there's no point trying to think about words now, basically.
No.
Because
So here we go.
Okay, so that is a trump.
Yes, but it's a low number, so that means you're unlikely to win it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's okay. So he wants us to use up our trumps, basically. I would imagine that's what that means.
Okay, so you win all of those.
I win all of those as well. Oh,
Yeah.
right, okay. Right, I understand. And it's still the same trump.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's always the same trump for this game.
So that means you if you don't have any more of that pattern, you can't win anymore.
No,
You can still
because
win.
people have to follow suit if they can.
So if you put down bubbles now,
Yeah.
we all have to put down bubbles, and the winner will probably be a high bubbles number, unless someone both has no bubbles and also has a trump. And also puts it down.
Right. Okay. So a trump would. Yeah. I'm sorry. A trump would win.
But only if they don't have the suit that leads.
Right. I think I understand.
So if you, for instance, have loads of really
And there's a
good-
lot more chance of being void in a suit in this game because there are 6 suits rather than 4.
Right, yeah.
So you will on average only have maybe 2 of each.
Yeah.
So there's a strong chance of you having 0 rather than 2.
Okay. So I could do that, for example.
4 of triangles. If you've got a triangle, you have to play it.
Do I have to go with the higher number?
Well, higher number will mean that you might win it.
Yeah, let's go with that.
And so this means that
And what
you
happens
can't
if that
win.
happens?
So if there's a tie, it's the first person to play. So at
Oh,
this
in that
point,
case,
you.
I'll put that down.
So goes to you.
Thanks.
But if I'd put down a 5 on that would have beaten it.
So if you'd started with a 5, that's no one would have been.
So if I hadn't have gone, so if I can beat that with a 5 trump, I'll.
Oh
win.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Any trump will beat it.
Oh, any trump will beat it.
Yes.
Okay.
But if you have one of those, you have to play one of those, if that makes sense.
You have to.
So if you have the line dots, so
Yeah.
okay, so you win that.
Okay. Right. Okay. What was just again the lines and dots? What was I thinking? What was my plan? Let's go.
One of those squiggly things.
Squiggles. 5 of squiggles means this hand has been won, unless you can play a trump because you have no squiggles.
Let's go forward.
triangles. Amy wins. I'm still going to call it vertical, just looking at the top.
Shoot.
5. So a trump. So yes, because John has none of the vertical suits, John can play whatever. So if you start with a 5, you are guaranteed to win.
Unless someone has a trump.
Yes, and none of that particular suit. But if you play a 5 of a trump, then you're guaranteed to win no matter what. It's interesting.
Four of what's that?
Bubbles. Ooh.
Yeah.
One of that bubbly then.
Ah. And you still have a trump left. Five of triangles. So trump. Four of diagonals. Ooh. Looks like people are out of the trumps. So you win that. And
did I win that one?
yeah, everyone puts their final cards into their discards. No, into their discards.
Oh, shit.
So you get to keep your final card.
Okay.
So the final card you might have, when you were down to 2 cards, you might have wanted to think, okay, which one do I slightly want more for the words?
I see.
And now everyone makes 2 words, if you can, and
Yeah. Oh, 2 words.
that is your score for the round.
And how do you score? What, by the numbers on them?
Yeah.
We were having a big discussion about how to score, and let's just go with the length.
Like if you only have a few cards, because I never had any trumps, so I only got a few cards.
Yep.
Is it better for me to make one really good word?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
You just want to use as many cards as you can total.
So up to 2 words, but it could just be 1 word?
Yep, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry to the designer. I'm aware that this has taken a bit of a tangent. I'm going to say that I did send out the notice that at the end of the month we would be playtesting, and I didn't get an updated rule sheet.
Okay.
So that is my excuse. And so you managed to use all your words.
Mm-hmm.
What were your words?
Sap and hint. Obviously, I could have gone for a bigger word, but I wanted to use up all my cards. So sap and hint. But do you think it would have been better to, for instance, go for saint and then have cards left over?
No, just used with the scoring system that I've said. That is 7 points. I see that John has a lot of cards to consider. Yeah.
I won't draw it out because I can't use all of them. I don't think I'll be able to use all of them. I've done for wrongs. Hang on, let me do it. Just gonna check it's right.
No, it's wrong.
You can use the top board one, can't you?
Yep, exactly.
And
you can't reuse cards within your two.
So that's one, and this is a completely different.
Yep.
This one is reactions.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Just want to. That is, wow. Reactions. How wrongs was WRONGS 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
I am struggling.
Do you want to put down your cards?
I think I've only got a 4. Hang on.
Reactions got some good reactions, says Alex. Do you want to put down your 7 cards and see if people at home want to?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a weight, I've got a max, but I've only got. It's my dyslexia. Sorry, I'm trying to. I had a lot of A's. And a lot of things that would have been nice combos, but I can only have one or the other.
So these are going to be the hardest to use.
I wonder if
you want to
is
use
vax like short for vaccinated? Would that be a word?
Oh, vax.
I'll look it up on Collins. Surely that must be a word. Vax. VAX. Yep, it's in there. Yep.
Okay.
Short for vaccination. Short for vaccine.
Lovely.
Sometimes short for vaccinate. I vaxed them, I guess. That would be how you used that form of the word.
And you could really try and sabotage the other players by just putting down lots of A's or something, all of one letter, so they've got really,
and
really
also,
bad
Alex wants to
Vowels
say
are pretty useful.
chaos and awe.
Oh, chaos. Yeah.
Or I need an E after it.
Like,
Not if it's like
Oh.
Is that as real a word as all with an E?
well,
I think that's a sound.
AW, let's look at, yep. Oh, exclamation.
Okay.
Yep. It's
Okay.
there. So either way, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So basically, you two managed to score your entire hand. You are somewhat limited by the length of words. But for people... So
how many rounds do you usually play?
So it's going to be 2 rounds, and it's basically until someone scores 30.
Okay.
Let's go to the same again.
It's 12 cards, right?
Yes. Yeah. I'm assuming everyone will get the same again.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And trumps are that thing.
Trumps are circles and
Ooh.
lines.
Yeah, line circle. All the bubbles are also circles.
And how do we decide who goes first?
Someone has to have the X. Is that right? The X or
The
the
Z.
Z? Z.
It's the Z.
I've got the Z.
Congratulations.
So it's Jack going first.
Oh, give me a second. Hang on.
Okay. Great.
Bear with me.
Five of that
Five
triangle thing. No, not triangles. What's that?
Zigzags.
Garden wall.
5 of zigzags.
5
of trellis.
Five trellis. 5 trellis.
That'll do.
Trellis, that's what I mean.
Oh, it's me next, isn't it? Yes. What am I going to get rid of?
Five of lines.
The 5 of lines.
I end up with all the cards and can't spell anything. Five of triangles.
5 triangles.
To go into the assumption that everybody must have at least one from one suit. But
Huh, that's weird. Okay.
four of waves.
The 5 of waves.
Ooh.
I am being greedy.
Let's do another 5 triangles. That's a risky one.
I have a comment on the trick-taking part of the game, which is that I actually don't think numbers 1 to 5 are big enough for the trick-taking part of the game to work that well. Because you just won with a bunch of 5s in a row, and now you're winning with a bunch of 5s in a row. It's not like 1 to 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah, this does.
I don't think the numbers really quite work for this type of trick-taking.
What if a 1 beat 5 and it went kind of
5
round?
of claw marks.
5 of claw marks.
For instance, I think I'm going to end up with 0 cards, but just because of everyone putting down 5s. Particularly if you lead, you just put down all your 5s, and 5s are common.
Yeah,
enough.
it doesn't make a
They're
lot
so
of
much
sense.
more common than other numbers that if you're leading, you can just continue putting down 5s and you're going to win every time.
5 zigzags. Yeah, this does seem to be showing up. It's good that we discovered it. Hey. Okay, now you can start winning them back.
Don't know.
Potentially.
Don't think so. I think it's something about the suits versus the numbers. I think it's just not quite working. Okay.
Squiggles are. Wait. Oh yeah, you play Trump. Okay.
And then we all get our last one, don't we?
Yeah, the last one goes into your discard pile.
So I'm not going to get.
Dyslexic's nightmare. How many cards have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Do you want to use this space over here?
Do you want to put them on the table?
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll put them on the table.
No one, and then people can all, if you put them to the right of here, like all, if you put them.
Oh, I'll give it a go, and then if I.
Well, you don't need to read what the chat says, but if you move them up, then people will be able to look at that. As I said, it needs to be to the that side of that.
2 rows. Is that in? Yeah. Oh my gosh, okay.
I'm sure I can beat. So,
Okay.
do you want to know what numbers we found, or would you not even want to hear that, Jack?
No, I'm happy to know numbers. I'm just trying to.
Okay, Alex has managed to find a 8
Oh
almost
gosh,
immediately.
an 8 almost immediately.
Like, as in 2 4-letter words.
Oh, okay. So you scored. Okay, so I understand.
I've
I've got a 5-letter word. Oh no, I haven't. Let's ignore me. So I've got. Well, no, I've got a 5-letter word.
Yeah, that word that you said there, Alex, that definitely works. And then you could, yeah, probably, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think you could probably get to 7 and 4 or 5.
Okay.
Actually, maybe you could do. I think that would work. Yep, that would work.
I've got a 5, but what are people?
Oh no, your one is better. Why? Yeah, Alex's one was way better.
What? Okay, how many? He's got a 7.
Yeah, the 7, but
Yeah.
ours are both 7. Yeah.
Just yeah. For me, I can't take in all the letters. It's a bit hard.
It's easier maybe if you move them around. And...
Yeah, I'm just trying to see patterns. I think for
like
me,
thinking
if
of
it was one letter, I'd be fine. But it's just it's the multiple letters in each card.
like when you've got things that you know are going to work in lots of things. Like in my mind, I'm like, oh, SH or ST or ERS or ING is.
I might have one, but I'm not sure. Oh no, I need another L, don't I? Dyslexia. Do you mind if I check a spelling or something?
Anyway, I've got 7 because I've only got 7 cards.
Puts you on 14.
Mm-hmm.
What were your words?
Sit and roan, which is a colour. It's a dog colour.
Oh, ROAN.
Yeah.
Nice. Good dog knowledge.
Yeah.
Is this also a horse colour?
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's like anything that can be a sort of mottled animal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it like brownie white mottled or?
It just means it's speckled, like so you could get like roan blue or roan.
So would you say that cows are roan?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if they use that word for it. So maybe.
Okay, right, all this wrong. I'm just trying to do all of them, but I can't fit the last one in. I've got throws and titchy.
Oh wow.
Titchy, nice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you're on 27. Just one more than there are letters in the alphabet.
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell wardrobe?
WARDROBE.
Sorry, ROBE.
ROBE.
DR.
No.
There's an R.
Yeah, no, but I need to. Oh no, yeah.
And then you need a B and E, yeah.
Okay.
Very nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I just want to acknowledge that out of everyone in chat, if we make that so people can see it, yeah, that is better than anything that we had found. So congratulations.
And then I need to work out with the next letter. Oh God, have I just scuppered myself or anything else there?
What have you got? Teams?
I've got sense, at least.
Teams is
sense is not a word.
Sense?
Do you mean like smelling? That's got to see
yeah.
You can do SE.
Sense, like
Sensate.
Oh.
Sensate, yeah. Good idea.
No.
No. Yeah,
Sorry.
A-T-E, sensate.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 15 plus 7 is 23. And yeah, just because shall we play a third game before we
Yeah, sure thing.
And what is sensate? Alex challenges that word.
I've got no idea what it is. I was
so.
just going to go with sense, but
Perceived by the sense. I will make a link to the dictionary. Perceived by the senses, having the power of sensation. And thank you to Colin's English Dictionary. And apparently, I'm not. In order to use things, you need to review them. So I'm going to say that feels like a very clear definition.
Yeah.
I think that's an excellent definition. I give it 2 thumbs up.
Yeah.
That's my review of that definition. So, sensate. Nice, says Alex. I'm glad
1,
you finally approve.
2, 3,
what was the 7
4,
he had?
5, 6,
Weeping and also
7,
solo.
8,
But that would have been
9,
13 letters, but you
10,
managed to get
11,
16.
12.
Oh, that's not bad.
And trumps is
Wavy
swirly.
lines.
Squiggles or swirls.
Okay.
Do you think
I like
squiggle or
squirrels. I like
squirrel?
squirrels.
I've got the Z.
Yes, you do.
I have got the Z.
Yeah, you do.
I got it.
Sure do. Alex says it's more difficult upside down.
Okay.
No, now
no.
it's upside down.
Oh,
As in your cards, when you were looking at them, were correct
sorry.
because it's
The other thing I want
angled
is you want
this
to
way.
win back as well. That's the. Oh God. Yeah. So 5 of lines and binoculars.
you could call them bifocals, and then that ends in L. Also, I could make them look more. Although the thing is that all of these names only apply to this deck, because in the other decks they are going to look different. Also, I was just thinking about that coloured in thing that we saw at the start with the different cells and the different colours and the E's. That could have had the pattern on the inside being the suit.
Yeah, this is. And then you've got the colour, you've got the suit, and then you've got the note on the latter.
No, you wouldn't want to add another.
No. Just colour and
Fancy.
suit. Yeah.
Because honestly, statistically, you're much less likely to have a trump than with a standard deck of cards.
Yeah.
And much more likely to have a
Nice.
card. So it's unfortunately, I just don't think it works out as a trick.
Like this set
5
of rules
zigzags.
doesn't work, and I apologise to the designer that it wasn't clear.
What's that? Triangle.
And I hope you don't feel too aggrieved. I hope that you've enjoyed the process. I think that a lot of people have tried to make trick-taking card games because it's a natural thing to want to do for any deck of cards. But I think you're right that not every deck of cards is going to allow you to do every single type of game.
I can kind of see from how it's going.
Yeah.
So far.
I mean,
it's just basically there are so many 5s.
Savagely exposing the.
And so few trumps that really just whoever's leading just wins it all until someone else leads.
Yeah, I feel like for the sake of like I should. Yeah.
No, just play to win.
Yeah, play how
Play as you naturally play, because
Yeah.
I would think what could make it more interesting if there were cards you wanted to lose in trick, like if you had too many Zs and you wanted to get rid of some. But that doesn't really make sense because you win too many cards back anyway by winning the trick.
Alex said, would it work if the lowest number won? Maybe. I would.
That's true because there are fewer ones than there are 5s.
Or
there's a couple of games where like a 1 will beat a 5 because it goes round in a loop. I played a game with a friend the other day where that was the case. Where it was like what's it called, but you had a
Oh, got that one.
Because I think, for instance, the reason that I'm losing is because I've never had the Z, and these guys have both had Z, and that's the only reason. It's like it's impossible for me to win any tricks, like literally impossible, except maybe right at the end I'll get 1 or 2, and then
I
get maximum 7 cards, and I've used all 7 each time. But I feel like there's a broken part at the start.
Here's incredibly sounds frustrating, and I think, and here's where
trestles, right? We don't have any trestles.
Honestly, I really appreciate people sending in games, even if they are untested. And this was...
Dang, I watched that either.
You know, it's possible that it could have had more testing. I don't want to discourage people from putting in things that are untested, but I think that next year what I would do is, you know, give everyone the audio feedback that I've given, but then after that, they have to kind of, if something is too confusing or whatever, then they have to rewrite the rules for the end of the month for it to be then part of the, I guess I'd call this the video.
Wait, what? Oh, you don't know either.
Consideration. But yeah, I don't want to influence.
You've also got to remember what cards you've if you can try and remember what card you've won, because that kind of...
But with 7 cards, you can... as long as you've got a few vowels, you're going to be able to make words.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, it goes into the... And now everyone tries to make their words, and John or Jack will win. Probably John. Because John's got more cards.
Yeah.
All the letters I wanted to do.
Are you happy to put yours?
Yeah, I've just got the awkward ones again. I'm sure I can do something.
This does have an S, which is really useful. Yeah. Can pluralize things, remember?
I've got a 5.
Oh, yep. Can definitely use all those cards in 2 words.
Okay. Oh yeah, forget it's about using. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to make the long word, but then realizing actually I could. Yeah.
Just want to acknowledge 1, 2.
Someone got a longer word.
Oh, Alex did it in a more interesting way than me. I did it like that. So Alex suggested that. And I thought that.
It's weird because when you see a word, you just get stuck in your head and you can't see any other words for me. I
mean, as you say, this is Well, the vowels might be easier to fit in, so you might want to start off with the SX,
Yeah.
RBRL.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple there that I could do with the R or the S's. Just trying
What can you see?
Well, obviously, the box is quite an obvious one. With the B, there's roars.
And then if you do that, what's left?
I'm really struggling. Sorry, it's my dyslexia. I'm trying not to use it as an excuse.
No, that's totally fair.
And
it's interesting where this game is
where they're
like it's got these two elements of the trick taking and the word making.
Oh, drill.
Finish my cards. Yeah. Got 10.
No, the drill double L.
Drill is double L.
Yeah.
What did you get?
10, which is all my cards.
10 this round.
Yeah.
What Saint
and Hoary.
Hoary,
Oh,
wow.
Well
What does Hoary mean again?
Like
Like
icy,
cold?
rhyming,
Cold.
yeah.
So 10 for 24 points total.
I've made one of my favourite activities, romancing honeys.
Romancing honeys, wow, how many is that?
15.
15, so 32, 42. Would you like some help?
Yeah, I honestly can't see anything at the moment.
Raid?
Oh, yeah.
Of course. 7. So 30. Yep. If people would like to come over for some debriefing, and Alex enjoys yours. Very smooth, says Alex. Okay. Yeah. So let's. Any thoughts about the game that you need to get out there beyond what's already been said?
I think the person that's always going to win the game is whoever had the Z at the start of the game. Just because,
I agree with that.
unfortunately, there are so many more 5s than anything else that you can't play a trick-taking game if this is the way that the trick-taking game works. Unfortunately.
Out of interest, how many cards do you have left over from the words that you spelt?
Romancing honeys. 4 at the end of that, I think.
And on the previous rounds, do you have any cards left over?
Previous one, I had 1 left over, and the first round, I think I had 3.
Are you thinking of minusing the ones that are left over?
Yeah.
Something like minus points for any cards that are left over in your hands.
I mean, John still would have won.
He still would have won, but unless it's down to the minus the point values on the bottom of the cards.
And that would
How did you feel about setting aside the trick-taking not working? If the trick-taking had worked, what do you think, from a high level, the mixture of trick-taking and then word-making? I would actually like you to give it a double thumbs up to double thumbs down rating scale. Like, do you think that these two systems could work together? Do you think there is scope for a good game with these two things meshing? Do you think that's something that you would want to play if it were done in the best way that you can imagine? Do you get what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think if it were done...
And I would like to, once everyone's ready to vote, put out your 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. Everyone 0. Interesting. I would personally have voted -1 because I feel like it's just both of them are requiring a very particular way of thinking. And I think that by meshing the two, you're further narrowing the audience, which is a bit...
I mean, I do really love the idea of melding them where, like, because there are so many trick-taking games, like thinking, I really want those letters and I want to get rid of these letters is quite fun. And that idea of crashing them together is quite fun. But I just think you'd need to make design a deck specifically for that and possibly introduce more rules, because, to be honest, the word game bit at the end is unnecessary however we played it, because the winner is just going to be the person that won the tricks. Because the word bit is too easy. So if there were more Zs and Xs, or if there was some way in which the word game itself was a challenge, which it really isn't, it's just...
That's a really interesting thing. Like, if you had a deck where it was actually equal distribution of all the letters, that would be interesting. And actually, you know what?
then you'd try and get rid of the Zs or something. But even maybe not, because you get so many cards with each trick. But I think the
If
idea
you
of combining
had,
the systems,
I mean,
is
26 letters. 26 letters across 4 suits does make a 52 card deck. Can I just point that out?
Yeah.
And then you could have the letters denoting the thing, but also you would be really careful about winning the tricks with the vowels in them.
and not losing your vowels, or even giving away some letters that maybe have minus points. You know, like you have in Scrabble, like if you still have an X at the end, then you get -5.
Because the deck as it's currently made, this is the thing, right? Anyone who wants to make a drafting game with these cards, it's the worst deck to do it with. Because a drafting game, or a game where you want asymmetry of valuing the cards, these cards are by design meant to be somewhat balanced. They have, like, sure, this gives you an X, but it also gives you an S, which is amazing. And there's always one really useful letter, no matter what.
Right. So there's
more than half the cards have vowels on them.
Yeah. So there was no element of it really mattering which letters you lost or won, because to be honest,
I was trying to get into that a bit, and I thought that there's an element of that, but yeah, it's very underdeveloped. So I was trying deliberately in the last round to make sure I wanted 2 ings, a set of an I and two of each of an I and an N and a G, and then I've got a guaranteed ending to like lots of different words. So I was trying to do
that's
like a bit of that,
play.
but it feels like it needed to that wasn't very encouraged, and that it needed to come out more, a lot more. I mean, I find overall, like, it was playing two different games for me. Really, I think I didn't feel very joined together. I liked, I kind of liked both of them, and I always like playing a word game where you're not under like super stress to kind of like where you can actually just make nice words instead of there being like some overriding point system like in Scrabble, forcing you to make like high scoring awful words. So that I liked that part of it, but it felt completely disconnected from the first part of the game.
Yeah, and as you say, if there was so let's go through the things, but I think that for the designer, and that's something I would also for the designer, if you're watching this, that would be something that I'd be interested in working on potentially. Again, it's like I've got so many other games on the go, but no, I think that is a really cool idea. I would be interested to play that. 2 of each letter, 52 cards.
I mean, we mentioned before about the numbers at the bottom and the drafting aspect. There was difficulties with there. But there are some games where I've played, where I mentioned earlier, where a 1 would beat a 5, but a 2 would still beat a 1, and that way there's kind of maybe more a way for someone to claim it, take it back.
Yeah.
Because if someone starts with 5 and it's a trump, like they've won that number.
I strongly agree with Alex's suggestion earlier that 1s should win rather than 5s win, because it's mostly 5s, so someone's just going to automatically win. So first of all, I agree with that. Second of all, maybe something like you get minus points for specific letters, or something that's. I just felt like not only did the trick side of it not quite work with these ratios, but also the word game didn't add anything. Even though I like word games, but it actually didn't make any difference because it was too easy to make words.
Yeah, and it felt like, yes, I understand you're dyslexic, you're going to struggle to make the words, but then that's kind of just another barrier.
It's another barrier. I mean,
what's the main draw of this is the fundamental.
Just because I find it difficult, I still like doing them. Like when I got Wardrobe out, I was really proud that I got that 8-letter one. For me, visually, if there's 2 letters on the card like that, above and below each other, it's harder. I mean, I've played some word games before where there've been 2 letters, but they've been side by side, and you've actually got to use them next to each other rather than one or the other. And I find that easier because I can visualize the whole word rather than I've got to try and visualize different outcomes. And for me, I find that easier, but that's just the way I work. But I still enjoy it. It just takes me a little bit longer, and then I feel pressure because I'm taking.
That's totally
time.
Fair. I'd like to firstly re-acknowledge the fact that these rules might be not the intended rules, and I apologize once more to the designer, and hope you don't feel too grieved. But again, you should have resent me your rules before September. It's now well into September. So everyone, utility of the deck, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So we've got a +1, a -1, and a 0.
-2.
Oh, -2, sorry. Anything more that you want to say that hasn't already been said? I think you've already said everything.
I give it a high score for this discrete category, just because it is the kind of thing that can only be played with this kind of deck, like doing both those things. But yeah, it's sort of doing that at the sacrifice of everything else. You see what I mean? Like it's going, it can be a numbers game and a trick taking game. So it's to me, it's really gone all out into this category.
Okay. Talk about unnecessary inaccessibilities. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote.
Not, yeah.
0, 0, and -1. What do you feel the specific unnecessary inaccessibilities are?
I think I was thinking of like the Treble Jack was having doing all the cards at the end, and there being that kind, partly because there's not a total time pressure, but there is a sort of like, this is the last stage of the game.
Yeah.
You've got to come up with something, and I feel like people who struggle with words, it's not fun if everyone's sort of waiting for you to do it.
And is your argument here that, again, as Amy was saying, that the word making didn't feel like a core part of the game? Because it was just...
It definitely feels like the sort of final, like you have with games sometimes, like I've got it in a similar thing in a game where the last thing you do is make something out of the other components of the game, but to my mind that should always be like a really like fun, breezy end to something, whereas it felt like a lot rested on it while also being something like more of an afterthought.
Okay.
Because it didn't feed into the risk at earlier parts of the game. I don't think the different elements were feeding into each other enough. Like I wasn't really like, oh, it matters what I get, because as you say, I'm just going to get a bunch of vowels that spell words. Like
people who don't have an affinity for word games can still play word games, I think, and not be excluded from them, as long as like they're given like time and it's made a kind of more of a fun thing, rather than it being pushed in.
So for me, I love word games. I find spelling games difficult. I'm not.
When you say words games, you mean things like the memory repeatable, where it was about coming up with words and language?
Yeah, or kind of think of words like
code words, or it's the link between
code names,
or like the other ones we've played today. And I love the idea of spelling, but I have played some games in the past where some cards, like it was kind of more slightly phonic based, where the sounds are there, like the ch, or from a spelling point of view, having the kind of thinking about the phonics in some way. So some letters where it's like an O and S might be on their own, but if it's some letters together that actually make a certain sound for spelling, might be easier accessibility wise.
Yeah. One of the things annoys me about Scrabble is that I automatically go into the mode of like making nice sounding words that don't exist and can't quite go like, no, spelling. It's all about spelling and points.
So let's talk about the differentiation. Was this a totally unique thing or was it exactly like something you'd played? So 5, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So +1, 0, and -1. So presumably it's about the interaction of the two.
I'm just sort of grinning because all the things that I've been quite negative on it, but actually in these last two categories I feel like I can't fault it that much. Like it is very different to a lot of other things. I suppose it's a combination of two things that are very familiar, but it is very different.
You gave it 0 and -1. Any?
For me, there are games I've played that have similar elements to it with the spelling of words and the scoring that way. The drafting side is different, but the spelling side of things, I think I've.
It's interesting that you focus on the spelling, whereas
for me that's a part of the game if I have a barrier there. So
To me, it definitely feels like two existing games put together, and I've played both of those games, in some format before. So I would say, I would say it doesn't feel different because I don't think the putting them together has quite worked. Although I really like the idea of two totally different systems. I also really like trick-taking games, so I think I was quite judgmental of that fact, because even if the trick-taking game was slightly worked out a bit better, so there were more ones, I think the trick-taking side of it is still kind of boring. It's not really working that well as I think trick taking, sometimes it's more fun if there's like an element of like sabotage or something else, or something really fun going on in the trick taking game. As it is, even if the problems were fixed, I wasn't excited by the trick taking side of it.
That's totally fair. And if
I can appreciate this with an existing the deck as it exists as well, and there might be things that could be improved with variations to that. But yeah.
But in thinking about your overall enjoyment, was it worthwhile playing? If we could rate it out of 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vote. So we've got a 4, a 3, and a 5.
Okay,
so
well, that's...
write those down. So any comments?
It might be really interesting to play and see this game not on this deck and just on a different, it feels like an idea that could turn into its own thing, and maybe doesn't suit this deck particularly, and it might be exciting to see it be as its own deck, where you can kind of fix the ratios and do what you want
and make some cards that you actually really want to win and some cards that you're less bothered about, because frankly that's the part of the when you do have a bit of a wrinkle like Hearts, where some cards you don't care about so much, that kind of adds to the texture, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yeah, my 4 is almost entirely for the word making at the end, which was quite,
which
enjoyable.
You enjoyed because you had a lot of cards.
Yeah. Well,
whereas when I had a lot of cards, I didn't like it because there were too many cards. I mean, it's an interesting one. I mean, something you should reckon about the basic vowels, whether or not there's like a way every player has the basic vowels as like, rather than having 5, like you just have those which you play with in the later stage.
Well, the interesting thing is that Amy and I were actually thinking the opposite.
Oh, too
that
many
you
vowels.
make the vowels
right,
that a bit rarer, just so that you're really fighting over those vowels. Maybe there should only be one of each vowel. I don't know.
And also that, like, if you have X's and Z's, kind of like Scrabble, you get like -8 for still having a Z in hand or something. So therefore, it's advantageous to lose the Z, even though if you won with it, if you won a trick with it, you would get another 3 card choices or whatever. But actually, numerically, there are cards you want to lose as well. Something like that would be a bit
it's something like
That's
Scrabble.
weird,
They've also got the wild tiles.
Yeah.
Like,
or it could be like
yeah, that would be good.
Well, could the trump cards actually be like have better representation in the end game, so the trump cards don't carry on past winning all letters?
The interesting thing is that it has sparked our imagination. Like, we're all talking about this fusion that could be, and like if we were to go on, okay, there's half the alphabets in this suit, half the alphabets in this suit, and then the other 2 suits are that repeated, but maybe negative points. And so the other 2 suits are the pain suits, where everything, they don't give you points for being in your words, and they give you negative points if you don't use them.
Absolutely.
Whereas the nice suits, they don't lose you points if you don't use them, but they do give you points if you use them. So that would be,
or even like for people that maybe find spelling difficult, or they've got one letter out, what the score would be like if the trump card, like the trump card drawn in the previous round, if that meant that kind of like anything with that suit was like a trump letter, you could use it for any letter, but you don't score it. It could be an interesting one. So you get slightly longer words, but you don't score that letter. The trump. I mean, there's lots of different word games that could maybe looked at just to help refine it a bit more as well. But I
definitely agree with what you're saying, that it caught our imagination. Like, I actually love the idea of a game that turns into another game and makes you have a totally different skill set, and you're trying to factor that in. Yeah, but
I mean, this is a duathlon, but could you have a triathlon? What if it finished with a dexterity game?
You've got to throw all your letters into a hat.
Oh, once you make your words, that's how many times you get to throw the card, and then you've got to throw the card.
How many seconds you get in the crystal dome?
which is nothing whatsoever. Nothing.
with a final score, do you want to edit your final score based on what your enjoyment levels? Oh, you have to make the best story out of the words you make.
Oh,
Yeah, that would be fun.
That's cool.
And that actually flows really nicely as well.
Yeah, that's nice.
So you have to make.
So, like, you make your words out of the final bit, and then you make a story out of your words, and then people vote for who's got the best story.
Oh, okay. That could be quite nice. Yeah.
Sounds good.
So you rated it 4, 3, and 5. Are you happy with those ratings as a complete picture?
Yeah, I was thinking. I feel bad because I did definitely enjoy that aspect, as you say, because I had lots of options, and it's fun to make that sort of going into some.
But again, like, I mean, let's
fun,
not be saying that 7 is average and 5. I mean, 5 is exactly neutral, and so
I just think it needs a lot of thinking on definitely on the first part of it to really make it worthwhile, worth going back to.
Any other thoughts?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, well, thank you so much. That's the 4th game. We're not going to have time to play everything, and you two have to head off in a wee bit. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, about 5-ish, maybe.
Oh gosh, yeah.
What's the time now?
I don't know.
10 to 5.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm going to get the train back to Essex as well. So,
Oh my gosh. We could maybe play one more quickly. I don't know. What time's your train?
I've got a flexible. I can get from any point, but it's going to take 2 hours to get back. So.
Okay.
Oh, I put repeatable in the wrong bit. That's why I got.
Is that you? Because you're quite about 3 hours.
From Cambridge, yeah, so it'll take me a little while, but I don't feel like particularly rushed.
Okay, sit down and let me teach you Questable.
Okay.
I like the name.
Yes.
This is a game for sure.
It's a game.
It's definitely a
That's
game.
what I'm here for.
And if you could shuffle the cards as usual. This one I got. Let me swap cameras and let me go into my Gmail. Questable, we are going on a quest. That's why it's called Questable.
I'm disappointed you didn't sing a song for every one of them so far.
You can always go back and edit them in.
Yeah. Oops, sorry.
Okay. You are librarians. You need to defend the mystical library from evil attacks and maintain it for the use of good witches, wizards, and sorcerers.
Great.
It's a cooperative game.
Yes.
You are making words.
Okay.
You are working on 2 words at a time, and you're adding stuff to the start or end, and there's limited communication, just so you know.
Okay.
List of
Librarians
questions.
are really famously bad at talking to each other.
Oh, I like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you've lost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Silence in the library.
Otherwise, there'll be 47 cards, and it'll be like that Tudor deck that I can't use.
Oh yeah.
Can
I just say how well I've done at not swearing so far? It's been excellent.
You have done very well.
What?
Thank you very much.
5 times.
I don't know.
Have you been
I was
keeping
joking. No, I
count?
haven't. I've been joking. I was joking.
3 players get 5 cards each.
Okay.
Put the
1,
remainder of the deck accessible.
3, 4, 5.
So imagine there's 2 rows. I suggest that we put them in a position so that Jack can play. Just
I know. I don't mind. I'm happy to
just.
to.
Would you prefer this way or would you prefer this way?
That way's gonna make it harder for those. I don't mind having it this way.
Okay, so are you happy to read upside down? Okay, so it doesn't say who starts. Let's say you start.
So,
Okay.
are we allowed to?
3 letters.
What?
Sorry.
Are we allowed to discuss with each other? Like,
No.
So what's the characteristic of our lack of communication? We can't.
You
speak.
can't say anything except.
Okay.
Each time you put down a card, you can say 1 word.
Oh,
Okay.
cool! I like this game.
So you put down a card, and it goes into the middle. It makes a new row because there's no row, and you can say a word that could be made with it. Don't start just yet. I will explain everything. If there's already a card on the table, like that, you would put the card left or right of it, or you would start in the second row. There can be 2 rows at a time.
So they don't see what letter it is.
No, you do. You
You
do.
do? Okay.
I was just using it as an
Oh,
example. Sorry.
I thought we were
That's
doing
a
it
really
blind.
difficult-
No, that would be no.
Hilarious.
Oh my
Can you
gosh,
say a word that
that
has?
would be
That's-
an interesting quest
So-
because this game, it is a mission-based game.
Yeah.
So there's currently a lot of missions,
Yeah.
and you try to work from the easy mission to the last mission, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we can't say the word we're trying to spell.
No, you can.
Oh, okay.
That's what you're usually doing.
Okay.
So you say the word that you're trying to spell, or you say, "Hey,
Is it
this."
best to say a word? So you're going down first. It's best to say a word that that contains both the letters in, right? Because that gives more flexibility.
No.
To...
Potentially, but remember, you can only use one of the letters in each card. It's like the previous game where it has to be left to right, using at most one letter from each card. So you put down your card and you say one word that could be made using the cards in that row from left to right, and any additional things. You may or may not be giving a clue to other players about what letters you've got in your hand. So in theory, you could make all the other letters in that things in your hand. That could be like your secret communication.
And how will our words be scored at the end? Will it be
So
on the
I
end
will.
of the word,
Every
or will
quest
it be-
has a quest, a mission.
Okay.
So you understand the basic rules, right?
Yeah.
Words must be at least 3 letters long, 4 letters long to qualify for the quest requirements. And quest number 1. First, show me you know the basics, says the head librarian. You've got to complete 4 words of exactly 4 letters each.
Okay.
Okay, so that's his quest number 1. And then quest number 2 is quest number 2, you have to use bottom letters. Quest number 3, and so forth.
And are we going one by one?
Yes.
And can we pass?
No, you cannot pass. You play and then you draw. Well, I should have said that. You play and then you draw.
Okay. Okay, good. Got it.
You should be able to win. It's quest 1 on.
Yeah.
Shall I get you some more water?
No, I'm all right, thanks.
Right. Who wants water?
Oh, definitely.
We'll get you some in case he wants it later.
Mere.
MERE.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go with. And it has to be next to itself. Okay. Okay. Rent.
Rent, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I believe, does this mean that Jack is free to start a new word if he doesn't want to add to this word?
Correct.
Okay.
Or
you said you didn't want it.
Or I can just help. So I can be repeated, if that makes sense. Because it's cooperative.
Why? What was the word that you said?
Rent.
Rent. Yeah, you could put the R
so
or
I
the
can
T.
go rent.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're hoping to get rent.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know the probabilities of the letters,
Yeah. Okay.
you can see the top letters and also
Yeah.
letters by frequency.
Because T's the top one, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, and yes, T. There are 6 T's in the deck.
If you could start a new word if you want. Not giving any away.
And Alex says, this sounds intriguing.
Okay.
Funny note, a librarian kicks me out once for my usage of 4-letter words.
There you go.
Oh, and now you've scored rent. That goes in front of you, and you remember that you've scored one of the mission things.
So, rice.
Rice.
Remember to draw back up to 5.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I think it's more useful if I go shot.
I'm going to try and do this so it would be the correct way around for everyone watching. Oh, and when you've completed the mission, you need to clear everything in the middle of the table.
Okay.
But in order to clear it, you can make 3-letter words.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
I see.
Jack, it's your go. Do you know that?
Yeah, I
Sorry.
know. I'm just looking. Okay. So, did you say? I know you not meant shut.
Shot.
Shot. Oh,
S-H-O-T.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so you don't have to start with the first letter. Sorry, yeah, I got pretty confused. Okay. Shot.
No, the H would be here. It's S-H-O-T.
Oh, yeah,
Unless
sorry.
you want to change the word.
No. It's ignore. Yeah.
Okay, well, there's our rice or lice. So,
Score that as a second thing. And technically it goes in front of you, although it doesn't matter for this mission.
What's more common, S or T? They're equally common.
Yes.
Okay, in that case,
so now we complete the mission. We can just try and finish. We're just trying to clear the middle.
Yes.
I think.
Or potentially might have cleared the middle and completed the mission simultaneously.
Shot.
Remember to draw back up to 5.
Oh yeah, 5. Oops, 2.
Shot. There we go.
Oh, it's not.
Oh, it's not. Yeah.
And that goes in front of you, and you need to make one more 4-letter word
Okay.
to win.
Oh, right.
So in an ideal world, we don't start a second word because we'll have
Correct.
to solve it.
Yes. But remember, you can make 3-letter words just to clear the middle.
Okay.
Raise.
R-A-I...
Z-E.
Oh, R-A-Z-E. Hmm.
And it has to be a consecutive letter?
You can't put things in the middle, correct?
Okay. Raise.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Mm. Yeah.
Maybe he's got.
So you could start another thing and make it a 3-letter word.
Yeah.
Or change the word.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We don't have to.
It turns out that we have quite a lot of S's and T's statistically. So any words that use the most common letters are...
Remember, the letters on the top are the letters in senorita.
Oh, I see. Okay.
A-E-I-N-O-R-S-T. It wasn't planned that way. It just happened to work out that way.
Okay.
Okay.
Those ones are very common.
We haven't had any yet, so I mean, I could go, if we've got an S, I could go rats.
Remember to draw back up to 5, John.
Oh.
No,
I forgot.
sorry.
Can we rude here? We'll be slightly less rude. Drat.
Great.
So that's it. That is level 1 done.
Mission. Yes.
Do you like to move on to level 2?
Yeah. Do we need to reshuffle?
Yeah, you reshuffle, redeal everything.
Okay.
It doesn't say, again, it doesn't say who starts. I mean, it's a very minor point.
Yeah, because it's collaborative.
Yeah. I mean, do you have a preference for how to choose who starts?
I don't mind. We can
No, I
go
don't
around clockwise or something.
Okay, so you played the last one. Maybe you
Okay.
start the next one.
I think I started the last one, didn't I?
No,
Oh, did John? Oh, okay.
John
Yeah.
did, but also John played the last time, as in played the last letter of the game.
Okay. How
Why
many
did I
again?
start?
5. 1,
Because I arbitrarily told you
2.
to.
Okay.
3.
Because
Four.
if there's no difference, I just pick the person beside me.
And that makes yes. That's good.
Okay.
Okay, not bad, intones the head librarian, but you'll need to prove you can face tougher challenges.
Okay.
Complete 3 words of at least 4 letters each, but each word must use 2 of the bottom letters.
Okay.
So, example, near and dear do not use enough bottom letters, but deal does. And it's got a little visual here if you want to look on my screen.
Oh, that's nice.
Deal.
Is it two of them must use two of the bottom letters?
No, all the
All-
quest's words must be used two bottom
Right,
letters.
okay, all
So
right.
it's 3 words, 4 letters or more, using 2 of the bottom letters.
Correct.
Very great. I just want to make an observation, which is all the vowels apart from U are top letters. So we just might want to bear that in mind. Like, we don't really want to use that many consonants from the top letters. We should probably avoid them. Oh shit, I'm not supposed to be saying things.
No, you can't. You just can't. Like, I think that before the round, it's fine to strategize in this way, but you're definitely not meant to be talking about what you've got
the
in your
rules.
hands.
You probably give us some points.
Like, you're not meant. If you said, "Oh, I've got a G, so we should make grape," because I've got G and P, and so you can put R and then A, then that would definitely be cheating.
Okay, so I'm going to go made.
M-A-I-D.
M-A-D-E, I think would be easier.
Should you have to spell out the word when you say it? Because, I mean, it's not in the rules, but I'm just wondering.
I've had these discussions with code names before, because sometimes, like, you'll definitely want to spell it out when you, so that people think of the same thing, and sometimes you're playing on that ambiguity. I don't know if the ambiguity
is part of the game.
Part of it here, because like, semantics don't really come into it at all, do they? For this.
No, but saying made, I guess. Actually, one is probably slightly better now I'm thinking about it. And so I think in this game, you'd probably be thinking of a particular spelling, like a particular sequence of letters.
Yeah.
So maybe it makes sense to always spell the word, because if you can't spell the word, then you shouldn't really be putting it down.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It's also an easy way to just double check that you've got it right.
So you got MADE is what you're going for. So MADE.
But you could say a word that your cards make up, says Alex, to give your teammate some information.
Oh,
yes, absolutely. That's explicitly stated within the rules. I think I said that, didn't I?
Yeah.
Wade.
That is 1 out of 3.
L's at the top, isn't it?
L is at the bottom.
L's at the bottom. I don't know if I'm just copying this one up. Love.
Load.
L-O-A-D.
So, L is at the bottom. Okay, I'm going to say...
So why did you do that? Because I don't have any E's to finish.
Someone else might have had another.
But I'm not directing you to do that. Or they can still go with love.
I'm going to go...
There's only one V.
Oh, I see.
I'm going to say loam. Loam.
Do remember there's 2 words that you can make at a time. So even though the turn order does matter for making the things, you don't definitely have to play on that one word, that one turn. Alex, asked, do they know about Senorita?
Yeah.
And yes, I just told you.
Dune, Dune.
Dupe.
Loan.
That's 2 out of 3.
Yeah. 2 back.
For anyone watching, that was taking 2 because Amy had forgotten to take one on the previous turn.
Yes.
Not because there's any bonus to making a word or anything.
DUPE for dupe, isn't it?
DUPE.
Dupe.
And yeah, if some people are not the best at spelling out the words does feel like makes it more accessible. So after the 3rd word with 2 bottom things has been made, then we'll just have to clear the board, and you can clear the board making 3-letter words, remember.
Okay.
Prop.
Great.
Oh, wow.
Yay.
I totally did not see that.
Well done.
That is the end.
Oh, we did.
Oh,
That's 3 out of 3.
Oh, it was only 3 that time. Okay.
Yes. Do you think that was nice progression, or?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
3. The corners of the head librarian's mouth seem slightly more relaxed, though not quite enough for a smile. You must read more than the letters alone. You must be able to recognize different schools of magic. Combining them can spell disaster. You make 3 words of at least 4 letters, but you cannot place any borders next to each other that match.
Oh, cool.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Okay.
What's it again? 3 words of more than.
3 words, 4 or more letters.
Oh, the borders can't match. I see.
The borders next to one another cannot match.
Okay.
Really, you really need to know what remember what the borders are for the cards, don't you?
So, as if you ever put 2 borders adjacent, that's just a straight up failure.
Okay. Okay.
Quest 3.
So the
It doesn't.
The borders are all equally as common. And
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is it yours?
Oh,
or
is it my go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ramp.
Okay.
Where are you going?
Brat.
Why are you?
Oh shit! No, sorry. Oh shit! It's also not my go. And also about to kill us. Sorry.
2.
Whoops. That was the worst following instructions I've done today. Sorry.
That's totally okay.
And she swore twice,
Yeah.
which we predicted would happen in a chain.
Yeah.
Schools of magic would Be horrified.
Raid.
R-A-I-D.
Okay. Raid.
In theory, I guess you want to use all the borders about as equally as each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, well.
All else being equal, of course. I mean, might have had two eyes, but might not have.
I know it's my go. I'm just looking. I think I've got lots of ending that. Else I shouldn't be talking.
Well, you shouldn't be saying what letters you've got.
Yeah.
That's the one thing you're not allowed. Definitely not allowed to say.
Guys, now WhatsApp you a photo of my.
Pets.
That's raid. So that's 1 out of 3. I should be quiet from now on. I'm not going to say anything more, but because I should be testing whether you're able to kind of keep track of it and everything yourselves. Would it make it easier if I printed out the quests?
Hair. No, it's easy.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, hold on a moment.
No.
Oh God, what was wrong with me? Sorry. That's the same as well. What is wrong with me?
It's like backwards.
What? Okay, this one. Hair. Go. I was really confused when you just went no.
No.
Not hair, no. Never
Hair. My gosh. This.
Oh my
Never
God.
there, nor there.
Can I look at that sheet for a second?
Yeah.
Looking at your hair. Is your hair there? Is your hair there? Is your hair where?
It's gone very Dr. Seuss.
Is your hair rather fair?
Open.
Would you like to build a lair full of
Oh,
hair?
cool. Yeah.
That's quite fair.
I do declare.
Would you dare? Would you dare to build a lair full of hair? That is fair.
Be a rare thing.
No, you've got to say it's a thing that's right. Come
Okay. On a chair?
On a mare.
On a spare mare?
On a spare stair.
With John Clare?
What did you actually declare something?
Oh yeah, we did.
yeah,
We did a
we're
couple of
waiting
minutes.
for
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Distracted. what was the word you
I'm
said?
terrible at being
Open.
quiet.
Open. Open.
Ooh,
Yay.
2 out of 3. Wait a
I've only got
minute.
4 parts.
How does 2, 3? How did John finish? Oh, were there 2 words going on at once before?
Yeah, that one started before that one finished.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Only got to do one more. What is? Oh shoot! Thanks, Alex. I totally missed changing the thing. I'm very sorry. To everyone, this is called questable, as in you go on a quest and there. Now it's scrolling and I'll put it into the comments.
Who's
It's John.
Oh, it's John.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
No,
I thought
John just went.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
it's my
okay,
go.
okay.
Okay, sorry. Time.
Sorry, I shouldn't intervene.
We just all been sat there for ages last week.
Yeah, the
What did you say?
Time.
sun goes down and the crickets come out.
Are you just trying to remember what's his top and bottom?
Yeah, I was just doing that. Runt.
Do we have a
What do you
rule
think
for
was-
bottoms? Is it just three cards or more, and they don't touch the side, not the same side?
Correct.
Good. Okay. Right, and yeah,
But
so
knowing which ones are more prevalent will help you know what people might be able to make.
yeah, three letters or more, right? So we
No,
can
4
just-
letters or
Oh,
more.
it is 4 letters or more. Okay, all right. Okay.
All the quest words are always 4 letters or more,
Oh, that's good.
unless otherwise stated. Because later on you might have to do longer words.
Oh, yeah,
I'm excited
okay.
about the new quest. I wonder if there's going to be one that involves the numbers. I'm excited about it.
There aren't any that's involved in numbers yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That would be hard.
Cards have to be numerical order.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
Or like in suit
Or-
order, so you can go 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
Just that'd be too difficult because the common
There's
ones.
so many
would-
more 5s, yeah.
Or you can't have the same number next to one another.
Yeah.
Or each word is only allowed 1 of each number.
Each word.
That would be really, really hard.
Each word can only add up to 10.
Oh, nice. I like it. Ah, that's so good. Because that would change every time someone put down a letter. I like that.
You could do any word,
that's
but as long
cool.
as it doesn't add up to
Brunt.
Runt. Oh, runt, sorry.
It's in runt last time. I'm trying to give a clue.
Okay. Well, we're very lucky that this is this pattern. So there we go, runt.
And that is 3 out of 3.
Correct.
Congratulations. Or all your stated words have to start with P. Oh, that's interesting. Alex suggests that some restriction based on what you're allowed to say.
Yeah.
But then you
that's
wouldn't
cool.
be able to claim them because you have to say the word to claim it.
Do you have to say the word claim?
Yeah, well, you have to
But it
say I've
doesn't have to
made
be
runt.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't have to be the same word that you were saying previously.
Correct. Mission 4. It is important to work as a team, the librarian continues, looking at each of you in turn, but you must each know your strengths and do your part if you can hope to succeed. Oh, everyone gets 1 extra card. The first librarian, who is that?
Is that me? Because I don't know who.
I don't know.
who's the
We
first
don't.
librarian?
I don't know.
Let's say it's the dealer.
Okay.
Arbitrarily.
Okay.
So Amy is the first librarian.
Yeah.
The first librarian chooses 1 card from their hand, lays it in front of them. They will be the only player who can claim words using this border as the final card. Each librarian in clockwise order does the same, choosing a different border as their sole claim. Any borders not chosen are available for any librarians to claim words with. And you've got to make, again, 3 words, at least 4 letters each. So remember, the border you choose, no one else can use that border to finish a word with.
But does that card go back in your hand, or is
No,
that...
it's just face up on the table, so you never get to use it.
Never
Oh.
to use it. Okay.
So you'll also have... Yeah, that's interesting consideration, actually.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Okay, let's see.
If you've got ideally one where you've got multiple of that suit.
This line again. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't have any matching ones, but I'll gain them when I draw. So.
And could you do me a favour? See that big box? Put it on the edge of that, just to make a bit of a shadow. I was meaning actually like this.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, now people can.
In Chicago.
So that is.
In Chicago, it's a no-fare zone.
You can always look at this
As
card now.
opposed
I
to
remember that.
everywhere else, where people love to have affairs, and it's totally okay. And we have affairs all day.
Well, actually, technically, it was a no affair zone.
No, in Chicago. So outside of Chicago, it's not a no affair zone.
Oh yeah.
Logically.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Sorry, throw back to the previous game for anyone who's.
I'm
tuning in and
just
is
gonna.
getting
I'm gonna have
confused.
to just pick a random one. Sorry, I've got.
So that's diagonals.
Yeah.
All right. Interlocking tadpoles for me.
Oh, a tadpole. Okay.
Okay.
Now you start.
So should I start or?
Yeah, you are the first
I'm the first
librarian.
librarian. Okay, great. Hail. Oh yeah, thanks. Probably HALE. It's more.
Hail.
Are we still following the rule where the borders can't be next to each other?
No,
Okay.
That's good.
that was just for.
Okay.
If they stack, that would be impossible.
Yeah.
Hake.
Okay.
Say rake, I suppose.
So does anybody have ownership of the border with the spots and the other things? No. Okay, great. So, rake.
Nice.
Yep.
1 out of 3.
So that was the last.
Is
episode,
it exclusively exclusive in Chicago? Asks.
Oh my gosh. I suppose I could help. I'll put an S on the end of something, couldn't you?
I would suggest, as a meta thing, which I think I'm allowed to say meta things, but that if you do have cards that you are definitely not able to end with, then you might want to use them earlier on in the word to get rid of them.
That's what I thought was
Yeah.
doing, yes.
Yeah.
So do you mean like working backwards from the end of a word, or
Just
Well, if you
prioritise
have
using
these or these,
using
then
ones
you
you
want to
can't
get
use at
rid
the
of
end.
Yeah.
yeah?
Well, basically, the borders, if you have the border that someone else has claimed.
Yeah. No, I understand. Okay, so trap.
Do the levels feel like they're getting harder?
Yeah, which I think is what you want.
Not like bracing, yeah.
No, but
I imagine it could go
it's scaling.
Yeah, it's nice. It's like an easy
Hmm.
going up. It's not like a really steep.
But as in, my question was, does this one feel like it's harder than level 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Level 2 was the one 2 lower letters.
Also, this one is more interactive. So it feels like a
Udon.
good order to go on.
Udon.
Udon.
It's a type of noodle.
Oh yeah, so it is. Okay, is that a proper noun? Are we allowed that? Udon.
I don't think you'd spell it with a capital U, do you?
Okay.
So UDON.
You should not to let Jaxie. Sorry.
I'm terrible with that in card games. That's probably why I always lose at poker.
I wasn't
like,
looking.
hey, everyone.
Yeah, I know you weren't looking, but just sometimes even if you aren't looking, you might see accidentally.
Oh yes, sir. I was staring down. I was moving.
Toes or maybe does.
You're only allowed to say one word.
Oh, toes.
But I can't complete that one, can I?
Well, you can if you've got an S. That isn't squiggles or horizontals.
Oh, okay. Fair play. Toes.
And that's 2 out of 3.
Oh. So I forget to take number 5. Fang.
Okay, let's think.
Whose stomach is that? Is that me?
Mine.
Are you overly full or hungry? Or
It just makes weird noises. I'm fine.
do you like a shot of meat? It's from
Pint.
What?
Mead?
Pint.
Yeah, I'd like a mead. That'd be great.
You having mead?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Mead? Oh gosh, yeah, I love mead.
Pint.
Okay. We're happy to drink from these glasses.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fine.
Drawing.
So it's just the cards I've got.
I've got ones with letters and numbers and shapes on them.
Would you like German Christmas mead or would you like dark English mead?
Which one's less sweet?
Go with dark English. That sounds.
Yes.
I was going to say which was the sweetest.
Oh, sorry.
So you want the Christmas one?
I don't mind. Surprise me. That's fine.
Definitely dark English. Like it sounds like it was
Me
you know,
too.
made in medieval times.
Thank you.
Really irritating. Oh, I can't even do that anyway. Okay.
That looks like a great colour. Look at that.
Oh, that looks nice.
Wow, thank you.
That's his. People want to see.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So which one did you have? You had the dark.
You can tell because it's darker.
Yeah,
Can I
Sorry,
tell you?
I meant which one was the dark one from? Was the dark one the English one, or was the dark one the other one? Like,
some bright white. Future me.
I mean, I could just completely retaliate now by putting down a word that no one else can spell.
It's cooperative. You
I know, but I just
can't.
can't.
Despite your face.
I know, but I just can't think of words.
Alex asks how many quests there are. There's probably more than we'll have time for.
Let's see.
Which is on page 1.
There are, from the designer, there's currently 27.
Whew. How many have we done? 3.
I think 4.
4.
Okay.
I'm really struggling here.
We can jump a couple
You can
if
start,
you
or
want.
start a new
Yeah,
line if
yeah.
you like.
I'll start a new one with. I just can't think of words. I've just got odd letters.
I would say if you've got a vowel, that would be amazing. Be useful.
Yeah. Runs.
See, I think the kind of, if you've got a vowel that would be useful, is probably the
Shouldn't say
kind
that.
of say that thing that you shouldn't say.
No. I mean, I was.
Okay.
I thought I had it. Do you mind if I spell?
Yeah, of course, please do.
Gent.
Okay.
So that's the English one.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I can't use that.
Would you like a
Can
taste
that.
of this? You can have it from the other side.
Well, that's very nice.
Pent.
Thanks. It's spiced, isn't it?
I said it's Christmas.
So we just need to finish that word.
A little vanilla-y as well.
What's that last word?
Pent.
P-E-N-T. Nice.
No. Where's that come from? What's
you
that?
have five.
That's
That's
your
your border
Suits.
Oh,
colour.
that's my suit cut. I completely forgot where I was when I think for a second.
Yeah, means we'll do that to you.
So that's one I can't use. That one.
Yeah, I've not been to. I got this in Essen 2019.
For the game.
Yeah,
Oh.
which probably
Yeah.
tells you how quickly I drink. But I did get
That's
multiple
great.
bottles of different types.
It's a very
That
nice one.
one was a birthday present.
Very
I
nice.
got probably about 10 or 12 bottles, but not all of them were alcoholic.
Mhm.
I got maybe 4 bottles of non-alcoholic stuff, 8 bottles of alcohol. So
Oh, was it my go? So
Yeah.
who just completed
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
word?
it's your go, yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
I shouldn't have brought out the meat. I do apologise.
You definitely should have brought out the meat.
Yeah.
Just splitting everyone's minds now.
Nuts. I can't.
One bit of feedback. I don't know if it helps to do it now or
Or are you wanting to give feedback about the game?
yeah. So I think
Yeah.
one issue with turn finding is like there's not much to do if it's not your turn because so much can change in the one just before you. It's like it's very hard to plan like what you might do.
I like it so far, but I like the kind of suspense of not knowing what the next quests are. And
Yeah, but I think John's basically talking about the downtime, which is, yeah,
agree.
John felt unable to think about what to do, and I'm quite. But at this point, surely that is such a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh
understand.
yeah, no,
why you
I'm
wouldn't.
thinking of the word. That's all. I'm thinking of a different word to say to like signal my other.
But
cards.
you've already collected the 3 out of 4.
Oh, so much.
We're
Right,
gonna
all right.
reshuffle
We'll stick
after
with
this,
nuts
aren't we?
then.
Yeah. Great.
You
that's
only
it.
need.
We're finished.
Oh, it's 3 word. Was it? Word, was it?
In order to clear the
This is
middle,
2.
Was that 2?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was.
So we've
In
only got
order to
3.
clear the middle, you just need to.
Oh,
Three
I
left
see.
ones.
Sorry.
Quest words need to be 4 letters or more. Other words can be 3
Sorry,
letters.
I didn't realize we'd finished the quest.
Okay, that was why you were taking so long. Okay.
I was thinking, we'd make one more.
Sorry,
four-letter
I
word.
was really I was thinking, why
And
don't
I
you
would-
just
I
play
would-
that
I
blooming
would-
T?
I was doing the same. I wouldn't have taken as long doing that if I knew that, because obviously T is quite a common letter. Yeah.
Let me actually.
I'm probably making it a bit. I mean, that word you choose, I probably make it a bit hard for myself by trying to think of something that could be spelt with what's on there, and also that signals my letters. And I guess you don't have to say a word that can be made. You can just say like a word that's related to your letters, right? Is that?
No, you have to say a word that can be made.
Oh, okay.
I also don't feel like we've been so hard done by the letters that it matters to me much what letters you're holding. Like, unless there's some hugely valuable info, like I have tons of S's and no vowels, but
Well,
there's no way
like-
of really saying that.
If I said flux,
Yeah.
well, there's a very good chance that he's got the X.
Yes, that's true,
Yeah.
yeah. But I don't.
And the
know
F,
that-
I would
Yeah.
be quite well.
Maybe-
There's 3 very uncommon. There's 2 Fs, 3 U's, 5 L's, which is quite a good bet, and
Yeah.
only 1 X. So if you didn't have basically all of those spoken for, I would be a bit annoyed with you, frankly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know.
Maybe it's just that we haven't got to quests yet where it's useful to have that much information about each other's hands. Like, so far, I don't really. Doesn't matter to me what you guys have in your hands because.
You don't
Like
care.
you,
Well, I
you
mean,
don't-
I don't.
you
need
need
that
to know that Senorita is kind of common, but
Yeah.
you can, if you want, just kind of do the 3-letter words to just churn through and get
Yeah.
stuff.
For instance, one of the quests was like you need to use these.
Quest number 5. There is but one thing more. The head librarian seems almost proud of you, but it's hard to be sure. You don't always have the ideal tools for the job. Prove yourself resourceful, and you'll be ready to finally face challenges on your own. Oh, wait. Get rid of all the E's.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. Oops.
You'll need to
I'll just
reshuffle.
reshuffle. Okay.
I don't. Oh, yeah.
I'll take out all the E's from the whole deck.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Get
He's
rid of.
definitely proud of us, I think. He's proud of
Put
me.
those cards out on the table face up so you know which letters are out of the game. 4 words, 4 letters each.
Without ease.
Yes.
It's impossible.
Yes. It's like
Every word has an E.
it's like a book by George Perec. I love it.
Yes, we get bonus points if every word is somehow an oblique reference to the Holocaust.
No, please not. Please.
So, that was the point of that book, wasn't it? That was the idea that the lack of ease represents.
I guess. I think you can read it without thinking that as well. But I don't know. Okay, so these are the letters we're missing. Yeah, interesting. It's like this mysterious cultural absence and amnesia. So I guess maybe it is the Holocaust. So
E by gum, and Alex says it's definitely a characteristic of limited communication co-op games where there's an informal accepted level of table talk which works as a natural way to adjust the difficulty. That's an interesting point. Where, yeah, if people are really struggling, you might decide communally you'll talk a little bit more.
3,
Oh,
4.
well, it's actually interesting having those cards visible to see what letters you can't use as well as the E's. Like,
Is it 4, not 5 for this round?
Oh, it's 5.
Oh, I thought it was 4 letters each.
No, there's 4 words.
Oh,
And-
4 letters each. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, got it.
No, the hand, the cards in hand is a constant rule for the entire game.
Okay.
So there are some rules that are, yeah. I mean, I guess that would that be an interest? No, I don't think that would be a good thing to shift just because it's also player count dependent, if you know what I mean.
my
This
guess
one?
is, yeah. Fold.
I'm just going to point out, remember that the lower letters, there's this many
Yeah.
of. So there's 2 Fs.
Oh.
Now, when you say the word in this round, you shouldn't say a word with ease in, right? Because it's not possible to do it. Is that right?
Interesting question. I would say correct.
Right. Font.
Okay. Fort. Oh God.
Fault.
Yay.
1 out of 4.
It's me.
Jack, mid-game check-in.
Yeah.
How are you finding this game?
No, I'm enjoying this one. I think with less knowing the words are smaller, I find it a lot easier.
Lobs.
Lobs. Like throws or something.
So if we were doing things where we had to make 7-letter words, you think at that point you would stop enjoying it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I would. I think cooperatively as well. I'm not spelling the word alone. I don't think that would be an issue. I think it's when I've got a lot of cards trying to work out the things separately. So it feels less hectic when you've got the time to think. I'm playing with what cards are there, so there's clearly a word that can be spelled.
And Alex makes an interesting point. Does that mean that you can never say the word pizza because you've only got one Z in the deck?
Oh, interesting.
And that's an interesting question because it does kind of make me realise that if you say you can't use a word with an E in it in this round, then that would mean that normally you would have to know what's in the deck, which it's useful for the game, but I don't want that to be a prerequisite. So maybe you should be allowed to say any word, even if it uses E's or even...
Well, I mean, you can see there the ratio of the letters that you won't be able to use. So we know that we won't be able to use a K. We've only got one P, one Y, and 2 W's potentially between us in the whole deck.
Oh yeah.
So that means that I can sit there and I know like something like joke is out of the question. That's never going to come up.
Yes, because it's got a K. And an E.
Yeah.
Don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just going to go with... Maybe I should hold that one back. So... Just going to say font again.
It does feel like it needs someone to say there's this many words left, which I'm aware that I've been doing as the but that feels like a potential slight downside because 2 people didn't realise that.
If we can see the piles are there and the discards are separate.
Like if you keep the pile, maybe the pile's slightly split or something.
Or face up at least, because then you haven't got the
But you and John got confused by Amy's.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Piling. Yeah.
Which I blame them, frankly, Amy. But then Alex says, I think it could absolutely work as a specific rule just for this round.
Okay.
Like, as in, you can't say words with an E in it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I'm.
Imagine if you.
Okay, well, sorry, I'm going to start a new one. Sorry.
Okay.
Hand.
I'm going to play for you.
Okay.
Awesome. Hand.
Soon.
What was the last one said for the top one?
Soon.
Soon.
Hand.
Soon in hand.
Oh. Yeah. Hand.
Soon.
Sand. That's it. That's that quest, right? Was it 3? No, it's 4.
4.
Oh, okay. So it's 3 out of 4. 1 more. Let's try to go there. Yeah.
Hand.
Oh, it's.
Yeah, it's your opinion.
What's the better? Hob.
What?
Hob.
HOB.
I'm looking for 4 letters.
Oh. But it can be 3, can't it? Or 5?
To clear a word, to clear the middle, it can be. But
in that case,
but
horn.
What is it? Horn?
Horn.
Horn, okay.
Christmas spices. Okay. Rind.
I was going to spell something, but I think I'm missing a letter. Bind is ED, isn't it?
No, bind.
BIND. Yeah. Bind.
Great.
Yes.
Okay, that
You
was
completed it.
done.
Congratulations. Do you want? I'll read out quest 6 because I'm aware of time, and you can tell me if you want to skip it and move on.
Okay.
Quest 6 is congratulations. You've graduated your training and you're immediately put to work by the head librarian. Just some simple maintenance to do for your first official day. Complete 3 words, exactly 5 letters each.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Want to do that or skip
Mhm.
ahead?
Sure.
Exactly 5 letters. Okay.
Okay.
5 letters.
3 words.
Or
5
more than
letters.
4.
No, exactly 5.
One more
3.
than 4.
Yes.
Not quite 6 though.
No.
Don't go anywhere
6
near
is too many.
6 is
John.
too many.
4 is too
Don't even
few.
think about 7.
Don't even think about it.
No, how dare you? I can't believe
Now I
you
can't
even
stop
brought...
thinking about it. You've really turned me on to 7. Forbidden
Bye,
fruit.
Alex.
Oh, bye, Alex.
Although 7 is
That was
5
nice to hang out
letters.
with you, Alex.
Bye, Alex.
Bye. Who's starting?
I won't.
last. So.
All right. And the word I say doesn't have to be a word I can make with.
No.
My
It just
cards.
has to be
Right.
a theoretical word that could
There
be
we go.
made using the cards on that row.
Wow, okay,
So you could put an I down and say anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Okay, let's just go with drink.
D-R-I-N-K.
Stains. S-T-A-I-N. Yes. S-T-A-I-N. Sorry, stain. Singular.
Stain.
Stain.
Right. Stayed instead.
Stayed.
Yeah.
Item? No. Times.
Item.
No.
Yeah. Is for T-I-M-E-S. Yeah.
Times.
Totaling the things is interesting. Less than 10 would definitely be unmanageable.
Right.
Remember to keep your car secret, Jack.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't. I didn't realise that. Yeah, I forget. Yeah.
No, as in I could see it with my eyes.
Oh, okay.
Because you were putting them literally on your lap, which is less than horizontal.
Sorry. It's the mead.
So you claim.
Yeah. Rides.
Oh, rides.
Seven.
Bride.
Interestingly, I think he'd only used the second row like 1 or 2 times up until this point. But I think it's going to become a bit more necessary.
I wonder if actually it might have required more shuffling when we put the E's back into the deck. So I'm slightly avoiding letter
All the
E.
E's have disappeared.
Yeah, I was just slightly avoiding that letter just in case. I wanted to say grist, but now it starts with B. There's no such word as brist, is there?
B-R-I-S-T?
Yeah, that's not a word. Brist?
I mean, normally for things I say you can like look up one thing a turn, because any more than that seems excessive. But saying literally you can never look up a word seems like unfun. Brist isn't in Collins, Bristle is.
Iris, that's for I'm just going to go up on that one for now. Okay, so SGDDD. Saint.
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 Saint. Yay.
Is it 2 5s or 3 5s?
3. Yeah, I'll try and answer if it's something that you could find by checking the fingerbots. Otherwise, I'm not going to keep count or anything for you.
Times again.
Boats.
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 Oh yeah, I see TS. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm just going to move these slightly further.
Rants. So in theory, if we finish this quest word, we can immediately get the other quest word because it says Iris. So
Yes.
we could take it away immediately, so we don't have to worry.
Right.
There we go then.
Yes, that's great.
Yes, so you have finished that. And
I'm just going to look for the E's and shuffle them in a bit better.
On the bottom.
They were, look. Just going to shuffle them in at random.
now an alarm blares and your fellow librarians are rushing everywhere. You are told that the nefarious wizard Jack Q. Vexes is attacking the mystical library.
Jack. Why?
Jack and there's only one way to combat him, and you'll have to help. Take all the letters with cards with a 1 on them out of the deck.
With the 1 numbers.
Yep. So that will be J, K, Q, V, X, and Z. Place them on the table. On the turn, you may play one of those 6 cards to a word instead of one from your own hand. Complete at least 3 words. Each word must contain... complete at least 3 words that each contain one of these 1-value letters.
Okay.
And each quest word must be 4 or more letters long per standard rules. So when you're using them, you need to use the J, K, Q, X, or Z.
Is that at least 1?
It has to have
So the lower,
contain exactly
lower,
1.
the lower letters only.
Yes.
And how many 5 long?
No, 4 long,
Okay.
as standard. So
3, 4, 5.
If
And
you're
the words we say out loud should involve those letters. Potentially.
Hmm.
You think it would be useful if they do?
You're gonna get it, Jack Q. Verez.
Vexes,
Vexes.
because it uses all the letters.
Ah, Vexes. Coming. Who's starting?
I don't remember.
You put the
All
last
right.
word down, don't you?
I'm gonna get this guy. Wait, hang on. We can't start with the one.
No, but well, actually, it says on your turn, you place one of them.
Mm.
You may place one of them rather than one from your hand.
Mm.
So if
Okay.
you think that's
5 letters, right?
Mm.
4 letters.
Oh, 4 letters. All right, Jape.
Vexes. Just so it spells out the name.
Okay. J, I see.
Oh, so sure.
Let's say. Well, I'm going to have to make a decision one way or the other because it's probably going to be on one side of the A. So let's say knave.
No,
How do you spell that?
Nave.
To check that that's the word.
If not, then I'll say rave.
Oh, the nave of a church.
Mm.
The long central part where people gather to worship.
Mm.
That's a very solid definition.
Yeah.
I give you 2 thumbs up, Collins English Dictionary. Okay.
Going for rave.
Rave in the Nave. Rave it is.
Yay!
Someone must have done that right. I had a party in a church and called it Rave in the Nave.
Oh,
That's cute.
but would that
Is
be
it
disrespectful?
My go now. Go, yeah. Okay. Let's think about what letters we have here.
A lot of churches are underused or partly abandoned, who would probably be happy with.
A rave in their nave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
saw
a
a church in in Glasgow that's been converted into a bar.
Yeah, I've been one of them in HMY. We had a lock-in, and I got to play a guitar song set from the pulpit.
Oh,
So
what
everyone-
instruments do you play? Just guitar or?
Just guitar and a bit of mandolin, but I haven't practiced
Nice.
that for years.
Well,
All about the 6-string?
lays.
eight
Lays,
strings on
isn't
an
it?
A.
Lays. L-A-Z-E.
No, but on guitar.
Okay.
Yeah. Allays, did you say?
Lays. L-A-Z-E.
Lays.
Yeah. Lays.
Lays.
Okay. I don't have an E. So I
Well,
obviously
you could,
could
aren't.
grab that.
That's
Can I
what
use-
you're
can I
not
use
allowed
that?
to say.
Oh,
Can
shit,
they
yeah.
use Can they use that? Because
Yes,
you can
but I'm
only use
deciding
them
not
as
to.
the lower letter.
Okay.
Oh, low.
Lays. Okay. How many are we trying to get? 3?
I've got a question.
Yep.
So can you when I put that in, I said lays. When it's announced as a word, does then it have to be used as a lower letter? So we can't like swap in that one now and go with lank, say.
Hmm.
I mean,
You did an
all
action
the
to place
ones.
that one in.
I think that it's not totally clear, but I think it's the designer's intention that
Right.
any card with a 1 on it can only be used for the lower letter.
Okay.
Okay.
So once you've taken the 1 on it and put it in the middle, and I would appreciate the designer telling me privately whether that's correct, but I believe the intention is it can only be used as a lower letter.
Okay.
But it could be a different word, obviously.
It's my go, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't think of any
Sorry.
other words except for adding stuff to the front.
I don't know. T-E-A-K.
Took.
Lays.
Yay. It has to be 4 letters, or can it be more?
It says at least 4.
At
Oh,
least-
right.
Okay, so well, I have to go, so I'm gonna have to do something. Sorry. So toke, Toke.
Hmm.
Hmm. It is interesting watching you play it because this is one that I played, I think, on my birthday on the 13th.
Mhm.
And then I'm trying to remember who I played it with, but yeah, just the speed of play is very different.
Hmm.
How do you spell Stoke? Stoke.
Hmm.
Stoke.
Stoke.
Yay! Excellent. How many have we got?
3.
That's
3.
three, yeah.
We did the first.
Alright.
Congratulations.
I think, yeah, definitely at various points I've been overcomplicating this game massively. I just keep thinking like I've got to think tactically several moves ahead instead of putting a word down, and then there's no point in reviewing those tactics at all because everything's like changed by the time it comes
I
around.
think trying to remember what words you already spelt to work out
Right.
how many vowels are left already used. Like if you've spent a couple in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I kept expecting to sort of catch us out in some kind of severe way, and it didn't really.
I'm just
So-
putting down letters that are generally usable.
Yeah, it's not meant to be catching you out. I
It's
mean,
more of a role play. Yeah.
well, no, but it's a gentle thing. It's that was quest number 7. Shall we skip a couple? Quest 8 is complete a 3, 4, 5, 6 letter word in that order. Quest 9 would have been complete 7 letters of at least 4 letter words, but no librarian may ever claim 2 more words than another librarian. Quest 10. Just when you thought the job was only about words and letters, a sorcerer skilled in numeracy threatens to destroy everything you hold dear.
Jack.
You'll have to No, it's not Jack. Q Vexes this time.
It's me in disguise.
You'll have to master numbers to save the mystical library.
Okay.
Each librarian must claim exactly 10 cards.
Okay. Okay.
Claim 10 cards. Oh gosh. Does that mean it doesn't matter what size word you do then?
No, it does, because
4.
no,
So could you do a 3-letter word, then a 7-letter word?
So-
for example?
So we're going to have to aim for not doing 4s because they're hard to divide. So we're going to have to aim for maybe 5s. It's
Two
most
fives
likely
each.
2 5s
Two fives
each.
each.
That's the most plausible. Or maybe a 6 and a 4, but they don't want to drag us into having to do a 6.
What is it about this library that keeps attracting wrong and
I came in and the others followed.
Okay. Can you go?
John went last, didn't he?
So just, I don't know if this makes it too easy, but I had a conversation with the designer about this,
Yeah.
and they are unsure if you should be allowed to do 3-letter word for this one thing or not.
Okay.
So I'll leave that up to you.
Okay.
So if you want to say you are allowed to do 3s, then you could do a 3, a 3, and a 4.
I can do 10 one-letter words.
No.
I. I'm joking.
Okay.
So are you playing that you are allowed to do 3s or not?
So try and go 4 5s. I mean,
Might as well
if we
try,
get
and then
stuck.
if we get stuck, yeah. Team.
Team.
Yeah, you've not failed one yet, so.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like, remember, John, if you fail, like, it's not the worst thing. It's not like, oh.
No, I can't live with failure. I have to immediately go and end myself.
Team.
Go team.
I'm gonna try and actually aim it towards a 5. So I'm gonna go steel.
Steel.
Yay!
It's a steal.
Which is what I've done.
So you've got 5 now.
Yeah.
So you only want 5. Okay.
Oh, but you've actually got to plan who's going to place the last word. So, and you've got to, and you can't have any left on the table to clear either, can you?
Correct.
You're the one who catches out.
Stone.
So we're aiming it. Let's have interesting.
Stone.
Store.
Also, curiosity, Amy, can you hear John's whispering?
I didn't hear what he said. No.
Okay.
Oh, but is stoma a word? That's like a bit of a cell, right?
We said
A
we
bit
can
of a
look
plant.
up
It's a-
one thing.
I'm sorry, I don't need to ask it. It is a bit of a plant.
Oh, okay.
I'm probably wasting her looking it up, but it is a bit of a plant, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Nice.
Great.
Oh, and it's also something in zoology, which is a mouth or a mouth-like. Oh, it's got 3 definitions.
Protuberance. That's a plant or a mouth.
Birds.
So, it's either an epidermal pore in large numbers on plants' leaves that control the passage of gases into and out of the plant, or it's the mouth or mouth-like part of an animal, or it's an artificial opening in a tubular organ, especially the colon or ileum. And just Collins' dictionary again, coming out with the quality definitions, and I like how the hard words are underlined, so you can just play, okay, what's its ileum? I'll just click there to learn. 2 thumbs up.
Bites.
Right. Question. If you spell a full letter word, you can carry on until you've got a high one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it automatically triggered.
Biter?
Ah, yeah.
Yep, someone who bites.
Phew. So we definitely want to go for 5s now because we have 5.
Yeah.
Fines.
Mines.
Mines.
Drain.
So I missed what you said. You said drain. No,
Drain, yeah.
Train?
Ending in R-A-I-N.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry. I was counting the bit there. I was thinking, but you've missed one. No, you've not. Okay, drain, sorry.
Yay!
No, Lance.
What did you say?
Lance.
Lance.
Lance. Lance.
Oh, Lance. Oh, sorry, is that your accent? Lance. Okay.
I would pronounce it Lance as well.
I always do as well.
Amy's just posh.
Southern.
Lance.
Lance.
Lancelot.
Are both correct? Lance and Lance.
It's just pronunciation, isn't it? It's just I think it's just if you're north of, if you're Birmingham upward, you do short A's.
So just to clarify, these are the 10s that Jack has. These are 5 for Amy. This is the one in the middle. And here, John also has 5.
I don't know really.
Oh, by the way, if you run out of cards in the deck, you carry on playing what's in your hand.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it will happen this round.
Heart. Or something with a double L.
We're only allowed to say one word technically.
Okay, that.
It's interesting because
Hot.
Sorry, I can't think of something that opens up possibilities.
We are definitely
That
going to
probably
need to
does the
start another one.
most. So, no, even though that doesn't.
I think once you've shown the card, you have to put it down.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So call.
Calls.
Oh, phew, okay.
Cards.
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 Oh, cards.
Yay! That's great.
We're lucky. I mean, there's not that many Ds.
Mm.
No. We are lucky.
Are you wanting to stop at this point? Or would you like to play another level?
Is there an insane level? Can we skip ahead?
Do you want
And
to
just
skip?
do one last
One
level?
last
Just
one.
like a crazy
final
wild
level.
I'm going to just
level.
final.
Skip to final
Okay,
boss.
there's
We have
27.
much excitement.
Boss
Which
level.
one do you want to jump to?
One that sounds the most insane and silly and funny.
And funny.
Yeah, give us a funny one.
You have to spell your own names.
That's easy. That's easy. That's easy.
No.
Full
There's only
name.
one J.
And only one K.
Haha, you're
Can
gonna
you
lose.
cross over? Right. You want to go in front?
Is that where we've got to fight it out against each other?
Yeah.
So, quest entry 4 is just 2 long words. 25 is words are at least 5 letters long. The letter S cannot be. Yeah, this is a lot of stuff.
Okay.
I will just. No librarian may ever claim 2 more words than another librarian.
Okay.
The letter S cannot be used at the end of words. You may still use the letter S within words. And to win, the deck and both rows must be empty. Cards in hand are okay.
The deck.
There's a
must
lot
be
of rules
empty.
to remember.
Okay.
I'll press Control Plus so it's bigger, so maybe you can. So you can see it here.
No one can have 2 more than anyone else. Both rows have to be empty.
Mid game, it's no one can have 2 more than anyone else. You can't use the letter S at the end. And that's it. And you need to keep going until the deck is empty.
Okay.
When you can no longer draw, you may continue playing cards from your hand to clear the rows. And once the deck is empty and the middle is empty, then you win.
Yeah.
And all words need to be 5 or more letters long.
Oh yes, I forgot that. And no S at the end.
Yeah, so equality, 5 or more letters long, and no S's at the end.
Where you go, if you're in this way.
Okay.
Okay, so Jack, this is a hard level.
Yeah.
All the words need to be at least 5 letters long.
Yeah.
You can't use the letter S at the end.
Yeah.
And no librarian can ever claim 2 more words than anyone else.
Okay.
So there's got to be sort of equality.
Yeah.
You need to keep going until the deck is empty.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, so, okay. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Okay. So we have skipped from level 10 to level 25.
Oh gosh.
And
Say your prayers.
Have you had any games over the? Oh, how long has the deck been in existence for?
you mean since it was invented or since it
Yeah.
was mass produced?
Well, since it was invented.
2015.
Okay. And have you had any games that kind of work more on a? So at the moment we're spelling games words this way. Have you had any where kind of you've got to cross them together, where kind of like you can
Like a crossword.
a bit like a crossword, yeah.
Yes, actually, one of the other games is Cruciverbal, which is they changed it so there's no longer any win condition. It's about 2 players
Just
making a crossword.
I was
All 3
thinking
players.
from a magic point of view, like some kind of binding circle where you've got to have 4 interconnected
Oh,
words could be quite interesting. So you can always they can cross over at any point, but you can use the card to either start or maybe very complex depending on the letters you've got out.
okay. So everyone clear on the rules?
Yeah.
Who's goes?
I claimed the last.
You
Did I
go,
claim?
Amy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paint.
Oh no, yeah. Paint. S's can't be used at the end.
Correct.
Boat. No, boats. No, Bitten.
Flint.
What did you say?
Flint.
Does there have to be 5 letters?
5 letters minimum. They can be longer, so
Yeah.
that's totally okay. I mean, theoretically, I was going to say could make just 1 word, but no, there is no 48-letter word.
No, I don't think so. I think in the 20s is the longest. That's for even a name, isn't it?
You could invent one.
Califragilisticexpialidocious.
Not in the dictionary. I can't just say it's a word because it's in movie. And it doesn't really make you
Has it
sound
been added
precocious
to
if you say it fast enough, to be honest. So it's just like me saying, Blabberida now. Do you want some... Like if I say, do you want some...
Stone.
Stone.
1 and 2.
It was flint. It's not as impressive to hear said as the Twin Peaks thing, is it? The Dozy Dokes and Mersey Dokes and Little Lambsy Diving. Stoked.
Stammer.
Oh, that same
Yeah.
word.
So this is what I'm liking about this is I've a lot of games like this where they go on for a long period of time. You start to remember the words that everyone you kind of teach each other the words that you can play, which is really nice. No,
You've put it down, so I think it has to go down. I'm going to be adjudicator.
I'm going bitten again then.
Beast.
Yeah.
Tarry.
Hmm.
I don't know how to spell that.
Tarry.
Ah. Tarry. Okay. Same again. Terry.
Terry.
Yay.
It's 52 cards on the deck, isn't there?
48.
48.
Lover.
So we expect some of these are 6-letter words or 4, so okay.
Not necessarily. Remember, you'll have 5 cards in hand, so there'll be.
Yeah, you're allowed to end with one in your hand.
Ah, okay, that's cool then. That's fine.
So you only need to use 33 cards.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem
Storm.
that hard for. Well, maybe I'm. I mean, how does it feel? As an observer, it doesn't feel that hard.
So I think the only tricky bit is going to be right at the end, making sure we
Yeah,
get that
and
very
unless
last word.
unless we plan out to begin with, if you all stick with 5s, then that might. No, it's possible to. If you stick with 5s and the last word of 3, that
Well,
might be.
7.
Yeah.
No, you can't. They have to all be 5 or more.
Oh, there can be 5 more, can't they? Yeah, sorry. Ignore
So
me. Yeah, you don't.
35 would work
Ignore me, yeah, because
because you can play
you count
from
the
your
ones
hand.
in your hand. Yeah, sorry. I keep thinking what use every card.
Salve.
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 Good options going there.
I feel like I had to plan when I put that on down. Stone.
Soul.
Toddy.
What?
Toddy.
Hot toddy.
Oh, Toddy.
Solve.
Sound.
Did you say at any point one player can't have 2 more than anyone else, or is it?
Correct.
So I could have only got a second one if everyone else had got. Yeah.
You can't get any more until Amy has one, right?
Right.
Yeah, so
wait,
if
Amy
Jack
has
were
one.
to get one more before
Yeah.
you and Amy get one,
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
John and Amy get one, then everyone loses.
And you can have 2 words out on the table at once.
Correct.
Yeah.
Teddy.
Snake.
Snipe.
Teddy.
Snake.
Snipe.
It's interesting how SX is actually suddenly not a good card if you can't use the S at the end.
Sandy.
Sandy.
Even. Oh, we're getting there.
So you just need to
Finish this word.
finish the word.
It has to be a 5-letter word minimum.
Yes.
And any of us can finish it. Yes. And I have to put something down.
Yeah.
And I need to therefore not start another word.
Oh,
Right?
It'll be very difficult if you do start another word, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, it's not super simple.
I think it's kind of an issue that like you don't know how hard it's going to bite with this until you get to the end. Like it's been really easy up till now, but we might just not have the cards left, and that's very difficult to plan for or get a sense of as you're going along.
Well, making a word sandy, I mean, if your word was sandy in mind, knowing that there's two Y's, that's not the best thing to put down. But
I feel like when I said that, I just thought I was opening it quite a lot with just an A, like, because the X is useless as at the beginning of the word anyway, so it's going to have to be a vowel, and it was the only vowel I had. So,
well, SN or ST can also start things.
Is it my go?
No, it's mine.
Wasn't sure.
And it has to be 5 letters, right?
Can be
Yep.
more than 5 letters. We can
More
aim
than
for more if that makes it easier.
And it's true that we need to not start another word, right?
We can start another word, but then we've got 2 to complete is the only issue, isn't it?
But it might be better.
And you have
It might be
15
better
in
if
hand.
your only
It might be
move now
better.
is to close us down on this one.
Exactly, yeah.
Can you have any word? Are you allowed names? Is that something that's
No proper nouns.
How do you
Usual
spell-
Scrabble.
How do you spell
all of
arson?
those
Oh, that's with an O, isn't it? Arson?
Arson.
Yeah, SON. ARSON. So lots of deck shuffling, well, hand shuffling and soul searching going on.
Sorry, the best thing I can do is that sin.
I do see what you mean, though, that if there is, I mean, it might not be true, it might just be the way it was played here, but if it is that the last bit is meant to be the tricky bit, then potentially maybe it should just be a shorter
That makes sense.
thing.
So what did you say?
I said sin.
Sin.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, effectively, Jack, unless you've got some better ideas about how to finish that top one, we are toast.
I had one, but it was just not going to be allowed.
What's as in it's a name of a place or a company or a person?
Nissan.
Person?
I think he's thinking of Santa, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Okay, no.
But that wouldn't be allowed.
I mean, shall I look it up on Collins?
I mean, it probably would be in the
Sanity.
dictionary, wouldn't it?
Sanity.
Oh,
I mean, that's the
But
thing
we've
that
only
you're
got
not
the
allowed
cards in our
to.
hand.
yeah.
Tissan.
Yeah, it says a.
That's the thing, isn't it? Tissan? Maybe it's spelled Tissan.
Yeah, I've looked up Santa and it's not allowed.
It's not in the dictionary. Gosh. I thought
It is with a capital.
What's the
Santa.
capital S? It's fine. All
Santa.
capitals.
Let's say.
No, anything that's
I'm
capitalized.
sorry, I was joking.
Oh, sorry.
Insane. But we obviously don't have any either. We've done that already.
And also talking about the cards.
Oh,
well,
sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
you know what? I should pretend that I'm not here and shut up. I keep saying that things and I don't.
Oh my gosh.
No acronyms.
No.
Nope. Okay.
Oh gosh, that's difficult, isn't it? Okay. Which? WITCH.
Feels like a fool's errand getting at this point.
It does.
Winch.
What's that top one? Just got...
Rain. Rainy.
Great, we just need two way.
We can't have S's, can we, at the end?
No.
Oh.
But we can have some at the front if there's a T around.
Okay.
But I think we're just putting off the inedible at this point because we already have each.
We already
given
know,
up this-
unless
we
we can
already
think
know
of
that we can't
something.
complete this word.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
we're just getting less and less
awesome.
fewer
Oh.
and fewer cards.
train.
Okay. So we're back to where we were, back to where we were before, but with less cards.
And knowing that Jack can't finish this word.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can put yourself out.
Oh, yeah.
So we're not allowed French words like son without S-A-N-S.
And also that's got an S at the end. And
Yeah.
also it's less than 5 letters. But no, we kind of assumed that you're playing in English.
Okay. Sancho Panches.
Sancho Panches.
Yeah, that's
That
also.
might be what I have to go with. Trying, I can't.
I honestly can't see anything that you can make with the cards in your hand.
Don't think we've got anything.
I think we've already been round.
Just for the
at least
sake
once
of
each.
like completion, I'm going to double check that there's nothing that can be done.
Are you looking up one word or?
Well, let's say we've lost, but
I feel like it would be such an empty victory if you look something up, though. I feel like we should just lose.
okay, we've
Yeah.
lost.
We've lost.
But I
okay.
want,
We've lost.
but I want to know if there's anything that can be done.
It could have been done.
Yeah. No Sano. Not apart from very
So
long.
somewhere between level 10 and level 25, it got hard enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that last bit. It's that last bit. Because then you've got to go through the whole deck as well. That you've just got to. Yeah.
Sancta is apparently a word. If you had a T left over, so that might have been a possibility.
No.
No.
Sanctum.
What were your?
I did have a U and an M, but
No.
no T. Sanctum. Same.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the essay was the best.
No.
We didn't. I think we
But I thought that
didn't
was
see the
quite
end of the
open.
date.
I think
The
once you get
deck
the
creeping
next,
up on us. That's the problem. If we'd if we kept an eye on the deck and known it was getting towards the end, I think that would have been the time to kind of start.
Wait, you had an E.
keeping all your.
You had an E. We were looking for an E for ages. Like insane, saner.
I just didn't see it. Sorry, that's the problem with just.
Because look, John had an R.
Yeah, I see it now. I just didn't see
No,
it.
John
I'm
didn't
sorry.
have an R.
Didn't he? Isn't that from John's hand?
That was your hand.
No, my hand. What? I can't.
Then your winnings. You didn't just have one left, did you?
Yeah, you were showing that you had UM.
Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's
I'm so
okay.
sorry.
So
I mean, to be fair, I would never get a job in the library. I've been misstacking the books. I'll go by colour of the spines rather than letters. Also, we probably would have won that. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry. It's good.
what was
I'm
the
glad
one
I
that
don't
you?
have
What was the
to
third one you finished?
Train.
So in theory, if rather than was it the end that you put? No, it was a
T.
It's the
T.
T, yeah.
So in theory, if rather than the T, you'd done the E. I mean, would it have worked out?
I mean,
Yeah,
because you could have done
probably.
the E, you've done the R.
Because you wouldn't have been able to do. You wouldn't have been able to extend rain.
But maybe
What?
if we had a D or I can't remember what. I
We had
had.
San right back before we started train, so in theory we should have been able to do Sana before starting any other word.
And also, I think when I started that one with the S, didn't I?
And I think you forgot that S's couldn't come at the end.
No, I didn't. I started that because I said snake.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
hoping
yeah.
that was going to give you a hint. I had the K.
Oh, okay.
Sank. As well. Did you have the K still at the end as well? We had sank.
Oh, yeah,
sank
sank.
But
as well.
that's a 4-letter.
Yeah, that's 4. Okay.
4 letters don't work.
Sanct.
Oh, yeah, but we didn't have any D's, did we?
When it happens twice. I don't...
But I'm glad that I
Unsank.
beat us once.
Unsank.
Unsank.
Sounds like a great Victorian surname, Unsank.
Sounds like a word that occurred in one poem once.
Assuming you want to stop, do you want to come round here and?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's swap this wee thing. And John, Amy, and Jack. So yes, we've had a lot of discussion during the game. Anything that you feel the need to say right now before we get into the nitty-gritties?
I feel like that was a great game. I know that maybe it will sound like what we were going to say is like there's too many levels to do at once, but I think it would be a really good game where you play a section and then you come back to it and you might not play the first levels.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Well, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt. Carry on.
Oh, just that you could section it out, and so
Okay.
the length isn't actually a problem. Even though I probably wouldn't sit down and play all 27 levels at once, but I don't think that's actually an issue. I think it's quite nice that the game grows.
Well, the name is there's quest is in the name. It's a quest like that you wouldn't play all in one go. You would play maybe 4 or 5 missions. Well, although we played kind of 7 before we skipped ahead, that seemed like a nice number.
And that's quite nice as well, because in a way that would mean like if there was one you got stuck on, you'd just be like, oh, we're on level 13, and maybe you wouldn't play it again for a week or something. You'd be like, let's try level 13 again. Like, and I think that's quite nice.
Imagine it like a nice little filler quest amongst other games you might play. That's quite nice.
In a way, I find it quite pleasing that when we skipped ahead, we lost that one. I think it would have been.
I think the difficulty curve was going up a bit too slow for me. I mean, we've been doing it for two hours, I think. Maybe before we got to that point.
I think also, if we'd been playing the full game, we might have, let's say, kind of together learnt more words as a group, because we started to repeat some of the words we'd used in the earlier rounds, whereas if we'd actually worked our way up there, I'm assuming with the other difficulty settings, like certain letters not being in there or certain letters that have to go next to each other, maybe we might have remembered other word combinations.
So the main thing it's left me with is feeling like it was quite good, but there's like loads of potential there that's not quite coming out in terms of like a story and you working together to make words in a kind of snappy way in order to advance bits of the story. It felt like the questing bit is like very thin, and the games between are very that was partly our fault and definitely like me not being really switched on, but we're very long, and it feels like there's something like a little bit more integrated like in there in terms of like specific quests, specific jobs you've got to do and how they relate to something happening in the story.
Okay, shall we move to how well it used the deck? 5 out of 2. So -2 to 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. So we've got a 2, a 2, and a 1. Care to elaborate, John?
I put the 1 up because it doesn't use all aspects of the deck, I suppose, but it is but it does use. I mean, it doesn't use the patterns or the numbers at all. But I know it doesn't have to use every aspect of it, but it does.
It has used all of them.
Oh yeah, there was there was.
There's one. Right. There's one where we could the patterns could be next to each other, and I'm assuming there was. We mentioned one with the numbers because you had to take certain cards out with the numbers out. So I think it utilised it very well.
Right, I'm upgrading it to 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm persuaded.
Non-required inaccessibility. So obviously 2 means that it's as accessible as it could be. -2 means that there's some ridiculous reason that it's inaccessible when it doesn't have to be. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 vote. Everyone was very keen on it. What are your caveats, John?
I might be persuaded that again. So the only thing in terms of accessibility is that it seemed like sometimes there were quite a lot of rules to hold in your head at one time, and it got quite like, rather than it being like one thing, one aspect that got more tricky, it was more like throwing in other things to wrestle with before you kind of really got to grips with one of them. So I felt like that makes it slightly less accessible. I'm imagining trying to explain all those rules to like children and like keep because you had to keep reminding us a lot of things, and that's what I'm thinking of.
I mean, obviously you'd have rules with it anyway, but I mean, an addition of something as like a reminder card per level with what you can't do or what you have to do with the card might be a way that everyone on the table can see that one rule broken down. Might be interesting, but then obviously it's an addition to the deck, but that could be a way. That's also another way for future levels to be added quite easily.
And I think the balance of things that were quite simple and things where there were several rules at once was quite fun. I think there was a lot of variety, so we didn't get stuck in something that privileges a particular way of thinking. I think it was just a good balance of different things.
I mean, spelling-wise, I found this a lot easier just focusing on smaller words. And again, I mean, the last one, that was completely my fault. I'm so sorry. I just didn't see the E on the end of SAN. I just... so for me, I think playing for a whole campaign would have probably helped with my dyslexia a little bit. I would have kind of learned spellings a bit more. I'm normally quite good with things if there's just one letter per card, but yeah, I think I probably would have learned more combinations or what to look out for, and it's useful having like the K's on there, kind of if everybody, again, like we were about like little reference cards of kind of the probability of the letters coming out. I think that's quite useful because like you can be clever with the word you're saying, kind of hinting that actually like snake, for example, there's only one K in the deck. So if I'm the one suggesting snake is the word I'm going for, there's a high chance that I've got that K. So you can kind of work together by with a bit of stealth in there. Well, not stealth, but kind of the idea of only saying one word to help the others understand what you're trying to spell.
It would be interesting. Do you think it would be better or worse if there was more clarity about how much you can talk about what your approach is to the words you're saying? Like, could you say meta things like that? Like, if I say a word with an unusual letter in it, it probably will mean that I have that letter. You know, like, would you want that to be known, or would you not be allowed?
Well, maybe. I suppose maybe. I mean,
like, are you trying to guess what other
like
people's
in
policies
theory,
are?
should you be allowed? Would it be better if the rules explicitly say, as a reminder, between levels, feel free to talk about what your things are?
yeah,
That's
Maybe
cool.
not.
Preparation and
Not in the
tactics.
level, but
Yeah.
like between the levels. Yeah, that's a cool idea, because
Mm.
that bit was actually quite fun, like reasoning with each other and what might work, but
Mm.
without it breaking the level that we were on by giving something away.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, at some point you end up you just stuck with the card you've got in your hand, and there's no way to change that. So there's kind of it's the idea that different each level felt different, which was really nice. So kind of I don't know if there's any levels there where you can discard to draw a different card, kind of aspect there. Kind of you've got to ditch a letter you've got, but then you get to draw.
There's no levels where you get additional powers in that way. Like, they're all additional restrictions. Or I mean, in the case where it's an additional ability, like putting these letters down, it's because that's what wins you the game.
I remember when we first started talking about it, and we thought that we had to put them face down and try and remember. But actually saying that kind of like a level where all the lights have gone out, and you've just got to kind of guess like a 3-letter word, and all actually managed to do it together could be quite interesting. But
this is just a personal taste thing.
Yeah.
But when I was asking at the end, like, what's a truly insane level that we can play? But I would relish there to be some really insane levels right at the end. Like, if it's something that becomes, you get to a point where it's like, well, we're never going to complete level 28 unless we try loads and loads and loads. But like, where some of the cards are upside down, or you know, something like that. Like, I would actually relish silliness at the end, because after you've done all that work, I think you deserve a bit of insanity.
Makes sense with the magical library as well, for it to kind of like start going haywire.
Yeah, chaos at the end.
I think we mentioned by those like a kind of with playing with you've got double letters in a word or something, kind of like a you've got to maybe have 4 or 5 letter words, but maybe they've got to kind of intersect in order for you to score it. Could be quite interesting.
Because I quite like when you do something like that, when you're going from quest to quest. I quite like the possibility for when you hear the next quest, you feel faint hysteria, and you're like, what? We have to do what? Sorry, and also what? You know, like, and then you somehow bit by bit.
So you're saying that level 5 just wasn't quite exciting enough for you?
Yeah.
But it's a good introduction. Get one to people that have not started before, so kind of like it could maybe look kind of apprentice level and kind of novice, and you could maybe kind of have like if you're a novice, you could start at level 10 or something like that. If you've played it before and you want to start, because there's nothing in between rounds that kind of give you any extra cards or give you extra powers. So actually kind of you're playing for every level. If you have played again, you want to jump in at any point. It's nice.
Well, that's a fair point, because you talked about the notion that it was going up a bit too slowly, and I do wonder, like, if it was, let's say, 50 or 100 levels, and then it said, oh, if this was and maybe it typically says, if this is too easy for you, skip ahead to whatever. If it's
a branching path narrative, where you if you fancy the easier route the next bit, or something like that.
Oh yeah, because I like the story framing and the updates and the language and stuff like that, but it could be made explicit within that, something like one really horrible librarian offers you a challenge, and the less horrible librarian, not that like better than that, but like some way that you could even
Choose your
put
mission.
put in the story frame the fact that you're choosing a level, how quickly you go up the level of hardness, level of difficulty. Kind of like when you play a computer game and you choose easy, medium, or hard. Like you could have like, and then one of them is the batshit librarian. Like, and if you choose that, you only get batshit quests.
Batshit?
Batshit.
Okay. As in insane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So rating for, we've talked about accessibility. Use of the deck. Let's talk about differentiation from other games you've played. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vote.
So sorry, I completely missed what we were doing. I thought it was out of 10. Sorry.
Sorry. Differentiation from other games.
Yeah.
So you had a 2, and a 1. What would you say that you've played as similar?
Just other kind of like games which are divided between like a task and then a tiny bit of story. I guess it's similar in that sense. The very kind of like basic structure of like, oh, you've done this. Now we're going to ramp the difficulty up with like a very small amount of like story framing around it. So that part is similar, and working together to form words or like get the right word reminds me a little bit of Codenames and other games like that. But it's not severe stuff. I'm just not giving it the absolute perfect score of like this is like nothing I've ever seen before.
Sure. And finally, the quality of the experience, the engagement, the fun, like, was it a valuable spend of the time? You played, I think, 7, then 10. I think you played about 8 of the levels, but it's like, yeah, do you think it's a valuable and worthwhile spend of
out of
time?
10,
Out
right?
of 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, vote. So it's 7.
Oh,
and
sorry.
9.
Yeah. I was holding one hand down.
So
I'm tired. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I'm tired.
So we could you talk about that? Maybe going left to right, or from my.
Okay. So the main thing, I guess I'm like putting down is just the kind of slow, all the kind of things we talked about, like a slightly slow. Just feels like it's in progress and could be tightened up. The difficulty ramp up could be handled differently. There could be like more story, more choice, those kind of things. Like I enjoyed parts of it, but it felt like there was I spent a lot of it as well, kind of just waiting for my turn to come around. And
I felt like there was too much downtime.
There's too much downtime, too much reminding myself of like what all the rules are for this one. And generally like it feeling like a very slow move towards it getting potentially very exciting.
I would agree with that, and I made my vote for similar reasons. I think the progress was quite slow, and I would love to. But I really enjoyed it, but I'd love to see it go faster and weirder.
As in, when you say faster, you mean the difficulty ramp up to go faster?
Ramp up faster, and the final levels be. I don't know, but something that seems more hilariously impossible.
Like you need to make 3
hectic,
extra words?
Yeah. Yeah. Because sometimes it felt like, some of these tasks we've already done on several of the levels before. Like, once we've factored out what's the win factor, we've still just got to complete some 5-letter words. So that part of it was like repeating the structure of earlier tasks. And I think the things that were more hectic were more enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't really considered downtime, but maybe my score would have been a little bit lower with that. I think although there was similarities, I think each level did feel slightly different, which I liked. If it was the same again, but with just more letters, each time it probably wouldn't have been as enjoyable. Whereas kind of there were different challenges, like the ones where you couldn't use the E's, that was really interesting, or the ones where you had to use the J or the K, and then the last one where you couldn't use the S, and like the S is a go-to to kind of extend the end of a word, like kind of to give you that vibe. So there was a lot of elements that I liked with that as well. I like the element of the narrative in between. I like that kind of story with a quest. It's there's a lot of potential with it as well for refining.
So if we were to give an overall score, bringing everything together, would you stick with the same score as you gave for Worthwhile, or would you change anything else?
Stick, I think.
Let's stick, yeah.
Yeah, maybe an 8 because I didn't factor in the downtime before. Also, for me, maybe there's more downtime for me because I'm thinking about words and not realizing that I had a word that would have allowed us to win the whole time.
So we played. So yeah, is there anything else you'd like to say about that particular game?
No.
So, that's annoying. I pressed the little bin thing, deleted an icon, and there's no undo on this thing, which I understand you can't have undo. It's just okay. So we played 5 games today. So you played Triple, where you had to match 3 things, and then you played Repeatable, where it was a story and you had to keep repeating that story, and then you played Trickle 2, which was the ladder climbing one, where you have to go up and there's 3 possible sets to make. You have to play bigger sets. Then you played Trickle 1, with acknowledging that there was a possible miscommunication between me and the designer, and we finished up with Questable, which we just finished. And I would like to ask you, from your memory, would you stick with your rankings? So, John, your rankings are that your favourite was Repeatable, your second favourite was Trickle 2, and your third favourite was Questable.
Sounds right, yeah.
And would you also stick with your ratings, Amy, where your favourites, and I'm curious if you can pick a favourite between Repeatable and Trickle 2, and then your second favourite is Questable.
Which one was Trickle 2? I'm getting the 2.
Trickle 2 was the one that you liked.
Which one is
the ladder climbing, where you play sets of how many letters or how many numbers or how many suits, and then the next person needs to play more. Then it keeps on going, and then John made this amazing comeback and won the game despite losing.
That one. Oh yeah.
Like, which one did you prefer between that one and the memory story?
I would say that one, Trickle 2.
Okay, so that was your favourite, so I'll give it an 8.1.
Okay, great, yeah.
Just for differentiation.
I played memory stories without cards before, so like the principle of a memory,
Jack, do you stand by... Oh, you rated 3 things an 8.
Oh gosh, that was difficult.
All 3 of the ones, your favourites were the same as Amy's.
Yeah, I mean, so...
everyone's 3 favourites were the same.
All right,
it's such a difficult one because they're all different games. Like, so the first one, I love the story narrative and working together to remember the narrative, and I really like that one. The Trickle 2 was really fast paced. It was really fun to play. There was no spelling involved, so that was quite nice. But I see them as, I love the way that the ELL Deck has got, like, every game can feel different with it, and I love that. And I think sometimes it's difficult to judge. Maybe you could judge 2 spelling games. Sometimes maybe if it was 2 spelling games, I could make a difference. If it was a fast-paced matching game, I could make a difference. And I think it's a tricky one. I mean, maybe Trickle 2. I mean, this was it's a difficult one. Trickle 2 was very fast, and I liked. Oh gosh, which one was?
See, the interesting
Which
for
was the
me
first
is
one?
when I was playing Questable with friends, we were going about twice the playtime
Yeah.
because like we were just going like where
I feel like I might have slowed this down a bit.
No,
so
no,
sorry about
honestly, it was John.
that.
Like John was taking a long time over the moves.
It's true.
Sorry, that I don't mean. I hope
No,
that
it's
doesn't sound.
So hang on, I've forgotten
And
the names.
like, but when you and it's interesting because it felt like in the last one. I don't know if this is me psychoanalyzing it correctly or wrongly. Felt like in the last one you were like, okay, I need to perform well here, and I need to make sure that we win. Whereas in in Trickle 2, you were like, it's a bit of luck. I'm not too fussed. I'll just do whatever kind of.
In Trickle 2,
Yeah.
It's partly because it took me a longer time to really grasp all the kind of rules of this, and with Questable, because it was easy, because it was very easy to start with. I kept thinking I needed to be thinking ahead more. I didn't get whenever we'd win one, I'd be like, oh, okay, the hard one must be next one, and I was like putting way too much, trying to work out the tactics. And partly that was because we played the Trickle 2 before, and I'd started off that one with no idea what was going on, pretty much, and felt like I hadn't really concentrated enough on the possibilities. So I went into this one with right, I've really got to think about all what all the possible combinations of my cards could be, and how to hint to the others what cards I've got, and to take into account what they've hinted at me. And that's why I ended up spending so long on it before kind of gradually, far too slowly, realizing that the first 4 or 5 rounds didn't require any.
Let me ask if the last rounds were much harder, and if the level design was different but the structure was the same, how would that affect your rating for Questable, and what would you like to see? Because that feels like the one with the most potential to change. I don't know if you would agree, because it does feel to me like I would be curious what it would be like if there were, I don't know, 10 levels that just say beginner, and it's like, okay, if we do one, then you don't need the game to say move ahead. You kind of say, well, that's the beginner, and then levels 11 to 20 or whatever say, or level 1 to 10 might say tutorial, and then level 11 to 20 might say elementary, and level 20 to 30 might say wordsmithery, and then 40 might say tricky, and then 40 to 50 insane. And it's then hopefully it would give you, my definition of elementary, well, let's go for the elementary. I feel like we don't need a tutorial, let's just dive into the elementary stuff. But I don't know, would that help to give you a bit of guidance? I'll skip ahead to that. Or
yes, I would agree with that, but I would also note that from what you were saying about when you played it previously, if I had been playing it with a group that played it more rapidly, I would have given it a higher mark. Because I think that's what I was saying with the hecticness. And I know imposing a time limit wouldn't be fair and wouldn't have the right kind of feeling either, but I think if it was more this letter and then this, if it were more like that, I think also.
But that's an interesting thing, because the way that John was playing is the way that you would probably have to play for those final insane levels just to be able to make them work. I don't know.
I think also, if you play with the same people on a regular basis, and you might do 3 or 4 missions at a time, you might get to that point by the end of the level. I probably would. Also when I know it sometimes sounds silly, but it's coming to the narrative there, with the words that they use in the narrative, whether or not any. I think of it. I know it sounds odd, but kind of subliminal a little bit, kind of 5 or 6 letter words that could be worked into the narrative text that might get stuck in people's brains a little bit, just to kind of think, actually, that's a word that was mentioned earlier on. Maybe I could actually spell that now. Could be, just an interesting. From my point of view, might be interesting, but yeah, it's so difficult though when you've got games that are very different from each other. If there were several games all very similar, and I suppose it's down to what.
So
gaming
yeah,
group you've got as
fundamentally,
well.
you're not able to pick between those.
I
three.
mean,
It's fine.
Of the three, I think the top two would be this one and the one where we did the narrative story. I can't remember what that one was called.
Repeatable.
Repeatable, yeah.
Repeatable
I think
and
those two
questable.
for me. I like the fast pace of Triple Two. I just think I could see myself spending more time playing the other two.
But you gave them all very high scores,
Yeah.
and hello Slivers, lovely to see you. And yeah, we're just finishing up. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Jack, Amy, John. I mean, obviously, I'd hoped that we could have gone through all of them, but I think that in retrospect, that was probably completely unrealistic. And it might be like, okay, I'll try and set up a second date and let's see how we get on. But it feels like out of these two, interestingly, yeah, so everyone agrees that repeatable, questable, and trickle to, everyone's like, okay, these are the top three, and I think I'm happy with that. I think that repeatable feels like maybe in terms of development work, it feels like it should possibly at the start pick your length, because then you choose into, okay, do we want to have 15 and we win? That feels more enjoyable than, and always ending in failure feels a bit sad. I don't know if you agree, because fundamentally, unless you go through the deck, which will be really epic if you could do it once, but like that would take like literally hours.
We also, another suggestion we made that I remember is that we were like, as well as choosing length, there could be the option to shake it up a bit, such as at some point, if you reach this amount, then you remove one of the cards and then have to remember not to say that card, or something like that, where you're not just going through the same routine.
But fundamentally, it is always going to end in failure otherwise.
Yeah.
Which, that's the question. Should it be a game that always ends in failure? In which case, sure, maybe at a certain length you want to bring in some variants to remove things, or remove things at a certain point. Maybe only start doing the second half of the story. Maybe at any point you can remove, like if you've got at least more than 10 cards, you can remove like the first however many to bring it down to 10. So you're only going through 10 cards each time, might make it a little bit more fast. I don't know what you think. But,
yeah, there's lots of scope for those kind of variations.
I mean, you could break down the story into like 3 chapters or something like that. So you and then you've made a connective story, but you've kind of like got like a little a break to reset it, and then you start a new chapter. And
so like 16 cards each time,
or like 10 cards each time, and then you go 10 cards, 10 cards, 10 cards.
But then that's only 30.
Oh, that's only 30. Yeah, okay, 16. Yeah.
I said 16 because then you're going through all 48, and that would be.
I thought we got to 26, didn't we? We did pretty well. Yeah. But then the idea of that game is like there are some card games you play where like you play and the game can be over within one round, and you play some games. Gosh, stupidly, one birthday once I played Cards Against Humanity with 30 people, and that was just absolutely insane. But some games they just go on for far too long, and they're kind of after a while it gets a bit boring. But that didn't get boring at 26. That got actually the excitement built with that, the anticipation.
But if it had been 24 is the end, and you saw, there's only one card left, and okay, now I get to whoever gets the 24th card gets to kind of narrate the end of the story.
then we'd all cheer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
it's kinda
that feels like a nice moment that should be in the game.
you could almost.
And that feels like such a simple thing to say. 24 cards, you win.
Yeah.
Because that's a massive achievement. 24 or 20.
If the deck was shorter and there was it was like custom made for that game, you could always have like a randomized beginning and randomized ending cards, like with different letters, and you've got to think of a beginning that stops. Well, you do that naturally anyway, but like a fixed ending, that you've got that. I don't know.
I don't understand what that would bring to the end.
I don't think it would. I don't think it would.
Anyway, I was trying to summarize. I was just saying that in development, that one feels like it should be do some shortening. The Trickle 2 feels okay that's done. You play to different numbers and lengths, and that's basically it done. But Questable feels like there is still so much scope for development and level design, and that's part of what makes it, hard to judge, but also one of the ones that I am incredibly excited about because there is so much scope there. And I do actually agree with Amy. I would love to have games where even with myself and David Brain, who is a professional crossword designer, we would play it and we might win or we might lose. And David Brain, who takes a long time over games at the best of times, we would still be able to play through. And so frankly, I'm not too sure about going through the entire deck, just because it does feel like, whereas if it's it's always a challenge every moment because of what you and there's so much scope for additional design. But I think that also we haven't talked about the original, the triple. I personally, I know you 3 words blown away. I'm just going to say that was I really like that, just because looking for free. I know you say it's not a big difference, but for me it feels totally different, and it's just a fun thing. Also, Trickle 1, which was the game number 67. I just want to apologize to the designer, but as played, it didn't work, and the truth is, it's hard for me to work out how exactly it should have been played. But I hope that everyone who designed the games, enjoyed watching them, and I'll try to get to the other ones at some point down the line. And thank you so much for putting stuff in. Anxate says, realizes the last time she never said hello, wonders who all do very British sounding people are. Do you sound very British?
Do I sound particularly British? Or is it me?
We're all British, so if we
it would make sense that
we're all
equally
British.
We are all British, I guess. We have just finished up, and thank you for everyone, even if you were lurking and never said anything, that appreciates you being here. Lots of love. As always, if you want to check me out, I am Stuff by Bez in all the places. Let me roll that thing. Stuff by Bez, Twitter, Instagram, Big Cartel, and stuffbybez.com/streams. We'll tell you that tomorrow. I'm chatting to someone I can't remember who. Check the link, it'll tell you on my future streams. And share, spread the word. Thank you very much one last time to John, Amy, and Jack. And for now, the only thing left to say is bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. Bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. Bye, 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 bye. And now it's time to go. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, bye-bye. Thank you for howling along. And to you. Bye-bye.